After taking the drunk domineering CEO home, I became the rich woman dream man. Li Chenwei was struggling alone in a big city. After breaking up with the campus belle, he awakened a mysterious system. At 10 p.m. tonight, a stunning and powerful CEO will pass through the alley behind your apartment building. She is the one person who can completely change your life. Hold on to her and never let go. That night, Li Chenwei carried the drunk CEO home and his life changed forever. He joined her company, Feiyan Dairy, worked hard, and saved up money to start his own business. Then he rented a milk tea shop on the street next door and began his journey as a boss, starting from selling milk tea. And so began the life of Li Chenwei, the dream man of a rich woman. Chapter 1. Taking the domineering CEO home. A quiet, secluded alley. A stunning woman with flowing long hair, dressed in a sultry red dress, was staggering down the path, clearly drunk. She had the flawless face of a goddess, a tall figure of 186 centimeters, a full and perky chest, a slender waist like a water snake, and long, curvy legs peeking out from the slit of her dress. She was the kind of irresistible beauty that could make any man's heart race. Hiding in the corner, Li Chenwei watched her approach, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. The voice he heard in his mind earlier was real. He had truly awakened a system. And this woman was the fated benefactor it spoke of. Earlier that morning, after helping a blind elderly lady off the ground, a sultry female voice had echoed in his mind. The voice praised him, young, broke, no car, no house, no savings, yet still brave enough to help the elderly. A shining example of modern youth. You've been chosen by the good deed system. Every time he performed a good deed, he would receive a virtue fruit. These virtue fruits had many functions. One of them was the ability to summon fortune and opportunities. After using his first fruit, he received a mission prompt. At 10 p.m. tonight, a beautiful 28-year-old CEO will pass through the alley behind your building. She is the one who can change your life forever. Do not let her go. Li Chenwei was an orphan, renting a shabby apartment in the urban village of Huacheng, fighting to survive on his own. To him, this city always felt cold and unfamiliar. He always dreamed of meeting someone who could understand him, someone warm. It sounded like a simple dream, but in 2012, most young women were too realistic. Good women were hard to find. His ex-girlfriend had just dumped him for being poor. She wanted a man with a house, and he didn't have one. Without help from parents, it was nearly impossible for a young man to afford a home in the city. And without a house, marriage felt like a fantasy. Li Chenwei had had enough of being poor and lonely. He was ready to change his life. And now his chance had come. As the woman got closer, he realized she was taller than him. She stood at 186 centimeters, and with 8 centimeters heels, she reached 194 centimeters. Her skin was porcelain white, like a majestic white horse. Next to her, he looked like a little pony. 2 words came to mind: small horse, big cart. Under the faint light from above, Li Chenwei finally got a clear look at her and gasped. It was Chen Mailin, the older sister of his high school deskmate Chen Minute. Chen Minute had been a sweet and charming campus belle, slim and popular. But Chen Mailin was on a whole other level. She had movie star looks and radiated the mature, confident aura of a true ice queen. Her body was dangerously curvy, and her long, toned legs looked like they could kill. She was also the CEO of Feiyan Dairy, a wealthy, powerful woman worth over $1 billion. Ding! Host has encountered Chen Mailin, the older sister figure of your deskmate Chen Minute, though they're not related by blood. Due to their close relationship and small age gap, they're like sisters. System has detected that CEO Chen Mailin needs assistance. New mission: take care of Chen Mailin. Mission details: Chen Mailin is drunk and about to collapse. Help her safely. Reward: accepting the mission grants you iron lungs of the divine ox and +5 strength. Completing the mission rewards 1 virtue fruit. Iron lungs of the divine ox greatly enhances cardiopulmonary function. Through deep breathing, your blood absorbs oxygen more efficiently, boosting explosive physical power. Through sustained breathing, your body recovers stamina at an accelerated rate. Power, strength, stamina, everything a man could ask for. An amazing reward. If there were iron lungs now, Li Chenwei guessed there might be iron legs, iron brain, or even iron kidneys later. He was determined to collect the whole set and become Super Oxman. While checking his system rewards, Chen Mailin stumbled closer, just 2 meters away. Suddenly, her body swayed, and her legs gave out. She collapsed forward. Li Chenwei instantly took a deep breath, launched himself forward using his newly enhanced lungs, and caught her around the waist just in time. "Miss, are you okay?" No response. Her eyes were shut tight. Her cheek rested gently against his, her warm breath caressing his face. He caught a strong whiff of milky lemon-scented perfume. It made his body heat up uncontrollably. Miss. Can you hear me? Wake up. Miss. He gently shook her soft, delicate body and called out a few times, but still no response. I have no choice, I'll have to take her home. He bent down, slipped one arm under her knees, and lifted her into a princess carry. Her body was soft and warm, but also extremely hot with sweat. The red dress was now soaked, clinging to her curves, and nearly transparent, revealing a black lace bra underneath. Black. With lace. Li Chenwei swallowed hard. Though it felt amazing to hold such a stunning woman and admire her beauty. She was tall and voluptuous, just her curves alone weighed a ton. And with his apartment on the 8th floor and no elevator, even climbing empty-handed would be hard, let alone carrying a full-grown goddess. But he didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath, headed to the back entrance, and started climbing the stairs. To his surprise, it wasn't difficult at all. With his +5 strength and the iron lungs, it felt like he had infinite stamina. He reached the 8th floor easily, no sore back, no aching legs, not even out of breath. Instead, he felt energized and full of power. Knowing this might happen, Li Chenwei had left his door unlocked. He kicked it open, carried Chen Mailin inside, gently laid her on the couch, and locked the door behind him. Now came the real problem. He just brought Chen Minet's older sister home. A powerful CEO. A gorgeous woman. And now they were alone together. What was he supposed to do? He looked at the enchanting goddess lying on the couch, his willpower being tested to the limit. Her face was stunningly elegant. Her figure was jaw-droppingly hot. The way her long legs extended from the slit of her dress. Thick, full thighs. Slender, tight calves. Not an ounce of fat. She was the perfect blend of innocence and seduction. Lying down like this, her curves were even more pronounced. Her chest rose and fell gently with each breath. It was hypnotizing. Li Chenwei felt his body heat up again. He swallowed hard, again and again. Alone. At night. In the same room as this fiery beauty. It looked like there was only one thing left to do. Chapter 2. I want to kiss my sister. Chen Mailin lay on the sofa, her delicate skin glistening with a fine layer of sweat, her hair damp and clinging to her forehead. The form-fitting stepmother dress hugged her curvaceous body, accentuating her alluring, voluptuous figure. The snow-white legs extending from beneath the skirt were utterly mesmerizing. The 186 centimeters tall older sister's long legs were no joke, especially paired with her black high heels with red soles. It was a combination that maximized both attack power and attack speed. Li Chenwei's mind wavered, his thoughts drifting into dangerous territory. He was on the verge of losing control and making a mistake. But he knew Chen Mailin was the benefactor who could change his life. He couldn't afford to throw away that opportunity for a moment of impulsiveness. He was still young. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Chen Mailin, there would be countless chances to get closer to her in the future. There was no need to rush. Some things could wait. Li Chenwei turned away to brew a pot of Tieguanian tea to help Chen Mailin sober up. After preparing the tea, he remembered how much she had sweated. If she stayed damp, she might catch a cold. He fetched a towel from the bathroom and sat beside her, gently drying her body. First, he dabbed the towel over her smooth, delicate face, then her fair shoulders, followed by her voluptuous figure wrapped in the dress, and finally her exposed, snow-white legs. Wipe. Using a towel to dry a sleeping beauty's body was an incredibly awkward act. Li Chenwei's hands inevitably brushed against certain sensitive areas. Her body is so soft. Her legs are so long, so supple. The intoxicating sensation made his heartbeat quicken. A tingling warmth spread through his body, leaving even his hands feeling weak. After a while, Chen Mailin's eyebrows twitched slightly. She let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Blinking in confusion at the unfamiliar ceiling, she turned her head and saw a young man gazing down at her. Instantly, she assumed some brat had taken advantage of her and dragged her home. Fury ignited in her chest. Damn it, this little punk dares to have such thoughts about me? Kid, I'm old enough to be your mom. If you dare try anything, I'll cut it off. Chen Mailin snarled and tried to slap Li Chenwei. Reacting on instinct, Li Chenwei caught her slender wrist. Chen Mailin winced in pain and struggled, only to realize his grip was unshakable. No matter how hard she fought, she couldn't break free. This kid is freakishly strong. Wave of panic washed over her as she recognized the vast difference in their strength. Since she couldn't overpower him physically, she resorted to words. You beast, let go of me. I'm your mother. If you lay a finger on me, you're dead. Chen Mailin was far too young to actually be Li Chenwei's mother at best. She could be his godmother. Li Chenwei hadn't expected the seemingly elegant Chen Mailin to be this fierce. He quickly explained. Sister Chen, Please calm down. I'm Li Chenwei, Xiao Minut's classmate. Do you remember me? Hearing that he knew her and was her niece's classmate, Chen Meilin relaxed slightly. She stopped struggling and studied him with hazy, intoxicated eyes. After a moment, she tilted her head. You're Xiao Minut's classmate? Sorry, I don't remember you. They had only met once at a parent-teacher conference, so it was natural she wouldn't recall him. I sit next to Xiao Minut. I saw you once at the conference. Tilda, I remember now. You're Xiao Wei. Xiao Minut talks about you all the time. Yes, that's me. I saw you collapse on the street. I called out to you, but you didn't wake up. You were drenched in sweat, and your body was burning up. I was worried you'd catch a cold, so I carried you upstairs. My place is just here. I see. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. Chen Meilin felt a pang of guilt as she met Li Chenwei's clear, earnest gaze. He saved me, and I accused him of being a predator, even tried to hit him. I'm the worst. Overcome with remorse, she felt compelled to make it up to him. I dried you off a bit. Have some tea to warm up, then you can take a shower. Staying wet like this could make you sick. Chen Meilin's heart swelled with an unfamiliar warmth at his gentle concern. She was a strong, formidable woman, a decisive CEO who always appeared flawless in everything she did. But perfection wasn't always a good thing. Men either revered or feared her, never daring to get close. No man had ever treated her with such tenderness before. Being cared for like this by a younger man stirred something deep inside her. Combined with the guilt of her earlier outburst, she felt so ashamed she could barely look at him. Her eyes grew moist. Thank you, you're such a kind person. Chen Meilin gave him a sweet smile and took a sip of tea. The delicate fragrance spread through her mouth, delicious. A soothing warmth spread through her body. To her, this was the best tea she had ever tasted. She tilted her head back and finished the cup in one go. The warmth seeped into her heart, soothing her lonely, parched soul. After drinking, she licked her lips and exhaled softly in satisfaction. Your tea is amazing. Is there more? Of course. Li Chenwei poured her another cup. Worried she might be hungry, he also brought her a box of chocolates. As she nibbled on the sweets, Chen Meilin explained, I'm a lightweight. 1 glass of wine makes me dizzy, 2 makes me drunk, and 3 knocks me out cold. So this elegant, domineering CEO could be taken down with just 3 glasses of wine. Li Chenwei's gaze drifted to her plush, milky thighs, his imagination running wild. Normally, I stop after 1 glass, but lately, there's been trouble at the company. I was in a bad mood and had an extra half glass. I didn't think it'd still be enough to knock me out. I went for a walk to sober up, but I ended up passing out. Thank goodness you were there, you really saved me. Li Chenwei understood now she had only had a little too much, which was why she woke up so quickly. That was for the best. If she had still been drunk while they were alone together, things could have taken a dangerous turn. One wrong move, and someone could have ended up dead. Sigh, I'm a grown woman, yet I still can't take care of myself. How pathetic. Deep loneliness flickered across Chen Meilin's face, her expression melancholy and despondent. Li Chenwei was surprised. He had assumed rich women like her lived carefree lives, able to buy whatever they wanted. But it seemed even they had worries and needed to drown their sorrows. Perhaps this single, domineering CEO was just as lonely as he was. Maybe they both longed to find someone who truly understood them, someone they could rely on. Seeing the usually unshakable businesswoman show vulnerability stirred a protective instinct in Li Chenwei. Without thinking, he comforted her. Do you know why the Chinese character for personin is 2 strokes leaning on each other? Know why? It's a metaphor. No one can live entirely alone. No matter how strong or capable you are, everyone needs support. That's why people search for someone who understands them, someone to love. 2 people supporting each other, that's the only way to true happiness. Chen Meilin's long lashes lifted with interest, a bright smile spreading across her face. So that's what person means? I learned something new today. But her smile soon faded. Staring into her empty cup, she grew somber again. You're still young. You have time to find that person. But I'm not like you. I've wasted my youth. Now that I'm old, it's too late. Li Chenwei couldn't comprehend her worries. With her stunning beauty and wealth, how could she feel this way? That's not true. You look so young, like you're still in your 20s. As long as you want it, every day can be part of your youth. Chen Meilin tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled wryly. It's not just about youth. Now that I'm wealthy, every man who approaches me just wants my money. I'll never find real love. Her voice was thick with loneliness. Seeing her like this, Li Chenwei finally understood her dilemma. Rich women couldn't find love because they were too wealthy. Meanwhile, he couldn't find love because he was too poor. The irony was almost cruel. Noticing his concern, Chen Mailin realized she had been oversharing. Sorry for dumping all that on you. I just get emotional sometimes. Don't worry about me. Oh, right, you helped me, and I'm grateful. Tell me what you want. I'm the CEO of Feiyan Dairy. I can afford to give you anything. Li Chenwei didn't want money. He wanted a woman who could give him warmth. The tender moments he had shared with Chen Mailin tonight had already given him a taste of that comfort. He wanted more. He wanted it to last forever. Gazing at Chen Mailin's mature, enchanting face, a rush of heat surged through him. Driven by impulse, a wild thought flashed through his mind. Staring at her alluring red lips, he accidentally voiced his deepest desire aloud. I want to kiss you, sister. Chapter 3. It turns out that eating chocolate can make you drunk. I want to kiss my sister. On a quiet summer night, in a hot rental house, Li Chenwei expressed his inner thoughts to the domineering female boss sitting in front of him. You can make money at any time, but if you miss a good woman, you will lose her. After seeing the vulnerable side of Chen Mailin hidden in her heart, Li Chenwei fell in love with this mature lady. He really wanted to hug her tightly and kiss her passionately. When Chen Mailin heard this outrageous request, her eyes widened in shock. Do you know what you're saying? Think carefully. I'm worth $1 billion. I can buy you anything you want. Sister, you can pretend you didn't hear what I just said. Please say it again. It is too abrupt to rashly ask for a kiss from a woman who is much older than you. In addition, this is the first time that Chen Mailin meets Li Chenwei. If you ask for a kiss on the first meeting, and she is a rich female CEO, there is no way she will agree. Li Chenwei still has a chance to save the relationship now. He can change his demands and ask for a job, a car, or even a house. As long as he has a house, he can get back together with his ex-girlfriend Lu Yao. Lu Yao is the school belle. Although she is greedy for money, she is very beautiful. However, after meeting Chen Mailin, Li Chenwei felt that Lu Yao was mediocre. First of all, there is a huge difference in body shape. One is a Land Rover and the other is a Cherry QQ, which are several levels apart. The second is that kind of mature femininity. A young girl really can't compare to a mature lady. Looking at Chen Mailin's plump buttocks and snow-white thighs, Li Chenwei completely understood what he meant. When I was young, I didn't know the benefits of a mature woman and mistakenly treated a young girl as a treasure. Chen Mailin is a female CEO with a net worth of billions. Even if you ask her for a house, the possibility of success is higher than asking her for a kiss. But Li Chenwei didn't want anything at the moment. He only wanted Chen Mailin. A soulmate who understands you is much more important than money, job, car, or house. Li Chenwei took a deep breath, looked directly into Chen Mailin's eyes, and said seriously, I don't want money, I just want to kiss my sister. Kissing is just the first step. Li Chenwei wants to get closer to Chen Mailin step by step, and finally make her his bedmate. This was the first time Chen Mailin saw a man who said he didn't want money, he just wanted a kiss from her. She blinked in surprise, totally unable to understand. Do you know what you're saying? If you ask, I can give you a high-paying job, buy you a car and a house, anything you want. But you don't want any of that, you just want a kiss from me. Li Chenwei nodded seriously. I don't want these, I just want a kiss from my sister. Chen Mailin saw the sincerity in Li Chenwei's eyes and felt a surge of excitement in her heart. This kid doesn't want money, he just wants a kiss from me. What is he thinking? Is he in love with me? He didn't fall in love with my money, but simply fell in love with me. When Chen Mailin realized that a child younger than her fell in love with her, a strong feeling of joy surged in her heart. It is the nature of a woman to want to be loved. All women feel excited and happy when they know that a man likes them. Chen Mailin didn't have this thought before when facing her suitors because she didn't regard them as men. But Li Chenwei is different. He is gentle, kind, considerate and can bring warmth to Chen Mailin. And he is not greedy for money, which is very important to Chen Mailin. He is the best man Chen Mailin has ever met, and the kind of man Chen Mailin has always wanted to find. Chen Mailin recognized him as a man, so she was happy about his confession. However, because the other party was younger than her, Chen Mailin did not consider him as a romantic partner, but just treated him as a child. But he may not be in love with me. It may be because he doesn't have a girlfriend and has never tried kissing. Because of the physical contact with me just now, I developed a desire for women, so I wanted to try it. Should I agree to him? Li Chenwei saw that Chen Mailin was hesitating and was worried that she would think this was a confession and reject it because she felt it was too heavy, so he added an explanation. I've never kissed a woman in my life. I don't know what it feels like, so I want to experience it. That's exactly why. Chen Meilin knew that Li Chenwei didn't like her, and felt a little disappointed inside. At the same time, I was sighing in my heart. I have never tried the feeling of kissing. Chen Meilin has very high requirements for men and has never met a man she likes. In addition, she has been busy with work in the company since she became an adult. So she has no experience in love, and has never done things like holding hands or kissing a man. Chen Meilin didn't care about this in the past, but as she grew older, her desire became stronger and stronger. That restless mood has become increasingly difficult to suppress. Do you want to take this opportunity to understand what it feels like to kiss? He is Xiaomin's classmate, and I feel a little uncomfortable. No way. He's just a kid. A kiss with him won't hurt anything. Just think of it as a kiss of gratitude from the elders to the younger ones. And if I reject him, he will definitely be hurt. After the blow he suffered, he may never dare to confess his feelings to a woman again. Considering the child's future, I can't refuse. On the one hand, Chen Meilin was affected by alcohol and her thinking became much more open than usual. On the other hand, she was moved by Li Chenwei's gentleness and sincerity. Chen Meilin actually convinced herself to kiss Li Chenwei. Okay, I'm a woman of my word. If you want to kiss me, come over here and kiss me. But just one kiss. Chen Meilin was looking forward to the taste of her first kiss and became excited. She couldn't help but wink at Li Chenwei and gave him a playful glance. Li Chenwei was electrified and felt a surge of excitement. He immediately leaned his face over and kissed Chen Meilin's plump lips hard. Mew. But Chen Meilin misunderstood a little. Li Chenwei has a girlfriend, and it's not that he has never kissed a girl. When he and Lu Yao lived together, they kissed several times a day. He actually has a lot of experience in kissing. Li Chenwei put one hand around Chen Meilin's slender waist and the other hand around the back of her head. He held her tightly in his arms and kissed her hard. Is it true that kissing is so sweet? It feels so comfortable. Li Chenwei's hug made Chen Meilin feel like her whole body was wrapped up. The domineering female boss was completely immersed in Li Chenwei's kiss. Under the dual effects of this sweet feeling and alcohol, her consciousness drifted further and further away and gradually became blurred. I don't know how long it took, but Li Chenwei turned his face away with a look of reluctance. Chen Meilin just asked him to kiss her, but he couldn't help but kissed her for so long. He was worried that Chen Meilin would be angry. He looked at Chen Meilin awkwardly, ready to apologize. But he found that Chen Meilin's expression was abnormal. Her whole face was flushed, her eyes were intoxicated, and there was a strange glow in them. This lady boss not only doesn't look angry, but seems to be enjoying it. Chen Meilin licked her lips with her tongue and made a coquettish sound that was completely different from before. Honey, kissing really feels so good. Come again, I want more. Why does she call me husband? Li Chenwei didn't understand what was happening for a moment. He stared blankly at Chen Meilin's charming and pretty face, stunned. Hubby, love me. Chen Meilin called out sweetly, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him passionately as if she were a lover in love. What's going on? Didn't we agree to kiss? This plot doesn't seem right. Li Chenwei was completely stunned by the feeling of being kissed by the beautiful woman. Chen Meilin seemed to have turned on a switch and became a completely different person. Li Chenwei, who was kissed madly by her, quickly understood the reason. It turns out that chocolate contains alcohol. Chen Meilin just ate a lot of chocolate, which was equivalent to drinking a glass of red wine. Now the alcohol was taking over her, and she was completely drunk. Li Chenwei didn't want to take advantage of her when she was drunk, so he pressed her shoulders and tried to push her away. Wait, sister. I'm not your husband, you're drunk. Husband, don't you want me anymore? Chen Meilin felt dissatisfied, and she hugged Li Chenwei tightly with her hands and kissed Li Chenwei even harder. I'm Li Chenwei, Xiaomin's classmate, not your sister's husband. You don't even recognize your own wife. Do you have a conscience? The drunk Chen Meilin burst out with strength far beyond her physical limits. You will always be my husband. I won't allow you to leave me. Chen Meilin held Li Chenwei's shoulders, jumped up, wrapped her legs around him, and grabbed him like an octopus. Because Chen Meilin had a huge height advantage, after wrapping herself around Li Chenwei couldn't hold on and fell onto the sofa. Chapter 4 Souvenirs from Last Night. Rental House. Li Chenwei fell on the sofa. A rich and refreshing fragrance rushed into his nostrils, and the intoxicating aroma quickly enveloped and swallowed him. His rationality was rapidly eroding. With the help of gravity, Li Chenwei was unable to push away Chen Meilin, who had turned into a tiger after getting drunk. Unable to push her away with his hands, he could only use his mouth to wake Chen Meilin up. Sister, you need to calm down. If you don't stay calm, I won't be able to stay calm either. After getting drunk, Chen Meilin became confused and mistakenly thought that Li Chenwei was her husband. She didn't care about anything and just kissed Li Chenwei madly. The next day at noon, the bright sunshine shone into the room through the window, covering Chen Meilin, who was sleeping on the sofa with a golden coat. Li Chenwei, who had just woken up, stood in front of her, staring at her intently. Chen Meilin's breathing was even, her face was tired, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing a tired smile, as if she was having a sweet dream. Staring at the beautiful face full of mature woman's charm, Li Chenwei was speechless for a long time. He actually spent the night in the same room with Chen Meilin. And with her. She is Chen Min's sister. How should Li Chenwei face Chen Minute in the future? On the other hand, Li Chenwei didn't know how to face Chen Meilin in the future. With this deep relationship, will Chen Meilin still be his benefactor and help him change his life? While thinking, Li Chenwei noticed a spot of red on the sofa, which was spilled red wine. He suddenly realized that this matter was far more serious than he thought. It turns out that This is terrible. A gust of cold wind blew in from the window, making Li Chenwei shiver. Everything will work out. There will always be a way out. We can deal with the troublesome things later. Don't catch a cold. Li Chenwei picked up the white shirt and trousers scattered on the ground and put them on. While buttoning his shirt, he discovered that 2 buttons were missing. After staying there for a moment, I recalled the crazy memories of last night. The rainstorm last night was really heavy. After Li Chenwei sighed, he found that his hands were weak, his body was sore, and even his feet were soft. The shortcomings of the Shenyu iron lung were revealed at this time. Although it could quickly restore physical strength, giving people the feeling that they would never run out of physical strength, physical fatigue would accumulate. Although you won't feel tired at the time, it will still consume energy. If you consume too much energy, your body will feel uncomfortable. Referring to carrying Chen Meilin up 8 flights of stairs. And this consumed energy can only be replenished by eating. Li Chenwei did too much exercise. He climbed 8 flights of stairs while carrying Chen Meilin. Now he feels like he hasn't eaten for 3 days and his stomach is rumbling with hunger. I'm so hungry. I'll have to carry snacks and milk with me from now on. We also need to work hard to exercise and improve our physical fitness. In addition to being hungry, Li Chenwei was also thirsty. He picked up the water cup and drank 3 cups of cold water in one breath. After calming down a little, he noticed some unread messages from the system and immediately clicked on them to check. The host, not only took good care of Chen Meilin, but also helped her find the joy of life again. If the host exceeds the task, he will receive a triple reward. Sowing good deeds will bring good results. The host did good deeds and helped the urban beauty Chen Meilin, and received 3 good results. Exceeding the task and getting triple the reward. Is there such a good thing? Although Li Chenwei didn't know why he exceeded the task, he made a lot of money this time. The following are the effects of good karma. Cure injuries and illnesses. 1 good fruit can cure all diseases. 3 good fruits can bring the dead back to life. Good deeds can resurrect the dead. This effect is awesome. Increase lifespan. 1 good fruit increases lifespan by 30 years, infinite stacking. As long as you do enough good deeds, you can have infinite life and live until the destruction of the solar system. Eternal youth. 1 good deed stops aging. 2 good deeds make you 10 years younger. Stopping aging and having infinite lifespan is equivalent to becoming an immortal. Seek good fortune. Consume 1 good fruit to summon good luck and bring an opportunity. The host can get information about the opportunity in advance. Luck needs to be replenished after use. If one's own luck is insufficient, the effect of the opportunity obtained will be limited. The way to increase your luck is to get close to a beautiful and blessed woman. Li Chenwei got the chance to meet Chen Meilin thanks to Chu Ji, and he is well aware of the power of this ability. The disadvantage is that it cannot be used infinitely and requires luck to replenish. Chen Meilin is a successful and wealthy female CEO. She must be very blessed. You should get closer to her in the future. Avoid danger. The system can detect the dangers that the host will encounter in the future. Using 1 good fruit can predict the danger in advance. Being able to know about crises in advance and avoid them is a very useful ability. More effects are waiting to be unlocked, so stay tuned. The impact of good deeds is huge. In the future, we need to do more good deeds, help more urban beauties, and collect more good deeds. Li Chenwei now has 3 good results. He plans to use 1 to increase his lifespan, 1 to summon good luck, and 1 to prevent crises or cure diseases. Although Li Chenwei is only 20 years old now and very young, and still 49 years away from the average life expectancy of men in Huacheng of 69 years old, but we always have to be prepared for the worst. Anyway, I will definitely use the good fruits to prolong my life in the future, so I'll use them first. The host uses one good fruit to increase his lifespan by 30 years. The host's lifespan increases from 69 to 99 years. A life expectancy of 99 years is stable. As for the matter of summoning opportunities, there is no rush for now. At this time, Li Chenwei noticed that there was a pair of flesh-colored boat socks placed in the black high-heeled shoes on the floor. The other boat sock was thrown in the corner. That was what Li Chenwei helped Chen Mailin take off when she was drunk last night. The height of flesh-colored boat socks is very low. Although they are not as sexy as stockings, they have a small and cute feeling and are full of life. After touching them, Li Chenwei fell in love with the feel of these socks. He picked up the fragrant boat socks from his high heels and put them in his trouser pocket. This is a souvenir from last night. Yeah, Tilda. At this time, Chen Mailin let out a soft groan. He stretched lazily, supported his body with one hand, and climbed up weakly, while covering his forehead with the other hand. Why do you feel so tired? What happened last night? As Chen Mailin was talking to herself, she saw Li Chenwei standing in front of her out of the corner of her eye, and her eyes widened in surprise. She stared at Li Chenwei blankly, and the crazy scene of last night flashed quickly through her mind. When Chen Mailin recalled those things, her cheeks suddenly turned red with shame. Li Chenwei said awkwardly, "Sister, I didn't mean to do that last night. You were the one holding me down." "I know, stop talking." Chen Mailin stretched out her hand to stop Li Chenwei from speaking. After thinking calmly for a moment, he said with a heavy expression, "I'm sorry. I was drunk last night and did something irrational. I apologize to you." As a mature lady, Chen Mailin thought that she was taking advantage of Li Chenwei because she was old and had taken advantage of him. I felt a strong sense of guilt inside and kept scolding myself for being a shameless woman. At the same time, she couldn't believe why she would do such a thing to a man she met for the first time. Even if I was drunk, it is not a reason to explain. The other party is my niece's classmate. The more Chen Mailin thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. Her snow-white cheeks turned as red as a tomato. Chapter 5. Driving the Land Rover of the female CEO. Li Chenwei thought Chen Mailin would put the blame on him and even call the police. Unexpectedly, Chen Mailin would apologize to him after waking up, which shows that Chen Mailin is a reasonable woman. Women are emotional creatures, and few of them can reason with reason. Li Chenwei likes Chen Mailin even more. "Sister, you don't have to apologize to me. I haven't lost anything." This was Li Chenwei's true feelings. He did lose a lot of energy when he climbed to the 8th floor carrying Chen Mailin. However, these lost weight can be made up by eating a few more meals of beef. It's no big deal. Seeing that he did not blame herself, Chen Mailin felt even more guilty. She covered her face, lowered her head and thought for a moment before speaking. "What happened last night was so embarrassing. I know an apology alone won't make it up to you. I promise you'll come to my company and get you a high-paying job. If you don't want to work at my company and want to start your own business, I can also support you. But you have no work experience. Even if you want to start a business, I hope you can come to the company to gain work experience first. I'll give you 15,000 a month. Is that okay with you?" Now the salary of ordinary workers in Huacheng is 2,000 to 5,000, and 15,000 is 3 times theirs. Li Chenwei had a romantic night and got such a high salary, so of course I had no objection. And after he knew the beauty of rich and powerful women, he was completely enlightened. He now wants to work 30 years less. "Thank you for your appreciation, sister. I will work hard in your company." Li Chenwei expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Chen Mailin. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mailin continued, "Since you have no objection, then let's make a deal. Nothing happened last night. You just had a dream. Don't tell this dream to anyone, especially Xiao Minute, understand?" Li Chenwei would definitely not tell this kind of thing to anyone, and it is even more impossible for him to say to Chen Minute, "I fucked your sister." "Understood. I won't tell anyone about what happened last night." After receiving a positive answer, Chen Mailin breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. 12:20. I actually slept until noon. It's really terrible now that the quality of young people's diet has improved. No, it has nothing to do with being young. It's just that he is special. Chen Mailin thought of something, her body trembled, and she turned her blushing face to look at Li Chenwei. "Xiaowei, are you a sports student?" "No, I majored in finance." The physical fitness of liberal arts students is so good, it seems to be a personal talent. Forget it. Let us not think about this anymore and forget about it completely. Chen Mailin coughed and changed the subject. "It's getting late today. Sister, please leave first. You can come to work at the company tomorrow." Li Chenwei remembered that there was only a $100 bill in his wallet and wanted to ask her for some money before leaving. He lifted up his shirt and showed it to Chen Meilin. 2 buttons on my shirt fell off and I need to buy a new one, but I only have $100 left in my wallet. Can you give me an advance on my salary? Chen Meilin looked at Li Chenwei's shirt, and several crazy memories popped up in her mind. She felt even more sorry for Li Chenwei, and this is not something that a little money can make up for. Okay, sister will advance you 2 months' work. 2 months' salary is 30,000, which is much more than Li Chenwei expected. Thank you, sister. By the way, I am your employee now, so I should call you Mr. Chen. Li Chenwei changed the way he addressed Chen Meilin. Chen Meilin believes that just giving money is not enough. She wants to improve Li Chenwei's life. She looked around the room and thought the hall was very tidy. Although the space was a bit small, it was very comfortable for one person to live in. The place where he lived was not bad. What he lacked was a car. Chen Meilin turned her gaze back and asked softly, "Do you have a driver's license?" "Some." "That's good." Chen Meilin took out a pair of car keys from her bag and handed them to Li Chenwei. "My sister has a Land Rover SUV parked in a nearby parking lot. You can take it and drive it. You can save the cost of a taxi to work." Land Rover is a famous luxury car brand. Although the price is not too expensive, the cheap models can be bought for $1 million. But it is famous for its domineering appearance and luxurious interior, and is a symbol of successful business people and business owners. In 2012, housing prices in Huacheng had not yet soared, and 1 million yuan could buy a small house. If Li Chenwei didn't know the domineering female boss, it would be impossible for him to drive such a luxury car. Moreover, this is the car of the royal female boss, and Chen Meilin's plump buttocks have been sat on it. Just thinking about it makes me feel fragrant. Riding in the luxurious car of a queen-like female boss and eating all kinds of delicacies with her. Just thinking about this kind of life makes me happy. Li Chenwei happily took the car keys. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will return it to my sister when I make enough money to buy my own car." Chen Meilin smiled and shook her head slightly. "No, the Land Rover is too big and my sister doesn't like it. It's been sitting in the parking lot collecting dust. You don't have to return it. Letting someone else drive a car worth millions without having to return it is like giving it away as a gift. The domineering female boss is generous. By the way, add my WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you." Ding ding ding. After a series of operations, Li Chenwei received a transfer notification. "You received a transfer of 30,000 yuan from Meilin. I received 2 months' salary in advance before even working a single day. It's really nice to be dating a domineering female boss. Compared to young girls who find all kinds of excuses to ask for money, the rich ladies who give money in return are really much better than them. Okay, I have to leave first." "No, you can leave for a while. I have to put on my pants." Chen Meilin looked down at the black panties on the sofa with an extremely embarrassed expression. After leaving Li Chenwei's house, Chen Meilin exhaled a breath of hot air. "Call. Not only did I give him my first kiss, but I even did that kind of thing with him. It's so embarrassing. Am I really that hungry?" Chen Meilin covered her chest with her hands and carefully recalled the happy memories of last night. "The more I think about it, the more ashamed I feel. Atilda, there's no point in regretting it now. Just treat it as a dream and forget it completely. By the way, I have to go buy some medicine right away." If Xiao Minute knew that she suddenly had a younger sibling, and that sibling's father was her classmate, she would definitely not be able to accept it. Boom, boom, boom. Li Chenwei drove Chen Meilin's Land Rover and sped majestically on the road. It turned out that the car Chen Meilin gave him was a high-end version of the Land Rover Range Rover, with a factory price of 2 million. In 2012, driving a luxury car worth 2 million yuan was equivalent to driving 2 houses. The drivers nearby were worried that they would not be able to afford the compensation in the event of a car accident, so they stayed away from Li Chenwei and did not dare to get close to him at all. He didn't even dare to cut in, so Li Chenwei had a smooth journey. This is the advantage of driving a luxury car. A journey that normally takes 10 minutes can be completed in 5 minutes. Another advantage of driving a Land Rover is its stable chassis. Li Chenwei had only driven a Cherry QQ before. That kind of micro car was too fluttery and the vibrations made his but hurt. The Land Rover has a large and stable chassis. Driving on the road is like driving on flat ground, with no bumps or shaking at all. Coupled with the soft leather seats, the driving experience is very comfortable. The downside is that the steering wheel and throttle are very hard. Chapter 6. The landlord knocks on the door. Fortunately, Li Chenwei increased his strength by 5 points, so he could drive it easily. Another disadvantage of Land Rover is that its engine is powerful and consumes a lot of fuel. Driving a Land Rover is very fuel-consuming. However, Li Chenwei now earns 15,000 yuan a month and can afford gasoline. and Chen Meilin might even help him reimburse his gas expenses in the future. Li Chenwei drove Chen Meilin's Land Rover home, parked it in the parking lot next to the rental house, and got out of the car in a happy mood. This is what it feels like to drive a Land Rover. It's really cool. Of course, I want to keep such a nice car to myself. No wonder I'm afraid my brother will drive a Land Rover. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly heard a loud rooster crowing from behind him. Wow, Li Chenwei, why are you driving a Land Rover? Did you rob a 4S store? Li Chenwei turned around to check and found that it was the landlord's sister's younger brother, Wang Kun, who came over. Wang Kun is Li Chenwei's neighbor, and Li Chenwei has known him since childhood. He is an annoying sissy, but he can't stand the fact that his sister is a rich woman who got rich from the demolition. He became a rich second generation. After he became rich, he often mocked others for being poor, saying insulting words like "poor bastards have no right to speak" and "poor bastards, get away from me." This nouveau riche has a very ugly face, and Li Chenwei hates him very much. Although Wang Kun is a scumbag, he has a coquettish and domineering sister named Wang Xuezhuan. Wang Xuezhuan is very beautiful, not inferior to Chen Meilin at all, and she has big breasts. The sexiness she exuded far surpassed Chen Meilin. She was the most mature and sexy woman Li Chenwei had ever seen. Her pair of charming peach blossom eyes are even more captivating, and she is such a beauty that one's whole body will feel hot just by looking at her. Wang Kun is terrible, but his sister is really beautiful. After tasting the taste of the royal sister, Li Chenwei knew what delicacies from land and sea were, so he developed a strong interest in Wang Xuezhuan. Wang Xuezhuan is Li Chenwei's landlord, and they know each other. He can find an opportunity to have more in-depth contact with her in the future. As for Wang Kun, of course he was just ignored. Yes, I snatched it from the 4S dealership. Are you envious? Wang Kun felt very dissatisfied when he saw his smug expression. The car I drive is only worth 1 million. Why should a poor person like you drive a 2 million car? You must have done something sneaky behind my back. Don't be so complacent. You didn't buy your Land Rover with your own money. You're wrong. I earned my Land Rover through my own strength. Li Chenwei held his head high and chest out confidently. Wang Kun, your money is not yours, it's your sister's. Why are you so proud? Li Chenwei left without waiting for Wang Kun's response. After Wang Kun thought about it, he found that it was true. All his money was given by his sister. He was so angry that he stomped his feet and his face turned purple. After returning home, Li Chenwei sat comfortably on the sofa and thought about his future plans. Chen Meilin transferred him 2 months' salary, a total of 30,000. He had never been so rich before. Looking at the 5-digit number displayed on his mobile banking app, his heart was filled with joy. However, it now costs at least 1 million to buy a house in Huacheng, and the only houses that can be bought with 1 million are in the suburbs. If it is a house close to the central city, it will cost at least 3 million. Even a monthly salary of 15,000 is a drop in the bucket for buying a house. Are you going to continue using the back door to get a house from a rich woman? Although this method is promising, Li Chenwei does not want to pin his hopes on others. He wants to rely on himself. He can use tens of thousands of dollars to start a small business, firstly to make some money, and secondly to gain experience. What kind of business are you going to start? Li Chenwei thought of good results first. He can use the results of good deeds to bring good fortune and gain opportunities. Instead of messing around on your own, it's better to rely directly on the system. According to the system, after using Chu-Ji, you need to replenish your luck first. Once you have more luck, you can use it again and the effect will be better. Li Chenwei had just had a close and intimate contact with Chen Meilin at a negative distance, and he must have benefited a lot from her. You can try it. Jia tilde the host uses one good fruit to attract good fortune. Your good luck will bring you opportunities. Chance summoning. 1, 2, 3, G. The system successfully summoned a great opportunity. At 8 p.m. tonight, your landlord, Wang Xuezhuan, will learn from Wang Kun that you drive a Land Rover. Curious, she'll knock on your door to inquire about your situation. Seize this opportunity to build a close relationship with her and significantly expand your business opportunities. Will getting closer to Wang Xuezhuan broaden my business opportunities? Wang Xuezhuan did not make money from business, but became rich because of demolition. She is just a lady who rents out a house. What connections could she have? Li Chenwei is very easy to ride and is looking forward to the arrival of the landlady tonight. On the other hand, when Li Chenwei first met Wang Kun, he thought of his sister Wang Xuezhuan and wanted to get to know her better. The opportunity for the system to summon her happened to be when Wang Xuezhuan came knocking on the door tonight. This system understands Li Chenwei. With such an understanding system, Li Chenwei believes that he may be able to eat delicacies from all over the country in the future. But first things first, lunch. The Shenyu Iron Lung is a double-edged sword. While it increases physical strength, it will also overdraw the body's nutrition. Because of excessive exercise yesterday, Li Chenwei used up all the nutrients stored in his body and lost at least 3 kilograms. Urgent nutritional supplementation is needed. Li Chenwei first took out a bottle of fresh milk from the refrigerator and drank it in one gulp. Then he took out his mobile phone and ordered a McDonald's meal for 3 people to be delivered. Now his lifespan is 99 years old, and he can use good fruits to cure diseases. He can eat as much junk food as he wants, which tastes good but is bad for his health. Spicy chicken wings, French fries, hamburgers, and cola are Li Chenwei's favorite foods. In the past, he was worried about his health and had no money in his pocket, so he couldn't afford to eat. Now he has met a female CEO who earns 15,000 yuan a month and can eat every day. Eat, eat, eat. It was 7:50 in the evening, 10 minutes before Wang Xuezhuan came knocking on the door. After taking a hot shower, Li Chenwei put on a white shirt and trousers and sat on the sofa waiting quietly. He had just slept for a few hours, and although his waist was still a little weak, he had regained his energy. He began to recall the sweet experience of last night. I didn't expect that the queen's scent is so fragrant. That mature femininity is really great. And the feeling of touching Mr. Chen's beautiful legs is so ecstatic. Lu Yao is also 1.7 meters tall, and her legs are quite long, but her legs don't have the same feel as Mr. Chen's. Compared to Mr. Chen, Lu Yao is really a coarse grain. Li Chenwei deeply realized the difference in charm between a mature lady and a young girl, and now he has no interest in the rough type of Lu Yao. At the same time, I also began to look forward to Wang Xuezhuan. Wang Xuezhuan is more mature than Chen Meilin. She has a big chest. I wonder what kind of charm she will have. But that woman is very shameless, and what she said was very frivolous. She is not a woman who is easy to talk to. It should be difficult to develop that kind of relationship with her. Boom, 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 tilde. Just as Li Chenwei was fantasizing about his beautiful future with Wang Xuezhuan, someone knocked on the door. Li Chenwei looked at the clock and found that it was exactly 8 o'clock. He exclaimed that the system was really punctual. He suppressed his inner excitement and calmly walked to open the door. Chapter 7: The Landlady's Sister. Crunch. Li Chenwei opened the door and saw a plump, charming, and beautiful lady standing outside. She was wearing a white shirt and a black pencil skirt, and had long, slightly curly hair. Her makeup is exquisite and beautiful, and her peach blossom eyes blink charmingly, captivating people. Although the mature queen's face is beautiful, what attracts the most attention is the towering mountains that stand out from the crowd of girls. It was a terrifying height that would make people feel dizzy at the mere sight of it. Her height of 172 centimeters and extremely mature and plump figure give people a strong visual shock. Wang Xuezhuan is truly a beautiful and noble lady. Just when Li Chenwei was feeling dizzy from the nobleness, a loud cry of "Ji" appeared in his mind. Jia tilde the host met the landlord, Wang Xuezhuan. The system detected that Wang Xuezhuan needed help and issued the task landlord who wants to rent our shop. Task description: Wang Xuezhuan rented a shop at the corner of the street to a friend to sell milk tea. Because there were many milk tea shops nearby and the competition was too fierce, her friend lost 100,000 yuan after running the business for more than a year and now wants to cancel the lease. Please help Wang Xuezhuan rent out the shop. Quest reward: upon accepting the quest, you will receive the Divine Bull Iron Brain and a +5 constitution bonus. Upon completing the quest, you will receive 1 good fruit. Because his body could not keep up with the unlimited physical strength of the Shenyu Iron Lung, Li Chenwei was exhausted after excessive exercise yesterday and has not yet fully recovered. Now that my physical condition has improved, the fatigue has subsided a lot. Li Chenwei was very happy, as this meant there was hope for the future. Shenyu Iron Brain, memory, thinking ability, and thinking speed are greatly improved. When concentrating, you can remember everything you see. When you recall the past carefully, it will be perfectly reproduced in your mind, as if you are experiencing it all over again. Juang. Li Chenwei felt like his brain exploded. Then I felt like a completely different person. Not only did my thinking become sharper, but my memories also became clearer. Especially when recalling Chen Meilin's body, the picture was very clear and real. It was like watching a real high-definition movie, and it was like Chen Meilin was right in front of him. If you think about it carefully, you can even feel like you are experiencing it again. This memory function is really amazing. Shenyu Iron Brain is awesome. On the other hand, Li Chenwei learned about Wang Xuezhuan's needs. She wanted to rent out the shop. As long as you find someone to rent it to, you can get along well with her. Wang Xuezhuan noticed that Li Chenwei was staring at him blankly, so she pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a polite smile full of royal sister charm. Xiaowei, I have something to ask you. Are you free? Li Chenwei came back to his senses and answered while thinking about finding someone to rent Wang Xuezhuan's shop. When you have time, please ask Sister Wang. It's a bit strange to talk at the door. Is it convenient for you to come in? Come in. Li Chenwei turned sideways to make room. Wang Xuezhuan smiled charmingly at him, stepped out with her beautiful white and round legs and black stockings, and stepped into the door. Li Chenwei subconsciously lowered his head to admire. Wang Xuezhuan was wearing the thinnest kind of ultra-thin black stockings, which were very translucent. You can slightly see through the socks and see the snow-white skin wrapped inside. This semi-transparent and elusive feeling is very charming and makes people unable to help but imagine. Li Chenwei naturally compared it with Chen Meilin's beautiful legs. Chen Meilin's legs are longer and slimmer, while Wang Xuezhuan's legs are rounder and more plump. They both have their own charms. Just as Li Chenwei was watching intently, something soft rubbed his chest. Li Chenwei was stunned for a moment and found that it was Wang Xuezhuan's shoulders that gently bumped into his chest. To be more precise, it rubbed against his chest, all the way across. The corridor is wide enough, and Wang Xuezhuan will not touch Li Chenwei's chest when walking normally. Li Chenwei thought that this was a deliberate trick by Wang Xuezhuan to take advantage of him. This mature lady landlord was really coquettish, but it was no big deal for his chest to be touched by a woman's shoulder, so he didn't care. A man should be magnanimous. Not to mention being touched on the chest by a woman, he wouldn't care even if a woman touched his thigh. Da Chenwei is magnanimous and has confidence. Wang Xuezhuan walked into the hall and quickly scanned the room, finally landing on the McDonald's packaging bag on the dining table. Haha, Tilda Xiaowei, do you like McDonald's? Sister likes it too. Let's go there together next time. Wang Xuezhuan invited him to have McDonald's together right away, which was something Li Chenwei had never expected. But this is Wang Xuezhuan's character. She has a flirtatious personality, speaks in a frivolous way, and likes to tell all kinds of dirty jokes. This resulted in the male tenants being very afraid of her even though she was very beautiful and had a great figure. However, after tasting the beauty of the royal sister, Li Chenwei figured it out. He realized that what he liked was a mature older sister like Wang Xuezhuan. Sure, when Sister Wang is free, let's go together. Wang Xuezhuan opened her eyes wide, looked at him with surprise, and said after looking for a moment, Xiao Kun said you sold it and bought a Land Rover. I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Only then did Li Chenwei understand that the invitation from McDonald's that she mentioned actually implied that kind of meaning. She hinted at that kind of thing as soon as she opened her mouth. She was even more coquettish than Li Chenwei imagined. And she misunderstood that Li Chenwei was selling it. She believes that Li Chenwei exchanged his body for the Land Rover. But it's no wonder that Wang Xuezhuan had wild thoughts. It's indeed suspicious that a poor kid who lives in a house with a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan drives a Land Rover worth 2 million yuan right after graduation. If it's not to sell, then it's to steal or rob. Sister Wang, stop joking. The car I'm driving belongs to the boss. It's just parked here temporarily. Tilda, what boss who can afford a Land Rover and doesn't have a parking lot would let you park your car here? No, she just lent me the car. Tilda, you just casually lend someone a 2 million yuan luxury car. Don't lie to me, sister. Tell me the truth. How many times have you slept with that woman? Wang Xuezhuan showed a gossipy expression, and her tone was slightly excited. Although Wang Xuezhuan's question was rude, her guess was correct. Li Chenwei and Chen Meilin did sleep together. Sister Wang, don't make random guesses. I'm her secretary. It's my duty to help the boss drive. In order to find a reasonable explanation, Li Chenwei claimed to be Chen Meilin's secretary. Wang Xuezhuan licked her lips and smiled meaningfully. Tilda, so you're the secretary of a female CEO. Playing around in the workplace is really fun. I see you're not driving for the female boss, but driving her as your car, right? How does she drive? Is she easy to drive? Wang Xuezhuan's words were completely uninhibited and too explicit. Even her college roommates who said fuck all the time would not say such blunt words. Sister Wang really misunderstood. I joined a legitimate company and work as a secretary. Li Chenwei did not lie. He just wanted to get to know the important person in a serious way. It was just that Chen Meilin was drunk and an accident happened. That's all. And that kind of beautiful thing will probably never happen again. Probably. Chapter 8. I'm really not that kind of person. I always thought you were a serious kid, but I never thought you'd do something like this. It really surprises me. By the way, she's willing to give you a Land Rover. That means you have some great skills. She must be very satisfied, right? Wang Xuezhuan put her hand on Li Chenwei's shoulder and asked seriously, "Tell me how you played with her, and I'll waive your rent for a year." Li Chenwei's current rent is 1,000, which is only 12,000 a year, which is not as much as the monthly salary given by Chen Mailin. "Who are you looking down on?" And he had promised Chen Mailin not to tell anyone what happened last night. Li Chenwei pushed away Wang Xuezhuan's beautiful white hand and said seriously, "Sister Wang, stop joking. I'm doing a serious job. I'll give you 30,000 yuan. Tell me how you served her. Let me enjoy it. My life is too boring." Wang Xuezhuan blinked her peach blossom eyes charmingly, like a coquettish girl. Although she is a very mature lady, this cute and coquettish expression does not feel out of place at all, but rather very charming. She is a naturally charming vixen, so sexy. This has nothing to do with money. I really didn't have anything to do with the boss. Sister Wang forced me to say it, so I had no choice but to lie to Sister Wang. Wang Xuezhuan put her face close to Li Chenwei's collar, sniffed it, then pursed her lips and revealed an evil smile. "My nose is very sensitive. I smelled that smell on you. You did that last night, right?" Li Chenwei had already taken a shower, but I didn't expect that she could still smell that smell. Is she a dog? No, she might be trying to be tactful. Even if she did smell something unusual, she could explain it by saying it was caused by herself. "It's hot now and I sweat a lot." Sister Wang misunderstood. Li Chenwei's expression did not waver and he firmly refused to admit it. And he was not wrong. Wang Xuezhuan was really trying to trick him. Wang Xuezhuan narrowed her eyes and stared at him for a while, but couldn't see any flaws, so she could only smile and nod. "I'm not stupid. I know you two are definitely having an affair, but I really don't have any evidence. And you're really tight-lipped. Even money can't buy it. I admire you very much." "That's right. If you tell anyone casually, your female boss might get into trouble. I like men who are tough on others, so I'll let you go this time." After a pause, Wang Xuezhuan put her beautiful white hands on Li Chenwei's shoulders again. "Your female boss is very lucky to have found a loyal man like you. You've made me feel itchy. Are you interested in being with me? Although I don't have a Land Rover, I do have a house. The current housing price is 40,000 yuan per square meter. The 50 square meter house you rented is worth 2 million yuan, exactly the same as the price of your Land Rover. I have 100 houses like this. If you're willing to follow me, I'll give you 3 times the money and give you 3 sets. You don't have to work anymore. I'll take you out to eat delicious food every day." Wang Xuezhuan blinked her peach blossom eyes and cast a charming and seductive glance. It was a look that contained infinite royal sister charm and was full of affection, as if it could melt people. This lady landlord is really charming and attractive. Li Chenwei looked at the beautiful white hand on his shoulder, and his nose immediately smelled a faint scent of orange milk, and his heart beat faster. Wang Xuezhuan's South real estate alone is worth 200 million yuan, and she earns nearly 200,000 yuan in rental income every month. She has too much money. Moreover, she is very beautiful and has a stunning figure. These conditions are too tempting. If Li Chenwei had followed Wang Xuezhuan, he could really have worked 30 years less. Moreover, he will be able to live a godlike life eating delicacies from land and sea every day. Which man doesn't want to live such a life? But Li Chenwei did not naively agree, because this was just Wang Xuezhuan's verbal promise. There are not only scumbag men in this world, but also scumbag women. Who knows whether she will keep her promise? She might even be just joking and trying to play a trick on Li Chenwei. If Li Chenwei agreed, he might be severely ridiculed by her. After all, Li Chenwei and her brother are of the same age. A normal woman would definitely avoid this fact. Even if she wanted to find a male lover, she would not look for him. Although Li Chenwei does not want to struggle and wants to be with a gorgeous rich woman like Wang Xuezhuan, he wants to be a man with an independent personality instead of being a rich woman's pet. Whether a man is a blacksmith or farming, he needs to be strong himself. He wanted to interact with Wang Xuezhuan on an equal footing. "Sister Wang, please don't say that. I'm really not that kind of person." Wang Xuezhuan first pouted and showed a regretful expression. Then he thought of something, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The look he gave Li Chenwei became very intense, as if he wanted to pull out a thread. "Oh Tilda, I understand, sister. You're not with that female boss for money, but for love, right? So you like mature women who are older than you. I'm really jealous. Sister also wants a devoted little boy like you, Tilda." Although Wang Xuezhuan looks crazy and speaks without thinking, her guesses always hit the truth. After tasting the delicacies of mountains and seas, Li Chenwei really fell in love with the royal sister. I won't take away what belongs to someone else. If she doesn't want you anymore, you can always come find me. Wang Xuezhuan gave Li Chenwei a charming smile, put her face next to his ear, and said in a coquettish tone, "Sister will let you taste a different flavor." Wang Xuezhuan's voice was like thick honey syrup, so sweet and crispy that Li Chenwei felt weak all over and got goosebumps. Without waiting for his response, Wang Xuezhuan patted his shoulders twice affectionately, then turned and left. Li Chenwei remembered the system's prompt and told himself to hold on to her tightly. But even without the prompting, there was no way he would let go. This is a king-level busty queen. How can I let her go? Li Chenwei turned around and grabbed Wang Xuezhuan's snow-white hand, feeling the smooth and soft touch of her hand, and called her, "Sister Wang, please wait, I have something to tell you." Wang Xuezhuan looked down at the hand holding hers, and after a moment's pause, her eyes revealed a look of joy. This child actually held my hand. Could it be that he is obsessed with me and has that kind of feelings towards me? Wang Xuezhuan felt the warm touch from her fingertips and felt happy in her heart. Li Chenwei has a handsome and cute appearance and is a gentle and obedient good man. Wang Xuezhuan always thought that Li Chenwei was better than her disappointing younger brother. He was secretly given preferential treatment, the best room was given to him, and the rent was 500 cheaper than others. Now that I know he likes older, rich women, I have even more expectations of him. Although the seductive words she just said were indeed meant as a joke, if Li Chenwei really nodded to follow her, Wang Xuezhuan would seriously consider it, or really let him taste her spicy flavor. Chapter 9. The Little Tricks of the Royal Sister. When Wang Xuezhuan saw Li Chenwei grabbing her hand, her heart beat faster. Like Chen Mailin, she has high requirements for men, has always been single, and is very lonely inside. The body accumulates a lot of stress. Wang Xuezhuan has been waiting for a man to help her release her feelings. Now she thought that the man might be the little brother she had always cared about. Wang Xuezhuan looked at Li Chenwei with anticipation and asked with a smile, "If you have anything to say, just tell me. Is that milk tea shop at the corner of the street sublet owned by Sister Wang?" When Wang Xuezhuan heard this, the shining look in her eyes suddenly dimmed. She answered with a hint of disappointment, "The shop belongs to my sister, and the equipment for making milk tea belongs to her friend. She lost a lot of money selling milk tea and doesn't want to rent it anymore. Do you want to rent it and start a small business?" "Yes, I want to rent it and sell milk tea." Wang Xuezhuan frowned and made an expression as if to say, "Didn't you hear me? My sister's friend has been renting for over a year and is losing 5,000 yuan a month. She spent 40,000 yuan on equipment and is now down 100,000 yuan. There are several milk tea shops nearby and the competition is too fierce. You're bound to lose money selling milk tea. I've thought of a good way to make money and I want to give it a try." Wang Xuezhuan has met many young people who rent her shops, and they all have many ideas about making money in their minds. But all failed. Some could only last half a year, some could last a year, but their fate was the same. After losing all their money, they came to her to cancel the lease with tears of regret. The era of making money easily has passed. The market competition has become increasingly fierce, and it is difficult for a small capital shop to survive. That street doesn't have a lot of traffic. Haven't you noticed? Every year, several shops on the street are renovated, and every day there are signs saying "Popular Shop Sublet." No shop on the entire street can stay open for long. Those shops are all losing money, and only we landlords can make money. When Wang Xuezhuan said the last sentence, she straightened her plump, white breasts and looked very proud. In her opinion, renting a shop to do business is very risky and stupid. Renting out a shop is the best way to make money, as you can ignore the risks and collect stable rent. At least opening a milk tea shop here has proven to be a failure. If other people want to rent it, Wang Xuezhuan won't care and let them lose money. But Wang Xuezhuan regards Li Chenwei as one of her own and does not want to see him lose money. The fact that those shops can't make money only proves that they are incompetent. I really want to find a way to make money without losing money. The good results gained from completing the task of renting a milk tea shop are priceless. It is worth losing a little money to get it. Moreover, Li Chenwei really thought of a good way to make money, and he was very confident about it. Wang Xuezhuan originally wanted to persuade Li Chenwei not to be impulsive, but when she remembered that he now had a wealthy financial backer and that was the wealthy woman's money, she gave up. "Okay, you can rent it. The monthly rent is 10,000 yuan. If you want to buy milk tea equipment, it will be 30,000 yuan according to depreciation. A total of 40,000. Li Chenwei, he didn't expect that the equipment for making milk tea was so expensive. He got 30,000 yuan from Chen Mailin, and now he is still short of 20,000 yuan. Including 1 month's deposit, it's actually 50,000. In fact, Wang Xuezhuan has been Li Chenwei's neighbor since childhood and took care of him when he was a baby. She wanted to help Li Chenwei start a business and make money. If he really wanted to rent a shop, not only would she not charge a deposit, but the rent could be reduced by half. You can even lend him money. But she thought that selling milk tea would definitely result in a loss, so she wanted Li Chenwei to give up the idea. Li Chenwei was calculating the cost. The deposit can be recovered when you move out, so you will definitely not lose the 10,000 yuan. The milk tea equipment can also be resold, with a maximum loss of a few thousand. If you don't make money after renting a milk tea shop, you can also transfer it. Assuming a loss of 5,000 yuan per month, even if he rents for 3 months, he will only lose about 15,000 yuan, which is equivalent to his current monthly salary. Including the wages for the hired workers, the total is only more than 20,000 yuan, which he can afford the loss. 20,000 yuan for a good result is a great value for money. If his plan succeeds, he can create his own milk tea empire. The benefits of this business far outweigh the risks. The system was not wrong. Wang Xuezhuan could really broaden Li Chenwei's business opportunities. Li Chenwei said seriously, "I have 30,000 now, and I'm still short of 20,000. But my secretary salary is 15,000. Can Sister Wang lend me 20,000? I can pay it back in 2 months. Since you're going to be a secretary, you don't have the time to open a milk tea shop. I advise you to give up this idea. I'll hire someone to look after it. Don't worry about that, Sister Wang. As for the missing 20,000, can I use my Land Rover as collateral? Hire beautiful women to sell milk tea." This is another important reason why Li Chenwei wants to open a milk tea shop. He wanted to be the boss of his beautiful employees and experience the thrill of being a boss. Wang Xuezhuan really doesn't want Li Chenwei to mess around, wasting his energy and efforts and losing money. She still wanted to persuade Li Chenwei to give up. After thinking for a moment, she came up with a good idea and smiled. "Haha, you can rent it if you want, but I don't want your Land Rover as collateral. I want." Wang Xuezhuan stopped talking halfway, put her hand on Li Chenwei's shoulder, leaned over, and put her face close to his ear again. This time, Wang Xuezhuan came closer, and her plump red lips almost touched Li Chenwei's earlobe. The distance between them was so close that Wang Xuezhuan's plump breasts even touched Li Chenwei's arm. The soft and rich touch made Li Chenwei's heart beat faster instantly, just when he was wondering what else he could mortgage besides the Land Rover. Wang Xuezhuan whispered seductively into his ear, "Your body." Wang Xuezhuan pinched her throat to make her voice more charming and sexy, and after she finished speaking, she pursed her lips heavily. It made a sound exactly like a kiss. Mua tilde. The sound is very real and has a heavy texture. Li Chenwei had the illusion that Wang Xuezhuan had really kissed him. His brain was hit by a sweet wave, and he felt intoxicated and his whole body went limp. Wang Xuezhuan's little trick is really cool. Li Chenwei's emotions were completely aroused. I had the urge to hug Wang Xuezhuan tightly and kiss her deeply. This is the charm of a top queen. Just the sound of a kiss made Li Chenwei unable to control himself. Just when Li Chenwei couldn't control his impulse and wanted to hug her, Wang Xuezhuan left first, pinched Li Chenwei's face with her beautiful hands, and showed an evil smile. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm not an ordinary woman. I'm a ferocious tigress with a big mouth. I can eat you in one bite." Chapter 10. Young people should not think about working hard. Wang Xuezhuan said this half jokingly and half threateningly. "If you fall into my hands, she will eat you up until not even a bone is left. You'd better give up the idea of borrowing money from me." Hearing this, Li Chenwei swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Wang Xuezhuan knows so many little tricks and has the charm of a queen. Her body is much fuller and more mature than Chen Meilin's. Li Chenwei looked at Wang Xuezhuan's bottomless ravine and really wanted to see how big her appetite was and how she could eat him. However, doing so will make Wang Xuezhuan look down on you and she will ride on your head for the rest of your life. Li Chenwei wants to live off a woman, but he is not a spineless man. He doesn't want to live off a woman by lying down. He wants to live off a woman while standing. If you don't borrow money from Wang Xuezhuan, you can borrow from Chen Meilin. I'll find a way to get the remaining 20,000 yuan. Hey young man, don't think about working hard, think about how to serve your rich mistress well. Wang Xuezhuan didn't want Li Chenwei to make the same mistake again, so she waved to him and turned away. Generally, elders advise young people to work hard, but Wang Xuezhuan, on the other hand, advises young people to live off their parents. Her thinking is ahead of the times. After she left, Li Chenwei was still savoring the sexy kissing sound. This kind of beautiful, charming, and knowledgeable sister is really hard to resist. Li Chenwei's blood was boiling. He secretly made up his mind to win over this beautiful landlady and enjoy all her coquettish tricks. Next, I'll borrow another 20,000 from Chenmei Lin to rent Sister Wang's shop. Although there is no time limit for the task, it will be troublesome if someone else rents the milk tea shop first. Li Chenwei believes that it cannot be delayed. I'll find a chance to borrow money from Chenmei Lin at work tomorrow. A woman as wealthy as her would definitely be willing to lend this little money. After all, she can even give away a 2 million renminbi Land Rover. But if I ask her for money too frequently, she might misunderstand me as a money-hungry man. After thinking for a while, Li Chenwei couldn't help but think of Chenmei Lin's graceful and plump body and her slender white legs. Because the Shenyu Iron Brain enhanced his memory ability, he seemed to see Chenmei Lin right in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he remembered something very important. He took out Chenmei Lin's flesh-colored boat socks from his trouser pocket and held them in front of him to examine them carefully. These little socks are so soft and thin, and surprisingly cute. Thinking that this pair of socks once wrapped Chenmei Lin's delicate feet, Li Chenwei felt a little excited. After hesitating for a moment, he put the socks in front of his nose and took a deep sniff. Call. A rich fragrance entered his nostrils, shocking his body and mind. Mr. Chen's socks really smell good. To use a metaphor, it's like lemonade with salt. It has the sour taste of lemon and the saltiness of sea salt. It smells refreshing and invigorating. It's a good thing I brought her socks back. Treasures like these should be kept well. Li Chenwei thought that this pair of socks was of commemorative significance and placed it in a wooden cabinet. This cabinet contains various socks and some underwear belonging to his ex-girlfriend Lu Yao. These clothes are also commemorative for Li Chenwei. Although he broke up with Lu Yao, he had no intention of throwing her away. Leaving these things behind allows for a straightforward comparison. Li Chenwei took out the black stockings that Lu Yao had worn recently, put them next to his nose and sniffed them. Then he smelled a salty and sour smell that made him frown. It's hard to bear. They both taste similar, but one is like lemonade with salt, and the other is like cheese with salt. That's the difference between delicacies and whole grains. A beauty is not only about looks, figure, temperament, personality, knowledge, but also about taste. The smell of the feet is particularly important. If a beautiful woman's feet are too smelly, there will be many things that cannot be done. After comparison, he confirmed again that the mature lady was much better than the school beauty girl. When Sister Wang came over just now, she had a milky scent similar to that of oranges. She should smell good too. Li Chenwei is full of expectations for this coquettish queen. After Wang Xuezhuan returned to her home upstairs, Wang Kun, who was waiting in the hall, immediately asked, "Sister, do you know how he got his Land Rover?" It turns out that although Wang Xuezhuan is gossipy, she is not the kind of woman who would run to ask others how they got there when she sees a luxury car. Wang Kun was jealous of Li Chenwei and wanted to know why he drove a Land Rover, so he asked Wang Xuezhuan to ask. However, more of them were influenced by the chance call of good results. At this time, Wang Kun didn't know that his idea would change Wang Xuezhuan's fate and make him have another father in the future. Wang Xuezhuan glanced at him and said calmly, he found a job as a secretary and had to drive for his boss. So that's the boss's car. I was wondering, how can a poor guy like him afford a Land Rover? Even a rich guy like me only drives a car worth 1 million. Wang Xuezhuan saw her brother laughing happily and sighed in her heart. This kid's thinking is still at the first level. How stupid. He found a rich woman and got rich. Wang Xuezhuan believes that Li Chenwei was not tempted by her and kept his mouth shut, which means that the rich woman must be a beauty who is no less beautiful than her. If you can find such a rich and beautiful woman, what regrets will there be in life? Wang Kun and Li Chenwei are of similar age. They are obviously so rich, but they like two-dimensional paper people and don't even have a girlfriend. Why is the gap between people so big? Wang Xuezhuan felt angry when she thought of her incompetent brother. Idiot, you can't even figure this out? Why would an ordinary boss let his secretary drive a luxury car home? He just found a rich girlfriend. Instead of laughing at others, why not go find a girlfriend? After Wang Xuezhuan scolded her brother, she hurried back to her room. Wang Kun was scolded for no reason and looked confused. Is it possible that poor Li Chenwei could find a rich girlfriend? Wang Kun thought for a moment and immediately shook his head. No, that's definitely impossible. That poor bastard was just dumped by Lu Yao. How could he find a new girlfriend so quickly? And a rich one at that? That's definitely impossible. I was deceived by that poor bastard. People who haven't been to college are stupid. Ha ha ha. Never mind. I'm going to watch some anime. This season's new anime is about to be released, and I'm going to have a few more wives. Ha ha ha. Wang Kun was watching a new anime downloaded from the internet, eating potato chips and laughing. In the next room, separated by a wall, Wang Xuezhuan was sitting on the bed, silently cutting her nails. After learning about the story of Li Chenwei and the rich woman, Wang Shuezhuan felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement in her heart. I can't help but stretch my muscles after a long time. Chapter 11. Should I be with Xiaowei? In the early morning, birds are singing. Chen Meilin, who was lying in bed, was awakened by the sound of birds. She stared at the ceiling for a moment, then immediately turned to look around the room. After confirming that Li Chenwei was not in the room, he covered his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. How could I have that dream? And the dream was so real, it was like I was experiencing it all over again. It turned out that Chen Meilin dreamed last night about meeting Li Chenwei after getting drunk. The dream was not only real, but also complete, lasting for 3 hours. It was the first time that Chen Meilin had such a long dream, and she was completely stunned. Because she was drunk at the time, she couldn't remember many things. But after reliving the dream, she remembered everything clearly, which made her very embarrassed. Chen Meilin, lying on the bed, covered her eyes with her arms and sighed. Hey Tilda, what on earth was I thinking that night? How could I do such a thing? And why did I have that kind of dream? Could it be that I felt unsatisfied and wanted to do it again? Because in Chen Meilin's eyes, Li Chenwei was just a car kid, she felt guilty. On the other hand, she was worried that if she got too close to Li Chenwei in the future, she would not be able to help but make mistakes again. Chen Meilin doesn't know how to face Li Chenwei in the future. Things will work out when the time comes. Forget it, let's get to work first. Chen Meilin got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to wash up, and just happened to bump into Chen Minute, who was coming out of the toilet. Chen Meilin couldn't help but ask when she saw her sister. Xiao Minute, do you remember a classmate in high school named Li Chenwei? Chen Minlu was stunned for a moment and then showed a surprised expression. Remember, we have a good relationship. Why did you suddenly ask about him, sister? So they have a good relationship. Chen Meilin knew this and didn't know how to face Chen Minute, so she remained silent. Chen Minute observed Chen Meilin for a moment and suddenly smiled. Did you meet him yesterday? When Chen Meilin heard this question, her body trembled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded gently. Yes, I met him by chance and chatted with him for a few words. Chen Minute opened her watery eyes wide and immediately became alert. I finally met him. What do you think of him? Nothing. Chen Meilin didn't want to talk about Li Chenwei with her sister, so she turned around and left, quickly walking to the hall to drink water. Chen Minute seemed very excited for some reason and followed Chen Meilin. You know, he asked me a lot about you after he met you at the parent-teacher conference. Chen Meilin was stunned for a moment, then turned around and asked, what did he ask me? It's about what I like to eat, what I like, and what I usually cook at home. Xiaowei asked at that time what this thing was used for. He also said you were beautiful and asked me for a few photos of you. He didn't want the digital photos he received via QQ, but insisted on physical photos. What do you think he wanted your photos for? Although Chen Meilin is not as coquettish as Wang Shuezhuan, as a mature lady, she knows a lot. I know that young people nowadays have a left hand that cannot be sealed. He wanted photos of beautiful women, definitely for his own enjoyment. Chen Meilin secretly took a deep breath. It turns out that I have been regarded as an idol by that kid for the past few years. He finally realized his dream last night. Knowing that Li Chenwei had feelings for her before, Chen Meilin's mood became even more complicated. On the other hand, she thought her sister's behavior was very problematic. What were you thinking at the time? How could you just give someone a photo of your sister? It's not casual. I think he fell in love with you at first sight. I suggested that you meet him before, and also suggested that you take him with you on the graduation trip. It was you who didn't listen to me. Chen Meilin recalled that 3 years ago, when she and Chen Minute went on a hot spring trip to Japan, Chen Minute had suggested that they take Li Chenwei along. At that time, Chen Meilin thought that Li Chenwei was Chen Min's boyfriend. She thought that her sister was too young and it was too early to go on a hot spring trip with her boyfriend, so she flatly refused. I didn't expect that my sister wanted to introduce them to each other. Wait, this isn't right. Since she knew that Li Chenwei liked me, she introduced me to him and planned to go on a hot spring trip together. What on earth is this sister thinking? Does she want to trick me? Chen Meilin blamed awkwardly. You know my classmate likes me, so why did you ask me to meet him and go on a hot spring trip with him? What the hell is going on in your head? Chen Minute stuck out his tongue and said in a joking tone, I'm doing this for my sister's own good. She must have been very lonely these past few years. I hope she can enjoy the happiness of being a woman, so I want you to meet her. It turns out that Chen Minute wanted to give her sister to her classmate. Although Chen Meilin is Chen Min's non-blood related sister and the age difference between them is not much, their relationship is very close, just like real sisters. Chen Minute essentially wanted to give his sister to his classmate. Chen Meilin was so angry that she almost wanted to laugh. This ungrateful sister has no idea how to be filial and only thinks about how to betray her sister. If something really happened between my sister and Li Chenwei, would she, as Li Chenwei's deskmate, feel proud? It's really stupid. Chen Meilin scolded him harshly, feeling angry at his lack of fighting spirit. Stupid sister, what's going on in your head? Have you become stupid from watching Japanese anime every day? Don't have such thoughts anymore. Instead of worrying about your sister, why not find a boyfriend yourself? Chen Minute did not give up and continued to persuade. He and I became deskmates, and he fell in love with me at first sight. This must be fate. I hope you can think about it again. I really hope you can seize this opportunity. Idiot, if he really had a connection with my sister, he wouldn't be your deskmate, but would be directly connected to my sister. Chen Meilin couldn't continue speaking halfway, because Li Chenwei really had a connection with her, and it was not an ordinary connection, but an intimate connection that was completely compatible. Is it true that Xiaowei and I are destined to be together? Chen Meilin's heart skipped a beat and a trace of hot sweat suddenly broke out on her body. No, 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 he is the same age as Xiao Minute, but not quite the same age as me. How could he and I be destined to be together? I can't be led astray by Xiao Minute. Chen Meilin patted Chen Minute on the head and said angrily, "You even dare to make fun of me. Have you grown wings? If you dare to say such things again, I will flatten your nose." HMPH tilde sister, don't you think about the fact that you're not young anymore? It's rare to meet a good man who likes you. If you don't hold on to him, it will be too late to regret it in a few years. Chen Minute ran away immediately after speaking without waiting for Chen Meilin to reply. Chen Meilin was silent. Although Chen Min's words were unpleasant to hear, Chen Meilin knew that she was right. Although Chen Meilin has taken good care of herself, she still looks as young and beautiful as a 20-year-old beauty. But what about a few years or even a dozen years later? Chen Meilin will definitely grow old one day, and when she is old and ugly, it will be too late to find a man. Chen Meilin has wasted her youth. Although young Chen Meilin didn't care and thought she could remain single for the rest of her life. But as she grew older, Chen Meilin became more and more lonely, and her thoughts began to waver. The experience of the previous night was a warning. Chen Meilin can no longer suppress her inner desires. As she gets older, how will she bear it? At this moment, an outrageous idea came into Chen Meilin's mind. She thinks that maybe she should really be with Li Chenwei. Chapter 12. Love Around the Corner. No, not if I was actually with that kid. I would be considered a shameless woman who is looking for young girls. How can I face people in the future? Focus on work, don't overthink. Li Chenwei stretched and climbed out of bed with a happy expression. Perhaps it was fate that he also dreamed of Chen Meilin last night. He dreamed about getting Chen Meilin's photo a few years ago. Thinking about it now, it was a bit embarrassing to do that kind of thing. But now that he has captured the real person, he has saved his face. Li Chenwei smiled awkwardly, opened the drawer beside the bed, and took out a treasured photo. It was a half-body photo of Chen Meilin wearing a pink off-shoulder long-sleeve sweater. In the photo, she has a confident look, a sweet smile, and a pure expression, but her eyes exude a charming and mature charm, perfectly showing the pure and sexy charm of a royal sister. She was wearing a shoulder-bearing dress, revealing her snow-white neck, shoulders, collarbone, and a large area of skin below the collarbone. You can even see where the mountains originate. This photo is very practical. In fact, this photo has been with Li Chenwei for many days and nights. I have to thank Xiaomin. I just asked her sister what she did for a living, and she took the initiative to give me her sister's photo. And the photo she gave me was so useful. I owe her a favor. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. Li Chenwei's phone vibrated as he received a voice message from Chen Minute on WeChat. Why did she suddenly send me a voice message? After Li Chenwei found a girlfriend, he hardly contacted Chen Minute. They have not been in touch for 3 years. Li Chenwei clicked on it out of curiosity. By my Xiao Minute, Chenwei, you saw my sister, didn't you? Is she as beautiful as I said? Does he know that I met with Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen must have asked her about me. Li Chenwei knew that Chen Meilin would not tell anyone that they spent the night together, so he was not worried. In fact, even if Chen Meilin told Chen Minute, Li Chenwei would not be worried. He just has another daughter who is a few months older than him. There is nothing to worry about. Li Chenwei found it funny when he thought of Chen Minute calling him dad. But what did she mean by sending this? Was she trying to show off to me how beautiful her sister is? Your sister's beauty is not yours. What does it have to do with you? Why are you being so conceited? It's incoherent and incomprehensible. Chen Minute has a pure appearance and a gentle personality, and is a model student in the class. However, her way of thinking is different and she often says things that are difficult to understand. Li Chenwei has never been able to understand Chen Min's thoughts, but he has gotten used to it and doesn't care. He sent a voice reply. Da Chenwei, yes, your sister is really beautiful. It really opened my eyes. Thank you for having such a wonderful sister. It was getting late, so Li Chenwei didn't continue chatting with Chen Minute. After replying, he went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into a white shirt, and drove his Land Rover to work. Feiyan Milk Company's office building is located in the central urban area of Huacheng, and it takes 15 minutes to drive from Li Chenwei's home. However, due to traffic jam in the morning, it took Li Chenwei 30 minutes to reach his destination. The exterior wall of Feiyan Milk Company's office building is old, looks like a building from the 1980s, and has only 9 floors. It doesn't look like the headquarters of Huacheng's #1 milk company at all. However, Feiyan Milk was founded in 1990 and has a history of 20 years. It is normal for office buildings to be a little shabby. After observing for a while, Li Chenwei walked into the company gate. After telling his name to the receptionist, he was immediately treated warmly. Chen Mailin had obviously reminded her, and the young lady enthusiastically took Li Chenwei into the elevator and walked into the Human Resources Department. After talking to the director of the Human Resources Department, another beautiful young lady, his entry procedures were completed. He took the employee ID from the other person's beautiful hand. The minister is very beautiful and has a face that can be compared to a school beauty. She is about 27 years old and is a classic female career elite, what boys now call a goddess. Although she is very beautiful, her skin is a little yellow. Compared with Chen Meilin's snow-white hands, this pair of yellowed beautiful hands is like the difference between coarse grains and delicacies from land and sea. Li Chenwei couldn't help but sigh. There are many women with good looks, but there are very few women who have good looks, a good figure, and good skin. It is really rare to find a beauty like Chen Mailin who has a perfect body and amazing legs. While thinking about Chen Meilin's perfectly proportioned snow-white legs, Li Chenwei followed the instructions of the lady from the HR department, took the elevator, and went to the top floor. After leaving the elevator, keep walking straight and turn left, and you will see Mr. Chen's office. Li Chenwei walked to the corner and was about to turn. A beautiful woman suddenly came out from the corner and bumped into Li Chenwei violently. This is a blessing from nowhere, a sweet shock. A strong and refreshing fragrance came over, and Li Chenwei's face was hit by the proud peaks of the beauty in front of him, and he subconsciously took a step back. The other party took 2 steps back and sat down on the floor. Pain. The beautiful woman touched her buttocks and cried out in pain. Li Chenwei was dizzy after being hit by a big thunder and was complaining about whose thunder was so big. After hearing the other person's voice, I immediately understood. Chen Meilin's thunder is just that big. Li Chenwei opened his eyes and saw Chen Mailin sitting on the ground rubbing her buttocks. Li Chenwei half bent down and extended his hand to her. Sorry, Mr. Chen, I bumped into you. When Chen Mailin realized that it was Li Chenwei who bumped into her, her eyes widened in surprise. She had never had a head-on collision with anyone before, so how come she bumped into Li Chenwei on his first day at work? And all that part of my body was hit. It was so embarrassing. Is it true that he and I are destined to be together? Is this the legendary love at the corner? Chen Mailin was influenced by Chen Min's dirty talk, and now her mind is full of thoughts about her fate with Li Chenwei. Is Mr. Chen injured? Seeing that Chen Mailin was stunned and did not answer, Li Chenwei asked again. No. Chen Mailin blushed and shook her head. Then she grabbed Li Chenwei's hand and tried to stand up. Chen Mailin is 186 centimeters tall and has a big belly, so she is very heavy. Sitting in front of Li Chenwei, he felt like a mountain. But in front of Chen Mailin, Li Chenwei was like a pony. Li Chenwei didn't expect Chen Mailin to be so heavy. He didn't pay attention for a moment and was pulled forward, bumping into Chen Mailin. With a snap, Li Chenwei pressed Chen Mailin to the floor. In a panic, Li Chenwei pressed his hands on Chen Mailin's soft body. Chapter 13 Rich Female Manager. This is so embarrassing. Li Chenwei kept pressing Chen Mailin to the ground, and their eyes met at close range. Both of them were petrified with surprise. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Chen Mailin was stunned for 3 seconds before realizing the problem. If an employee walked by and saw the scene, she would be socially ruined. Chen Mailin's cheeks flushed instantly and she reminded him awkwardly. Xiaowei, stop pressing on me, take your hands off me, and get up quickly. Because the scene was too dreamy, Li Chenwei thought he was still dreaming. After hearing Chen Meilin's sweet voice, Li Chenwei finally reacted, looked down at his hands, and his cheeks turned red instantly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Mr. Chen, please don't misunderstand. Get up first, don't let anyone see you. Okay. Li Chenwei withdrew his hand a little late and stood up quickly. At this time, Chen Meilin was lying under his crotch, which was a very awkward position. Li Chenwei lowered his head and looked at Chen Meilin for a moment before he reacted. He quickly moved his feet and stood aside. Chen Meilin quickly supported herself and climbed up. Today, Chen Meilin wore a black long-sleeve suit and trousers, with a white shirt underneath. As the weather is hot now, the collar buttons are not buttoned. From his high vantage point, Li Chenwei saw the bottomless snow-white ravine inside, and his heart was beating fast. While admiring her, he did not forget to help Chen Meilin up. This time he was mentally prepared and stretched out his hands to pull her up. He took a deep breath, and with the explosive power of the sacred bull's iron lung, he pulled hard and successfully pulled up the big lady in the cart who was a head taller than him. Chen Meilin awkwardly brushed the dust off her buttocks, not knowing what to say for a moment. Li Chenwei apologized to her again. Sorry, I didn't look at the road and bumped into Mr. Chen. Chen Meilin knew that it was her fault that she bumped into Li Chenwei. Now that Li Chenwei took the initiative to apologize, she felt guilty. At the same time, it also improved the evaluation of Li Chenwei. It wasn't the kid's fault, but he took the initiative to apologize. He is a well-educated and good man. Chen Meilin was a queen after all, and she quickly regained her composure. After brushing off the dust from her butt for a while, she made a gesture to Li Chenwei. It's okay, don't worry about it. Come to my office first. I have something to tell you. Li Chenwei followed behind Chen Meilin, watching her graceful figure swaying left and right, and walked into her office. After returning to her office, Chen Meilin regained her powerful aura as a female CEO. She sat on a luxurious office chair with her long, beautiful legs and trousers lifted up, exuding the domineering aura of a strong woman. In front of her, Li Chenwei looked even more like a young child. Chen Meilin looked at Li Chenwei in silence. With his delicate face, lovely figure, and fair skin, everything about Li Chenwei fits Chen Meilin's aesthetic. At this time, she thought that she might not have been drunk and recognized a husband randomly, but really wanted Li Chenwei to be her husband. The more Chen Meilin thought about it, the more she felt that Li Chenwei was suitable to be her husband. This made Chen Meilin's heart pound and she was speechless for several minutes. Li Chenwei didn't know what Chen Meilin was thinking, and seeing that she was reluctant to speak, he took the initiative to ask, Mr. Chen, just say whatever you want to say. I won't mind. Chen Meilin exhaled lightly, collected her thoughts, and spoke. Sister said before that she wants you to gain some work experience. You should go and study with the operations department for a while to understand the company's situation. Chen Meilin deliberately did not mention what happened that night. She wanted to convince herself that it was a forgotten dream that never happened. Are you going to another department? I want to work with Mr. Chen. I thought I could be his secretary. Li Chenwei felt deeply regretful at the thought of not being able to work with this beautiful sister. When Chen Meilin heard that he wanted to work with her, her face turned slightly red. She originally planned to let Li Chenwei follow him and be her secretary. But when she saw him now, she felt like she was seeing her own husband, which made her feel uneasy. She was worried that after spending too much time with Li Chenwei, she would really regard him as her husband. Especially after he attacked her chest just now, Chen Meilin felt even more embarrassed. Coupled with the memories of that romantic night, Chen Meilin now really doesn't know how to face Li Chenwei. She wanted to use a delaying tactic to transfer Li Chenwei to another place and keep a distance from him. After a while, when both parties have forgotten that night, transfer him back to be your secretary. Chen Meilin pursed her red lips and smiled soothingly. I'll let you be my secretary, but you need to understand my company first, so you should go to the grassroots level to learn. Don't worry, I'll ask someone I know to take you there. Li Chenwei asked curiously. Who is that? Her name is Xu Shanshan. She's a top student who returned from studying at Oxford University in England. She's very smart. She has learned the most advanced business concepts in Europe. You can learn a lot from her. It turns out that she is a woman who has been abroad and seen the world, which makes people even more excited. Chen Meilin made a phone call, said a few words to Xu Shanshan, and then spoke to Li Chenwei. Shanshan is in the operations office on the 8th floor. Go find her now. Don't be shy. Just ask her if you have any questions. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your concern for me. After thanking her, Li Chenwei left Chen Meilin's office. He thought to himself, Chen Meilin must have been drunk that night, which was why she was so proactive and enthusiastic. The serious Chen Meilin now is the real her. This kind of woman who looks serious on the outside but is actually very charming on the inside is very charming. I really want to possess this kind of woman. Chenwei immediately let out a breath of hot air after he closed the office door. He just pinned me to the ground. My legs almost tangled up with him subconsciously. It was really dangerous. Chenwei recalled the scene just now and the feeling of being held, and her body immediately became hot. She was so distracted that she couldn't concentrate on her work. Chenwei shook her head desperately, trying to get rid of those shameful thoughts. We've done that before. He touched me more that night, and I'm not an 18-year-old girl. There's nothing to be shy about. Stop thinking about those things and focus on your work. Although Chenwei said this, her mind was full of thoughts about Li Chenwei. She recalled the feeling of being held down just now, completely immersed in it. Li Chenwei and other employees followed the guidance of the staff and arrived at the door of Xu Shanshan's office. He didn't go in immediately, but knocked on the door politely. Then I heard a stern voice of a mature lady coming from inside the door. Come in. Although the voice was delicate and pleasant, it contained a strong sense of impatience. She sounds like the kind of woman who is very demanding, has a bad temper, and is difficult to get along with. In 2012, ideas were rampant, and the mainstream thinking was that the moon is rounder abroad. Everyone thinks that foreign countries are awesome and that people who have been abroad are superior. People who return from studying abroad are respectfully called sea turtles. They are not only admired and envied, but also have very high status in the company. In addition to getting a higher salary, you will also have a better chance of getting a management position. This leads to people who return from studying abroad becoming arrogant and looking down on people in China. Li Chenwei judged that Xu Shanshan might be this kind of woman, and frowned unconsciously. Li Chenwei looks down on such self-righteous guys. Xu Shanshan, let me teach you how to be a woman. Chapter 14. The female boss is a wild horse. Li Chenwei pushed open the door and walked in gracefully. Then I saw a beautiful woman in a white suit with a ponytail sitting behind a desk working. The host met the urban beauty, the wealthy manager Xu Shanshan. Xu Shanshan has a petite figure, only 153 centimeters tall, giving her a slender and frail look, like a student. However, on her slender figure, she has plump fruits, the type of queen who has plump fruits on slender branches. What is even more amazing is that she has a pretty face as young as an 18-year-old girl. This is due to her baby-like facial features. Secondly, she is naturally beautiful, and her skin is whiter and more tender than that of ordinary women. Thirdly, she knows a lot about makeup and dressing up, and her makeup is very delicate. She is a young lady with a baby face and big breasts. On the other hand, Xu Shanshan, wearing a white suit, looks like a pure white horse, giving people a noble and inviolable feeling. Xu Shanshan looked up and glanced at him, then said coldly, "You must be Li Chenwei, right? Mr. Chen told me about you. Please sit down in the chair first and take a look at this document to understand the company's business." Xu Shanshan placed a document on the edge of the desk, then lowered her head to continue reading the file. Although she looks fresh, her expression is serious and there is no smile on her face. She is really a difficult woman to get along with. Understood. Li Chenwei walked next to her while taking the information. Without the obstruction of the desk, he saw her lower body and gasped. This exquisite sister actually wore a British-style white pleated skirt. And under the skirt, a pair of slender white legs are covered with white stockings. It's white silk. Because white stockings make you look fatter and are very challenging for leg shape, few women dare to wear them. Xu Shanshan actually dared to wear white stockings, and she created a dreamy and perfect effect. Her beautiful legs are so thin. Li Chenwei swallowed unconsciously. He really wanted to taste this pure white delicacy from the mountains and the sea. Li Chenwei used the photographic memory ability of the Shenyu Iron Brain to quickly record the white silk legs in front of him, then picked up the information, sat on a chair in the corner, and watched quietly. The information records the history of Feiyan Company and its business operations. Li Chenwei concentrated his mind and used his photographic memory to quickly memorize everything he saw. 10 minutes later, Xu Shanshan finished processing the documents in her hands, walked quietly to Li Chenwei, and looked down at him with a majestic gaze. After looking at her for a moment, she opened her cherry lips and uttered the voice of a young, cold, and arrogant sister. "You look very young. You must have just graduated. Which university did you go to?" Li Chenwei raised his head and looked up at her plump half-circle. Huacheng University. It's just an ordinary first-tier university, not bad. Xu Shanshan's voice is cold, her expression is arrogant, and she exudes a cold temperament, giving people a feeling of inviolability. The more cold and beautiful the woman is, the more Li Chenwei wants to conquer her. "Did you know that my sister was the top student in middle school and high school? She went to Oxford University in England, which is the top university in the UK. The corners of Xu Shanshan's mouth curled up, revealing a smug smile. At the same time, He puffed out his chest, obviously very proud. Li Chenwei, who was looking up at her, had his view completely blocked. Sister, did you go to such an excellent university? That's amazing. I also want to go to your university. When Xu Shanshan heard Li Chenwei's sincere praise, she did not feel happy but disdainful. Do you think that anyone can get into Oxford University? My sister was a genius back then, which is why she was qualified to go to Oxford University. How can you, an ordinary student, enter Oxford University? Even my sister's younger brother couldn't get in and had to rely on sponsorship to attend a third-rate foreign university. Xu Shanshan is an elite who has been abroad. She attaches great importance to academic qualifications and looks down on ordinary universities in China. Xu Shanshan didn't take him seriously at all, but Chen Mailin had instructed her to take care of him, and if she ignored him directly, it would seem extremely impolite. Xu Shanshan considered herself a polite British lady, and said proudly with her arms folded across her chest, "Your university degree is completely inadequate in the workplace. You also have no work experience, so your competitiveness is too low. You will learn from me and become my direct employee. I will make you a foreman." Well, Tilda, a newbie like you doesn't know anything about the workplace, so you probably don't understand what it means to be a direct employee. Xu Shanshan looked like she had a headache and didn't know how to explain to Li Chenwei. Li Chenwei knew what his direct employees meant. Hua Cheng is a society that values personal connections. What matters in the company is not the employees' abilities, but their personal connections. And personal connections are particularly concerned with background. The first type of origin is to look at your hometown. People from the same region will naturally form a regional faction because of their hometown ties, such as the XX gang and the XX gang. The second type of origin is to look at family relationships. The relationship between relatives is even deeper than that between fellow townsmen. In Hua Cheng, the management of many companies are all composed of relatives of the bosses. The third type of background is direct employees. This statement originated from the direct line of troops. Subordinates who are personally trained and promoted by the leader are called direct employees. Because the leader has done favors for his direct employees, the direct employees will be very loyal to the leader. Li Chenwei thought Xu Shanshan was overthinking it. He has already slept with the female CEO of the company. He is a man, so how could he become her direct employee? He wanted to do the opposite and make Xu Shanshan his direct employee in the future. One person cannot start a business alone. Li Chenwei needs capable and competent female subordinates. Although Xu Shanshan has an arrogant personality, is difficult to get along with, and is a wild horse that is unruly and hard to tame. But all it takes is to tame her. Admiration for the strong and obedience are the nature of all women. This is true for any woman, no matter how bad her character is. Li Chenwei is well versed in Cao Cao's art of war and is very confident in his ability to control people, and now he has systematic help. He believed that one day he would conquer Xu Shanshan. If Xu Shanshan were to pledge allegiance to him, he would be able to control this wild horse with a bad temper at will. I know what direct employees mean. From now on, I will be Manager Xu's subordinate. If Manager Xu has anything to do, just tell me and I will do my best to complete it. By the way, let's add WeChat first. When Xu Shanshan saw Li Chenwei, she immediately nodded in agreement, thinking that he was a man who could be easily manipulated. When I added Li Chenwei as a friend on WeChat, I secretly felt a little happy. Xu Shanshan believes that for men, whether they are capable or not is not important. What is most important is being obedient. She has always wanted to find a docile young man who would obey her. However, the young men of this generation are very willful and selfish. They are unwilling to suffer any loss and will resign if they are not satisfied with anything. Many men obey on the surface but resist in their hearts, or are forced to obey out of fear. Li Chenwei is different from them. He looks innocent and well-behaved, like a child without any thoughts at all. It was rare to meet such an obedient young male subordinate. Xu Shanshan felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but have the idea of training him. Chapter 15. Bullish. Xu Shanshan's gaze secretly moved down to look at Li Chenwei's waist, and a hint of desire inadvertently flashed in her cold eyes. It turns out that Xu Shanshan is a single and doesn't want to get married. Because I have no partner, my daily life is ordinary and boring. The feeling of loneliness and the uncontrollable desire gradually twisted her heart. She looked dignified and aloof on the outside, but since when did she begin to harbor the desire to keep a young male lover? Firstly, Xu Shanshan couldn't find a suitable candidate before, and secondly, she didn't admit that she was that kind of evil female and kept this idea buried deep in her heart. But after seeing Li Chenwei, she thought he was a good candidate. It seems interesting to raise a young man into a male concubine. And he looks like a little animal, quite cute. I really want to step on him with my high heels. Just as Xu Shanshan was looking at Li Chenwei's waist and daydreaming, the office door opened and a gentle young man wearing glasses walked in. The young man had long hair, which he tied into a ponytail like a woman, and he really looked like a woman. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether Li Chenwei was a man or a woman. What's the point of a man having a woman's hairstyle? Li Chenwei couldn't understand it, but he knew that this was the advanced thinking of Europe and the United States. Gender is not something you are born with, it is something you define yourself, and that is very liberating. When Xu Jinan saw his sister talking to a man at close range, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately became alert. He is a sister's boy and cares about his sister very much. Whenever I see my sister talking to other men, I feel a sense of crisis. I even worried every night that my sister would suddenly bring a man home. Xu Jinan quickly noticed that there was something wrong with the way Xu Shanshan looked at the newcomer, and he immediately became worried that something might happen between the newcomer and his sister, and his thighs instantly went weak. However, after recognizing that the other person was Li Chenwei, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they had played football together before and knew each other. Xu Jinan is a very sinister person and often commits malicious fouls that hurt people. Li Chenwei's friend had his leg stepped on by Xu Jinan and had to get 10 stitches. Li Chenwei had an argument with Xu Jinan because of this, and it was very unpleasant. Li Chenwei, why are you here at my sister's company? Although Li Chenwei had many unpleasant experiences with Xu Jinan in the past, he is now an adult and he did not bear a grudge. He stood up and greeted him with a smile. Xu Jinan, long time no see. I just joined the company and am learning from your sister. Tilda, so that's how it is? My sister is very strict. You have to work hard. Xu Jinan responded with disdain, ignored him, and turned to look at his sister. Sister, Rebecca just contacted me and said that our company has been affected by public opinion and sales have plummeted. They want to significantly reduce the price of the shares they are purchasing. Li Chenwei pricked up his ears and listened carefully to their conversation. How much lower is she going to go? From 600 million to acquire 30% of the shares, it was reduced to 100 million. Fuck, just reduce that much. That woman has a really big appetite. The main reason is that after the incident was exposed, our company's milk couldn't be sold. She took the opportunity to lower the price. We really had no way to deal with it. Li Chenwei had finished reading the information in his hand and did not see any negative events, so he asked, did something happen to the company? Why did sales plummet? Xu Jinan made an expression as if to say, you don't even know this. Didn't you read the news? First, our company's milk was found to contain pesticide residues, and then it was revealed that the company knew about it when purchasing and concealed the test report. Now that public opinion has exploded, no one is buying our milk anymore. Xu Shanshan said angrily, so the Chinese employees are garbage. They took money from dairy farmers, concealed the test reports, made a little money for themselves, and ruined our company. Xu Jinan sighed. The company just invested in expanding production and encountered this. Now sales have plummeted, and we have a large backlog of unsold inventory. Ocean Capital, which agreed to acquire us, took the opportunity to drastically reduce the purchase price. This is really adding insult to injury. Li Chenwei thinks this matter may not be that simple. This negative news may have been leaked by Ocean Capital. Before acquiring a company, foreign capital will hire someone to secretly investigate the company. Some asked college students to count the amount of coffee sold in the store, while others asked villagers to count the number of livestock one by one. It is very likely that Ocean Capital discovered that the milk purchased by Feiyan Milk from dairy farmers was substandard, so it agreed to acquire the company's shares and then released negative news to lower the purchase price. This way you can buy high-quality companies at low prices. G. The system has detected that female CEO Chen Meilin needs help, issuing the task female CEO in trouble. Task description. Chen Meilin wants Feiyan Dairy to expand into the national market. In order to introduce funds, she agrees with Dayang Capital to sell 30% of the shares in exchange for investment funds. However, a scandal broke out later that the milk it acquired contained excessive pesticides, causing the company's milk sales to plummet. In accordance with the signed contract, Ocean Capital significantly lowered the acquisition price based on changes in revenue. Please find a way to increase Feiyan Dairy's milk sales within 6 months. Task reward. After accepting the task, you will gain bullish qi and increase your charm by 5 points. After completing the task, you will receive a good fruit. Nyochi Chongqian. To obtain unparalleled, irresistible kingly dominance Nyochi. You can spray out your bullish energy like a fountain, using it to intimidate the people around you and make them feel fear. If you are a timid person, you will be scared to death. Charm does not change appearance. It only enhances temperament, aura, and atmosphere. In this world where clothes make the man, and gold ornaments make the Buddha, charm is very important to men. It is more important to meet rich women. As for the ability to scare the shit out of others, that's even more useful. From now on, if you don't like someone, just act arrogantly and scare her to death, making her look foolish in public. However, the mission goal is to increase the sales of milk, which is too difficult. However, if you accept the mission, you can get the Nyochi Chongchan and increase your charm by 5 points. If the mission fails, you just won't get any good results. It is a sure win. As for how to increase milk sales, Li Chenwei quickly came up with an idea. After he got the Divine Bull Iron Brain, his thinking speed became very fast. In less than a minute, I came up with a perfect solution. Xu Shanshan snorted coldly and smiled confidently. Don't worry, your sister is a genius student. She has already figured out a way to change public opinion. Let's go find Mr. Chen now. Once I have done a good job of public relations, I can turn the situation around. Seeing Xu Shanshan and Xu Jinan heading towards Chen Meilin's office, Li Chenwei immediately followed them. Chapter 16. Of course I have to listen to my husband. Chen Meilin sat in her office chair, listening to Xu Shanshan's report. Xu Jinan stood aside, his face red and his head lowered. He didn't dare to look at Chen Meilin, but occasionally he would glance at her out of the corner of his eyes. He seems to be secretly in love with Chen Meilin. He was so shy that he didn't even dare to look, which showed that his relationship with Chen Meilin was very distant. Li Chenwei had already eaten the meat, and he thought this timid man posed no threat and was not worried at all. Chen Meilin's face became solemn after listening to Xu Shanshan's report. The agreement we signed with Ocean Capital stipulates that when determining the acquisition price, we will use 6 months' sales volume to estimate the company's value. Right now, our milk is simply not selling. If this situation continues, Ocean Capital might not even have 100 million left in 6 months. We've reached a new agreement with Rebecca and will sell it to her for 100 million. This will probably result in a loss of 500 million, but it will help us cut our losses, so this is probably the best way. Xu Shanshan smiled and shook her head confidently. If we can't reverse public opinion, we should indeed reach a new agreement with Rebecca, but I've already thought of a way to reverse public opinion. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. What method is that? Chen Meilin's eyes lit up, and she had strong expectations for Xu Shanshan, the talented student. Xu Shanshan puffed out her plump chest and said proudly, in European companies, this kind of situation is called crisis public relations, and the standard way to handle it is to urgently recall all products, issue a public announcement, and make a formal apology. We have already recalled the batches found to be defective, but a direct apology is too tactless. I have come up with a better approach that is more suitable for national conditions. We put the blame on temporary workers. By saying it was done by temporary workers, we can absolve the company of responsibility and not affect people's trust in our brand. Seeing Xu Shanshan so confident, Li Chenwei thought she had come up with some excellent method. It turned out that the temporary worker was the one who was blamed. In Li Chenwei's opinion, this is actually the worst idea. Leaders like Xu Shanshan, who sit in offices and are out of touch with reality, don't know that the public is already disgusted with the term temporary worker. The public is not stupid. They know that temporary workers have limited power and cannot decide company affairs. Explain it with temporary workers. Chen Meilin folded her arms across her chest and fell into deep thought. Li Chenwei wanted to complete the task, so he interrupted at this time. I think it's very inappropriate to put the blame on temporary workers. Xu Jinan looked at Li Chenwei with an expression of disbelief. He believed that now was the time for adults to speak, and that the company boss and the general manager of the operations department were discussing countermeasures, and that ordinary employees like them were not qualified to express their opinions. What's more, Li Chenwei had just arrived at the company and was just an intern. He actually dared to deny the general manager's proposal. This was rebellion and courting death. Li Chenwei, he doesn't even understand the rules of the workplace. He will definitely be scolded. My sister has a very bad temper. When she gets angry, she is more ferocious than a tiger. He just waits to take his bag home. Xu Jinan held back his laughter and wanted to gloat over Li Chenwei's misfortune. Xu Shanshan's face really darkened. She turned to look at Li Chenwei and glared at him fiercely. She wanted to use her powerful aura to intimidate Li Chenwei and make him stop talking. What do you know as an intern? Don't talk nonsense. However, when Xu Shanshan looked at Li Chenwei, she felt a surge of domineering aura emanating from him. In her eyes, Li Chenwei's image suddenly became tall and majestic, like a giant god who stood tall and firm, ruling the heavens and the earth. That's a very awesome feeling. She was so frightened by the king's aura that her heart skipped a beat, and then she felt an inexplicable chill enveloping her whole body. It was an indescribable fear. Xu Shanshan felt a strong urge to urinate and almost couldn't hold it in. She quickly clamped her legs together to hold it in, causing her to stop talking mid-sentence. After holding her urine, Xu Shanshan blinked in surprise, feeling unable to understand. This kid is just an intern. How come his aura is stronger than mine, a general manager? You actually scared me to the point of peeing? Is this possible? No, it's probably just that I drank too much water just now. It's an illusion. When Xu Shanshan was confused, Li Chenwei stepped forward and spoke forcefully. Whether something is right or wrong has nothing to do with my identity. This is a major issue that affects the company's future. If I miss the opportunity to save the company because of my identity, that would be foolish. Li Chenwei's voice was confident and loud. He looked at Xu Shanshan with a firm gaze while speaking. The powerful arrogance emanating from his body shot towards Xu Shanshan like a shock wave. Be so arrogant, shoot her to death. Xu Shanshan was hit by the invisible and powerful bull energy, and her abdomen felt like she was punched. She was instantly suppressed and unable to breathe. I almost couldn't hold it in and peed. She wanted to refute Li Chenwei's words, but at this moment she was only concerned about holding her urine and had no energy to speak. When Chen Mailin saw Li Chenwei speaking, she felt like she was seeing her husband speaking. Her heart was in turmoil and her cheeks quickly became hot. If your husband wants to talk, you must listen. Chen Mailin asked in a gentle voice that she had never used before. Don't you think using temporary workers as an explanation is a bad idea? Of course it's not good. Why would a milk company let temporary workers buy milk? Moreover, it's impossible that the milk test report is only available to temporary workers. This explanation is completely unreasonable, and the term temporary worker has already made the public feel disgusted. Don't treat citizens as idiots. If you treat them as idiots, they will vote with their feet and respond to you with a boycott. The only ones who will become idiots then are the companies themselves. Chen Mailin thought it made sense and nodded repeatedly. You're right. Using temporary employment as an explanation is a bit too much. Seeing that Chen Mailin agreed with Li Chenwei's words, Xu Shanshan suddenly became anxious. She bent her body slightly and said with an embarrassed expression, You said my method doesn't work. Do you have one? You know nothing about the company and you just found out about this. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. How could you possibly have come up with a solution? If you don't have a solution, don't offer any suggestions. Although Xu Shanshan's mouth kept talking like a machine gun, because she was holding her urine, her words did not sound as powerful as before. It sounds like a weird sense of shame. Xu Jinan was the first to notice that something was wrong with Xu Shanshan, and he observed her carefully. I noticed that her face was flushed, and her body was shrunken and tense, as if she was enduring something. This scene was very similar to some scenes in foreign movies that he watched secretly. Xu Jinan was stunned. Did Li Chenwei just do something to his sister? Is my sister secretly playing games with him? Chapter 17. The female boss was scared. Xu Jinan quickly threw this outrageous idea out of his mind. How could such a fictional plot from a movie possibly happen? My sister must be really in a hurry to pay. Her bladder is relatively small, so it is normal for her to go to the toilet frequently. In Xu Jinan's heart, his sister is a genius student and the best career woman. He is full of confidence in her and is not worried about her situation. He was just curious about the powerful aura that Li Chenwei displayed. How did this guy suddenly become so tall and mighty? It feels like a bull is standing in front of me. No, 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 the cow is an unlucky animal. He is not a cow. It must just be my illusion. Xu Shanshan was frightened by Li Chenwei's powerful domineering aura and had difficulty breathing. After speaking a few words in a row, she was out of breath. She covered her violently heaving chest and gasped for breath. This is getting even weirder. Just when Xu Jinan was confused, Li Chenwei said confidently, Don't worry, Sister Xu. I've come up with a great solution and I'm just about to share it. Li Chenwei acted as if he was confident, and although his voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful and very convincing. Even Xu Shanshan couldn't help but want to believe what he said. But that was impossible. Xu Shanshan would never allow such a thing to happen. Just imagine, if an intern who has just been in the company for an hour comes up with a better solution than the general manager, what is the point of having this general manager? Xu Shanshan is about to lose all her face. And this is not just a matter of face, she may also lose her position as general manager. In addition, as a top student who returned from studying abroad, Xu Shanshan believes that she is the best. College students who have just graduated and have no work experience are not qualified to be compared with her at all. She held her violently beating chest and forced a sound. I'm a top student who graduated from Oxford University. I've received higher education abroad and learned the most advanced ideas in the world. You're just a student at an ordinary university. How could the methods you come up with be better than mine? Li Chenwei straightened his waist, and his invisible arrogance rushed straight towards Xu Shanshan. Manager Xu, please don't be anxious. Listen to my method first. Xu Shanshan was frightened by the powerful bullish aura, and her whole body trembled unconsciously. She felt deeply uneasy in her heart and was really worried that the method proposed by Li Chenwei was better than hers. So the more Li Chenwei told her not to be anxious, the more anxious she became. Because of the strong feeling of unease in her heart, Xu Shanshan took the risk. She didn't even bother to hold her urine and pointed at the door in a domineering manner, trying to drive Li Chenwei out. Young people may be ignorant of the immensity of the world, but don't be too arrogant. You're just an intern who knows nothing and a frog in a well who studied at a domestic university. You have no right to speak. Get out. Xu Shanshan's majestic aura is fully exuded, as domineering as a queen. Seeing his sister so majestic, Xu Jinan clapped wildly in his heart. Good job, sister. This is your usual style. Get that ungrateful idiot out of here. However, Xu Shanshan is not the real queen. Chen Meilin is. When Chen Meilin saw Li Chenwei being harshly scolded, she felt distressed. That man was 100 days' debt of gratitude to her. How could she watch him being bullied? Ever since that sweet night, Chen Meilin has felt that Li Chenwei is a husband. When she saw her husband being scolded by other women, she immediately became angry. Shanshan, shut up. If you keep losing your composure, you'll be the one to get out. Chen Meilin's voice was neither loud nor fierce, but very calm. However, the female CEO had an aura that was intimidating without even getting angry, which frightened Xu Shanshan and Xu Jinan. Although this aura is not as strong as Li Chenwei's, but she is the boss of Xu Shanshan and Xu Jinan. Chen Meilin can really get them out of the company. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of officials, I'm afraid of being controlled. As soon as Chen Meilin spoke, Xu Shanshan's fierce arrogance immediately faded away and she dared not speak anymore. Chen Meilin looked at Li Chenwei with gentle eyes. If you have any ideas, just tell me. Li Chenwei coughed lightly and cleared his throat. Tilda, I think the Feiyan milk brand is ruined. People will always remember it as a counterfeit company. Instead of wasting resources and energy to save it, why not set up a subsidiary and launch a brand new brand? Establish a subsidiary and launch a brand new brand. There is a lot of profound knowledge involved. If handled well, it can even allow Feiyan Dairy to escape. For example, the business of Feiyan Dairy can be transferred to a holding subsidiary by transferring the business. Then another new company will be established to purchase the subsidiary established by Feiyan Dairy at the price of net assets, which will turn Feiyan Dairy into a shell company that only enjoys debt claims. Ocean Capital can only get 30% of the net assets based on the 30% shares it purchased. This practice is too damaging. Ocean Capital spent hundreds of millions to buy a useless shell company. They will definitely not give up. Even if the operation is successful, it will take several years of litigation. Li Chenwei didn't want to go this far. He just wanted to create a brand new brand so that it would not be affected by the negative public opinion of the old brand. In fact, in the past, there have been well-known dairy companies that, after their brand reputations were completely ruined, were revived by establishing new companies and changing their brand names. There are successful cases. Xu Jinan was an outsider and didn't understand at all. What are you talking about? Setting up a subsidiary and building a new brand. Are you dreaming? Xu Shanshan studied business management and quickly understood Li Chenwei's ideas, and know the advantages of this idea. From a business perspective, the money required to build a new brand is definitely less than the money required to restore the negative image of an old brand, and much less. Xu Shanshan felt a chill in her heart. She felt that the plan proposed by Li Chenwei was really better than her own. This method can really save Feiyan Dairy. However, as the general manager, Xu Shanshan has a lot to consider. Not only should you consider the future of the company, but also your own position. If an intern who has just been there for half a day comes up with a better plan than the general manager, then what is the point of choosing her as general manager? Why not just let this intern be the general manager? Xu Shanshan immediately retorted. Feiyan Milk has a 20-year history. Most people in Huacheng know it and have a deep affection for it. How could we give it up? Li Chenwei smiled and shook his head. With all due respect, a 20-year history is nothing to a dairy company. Consumers today are smart. They don't care about history, they only care about food safety. Food safety is a zero-tolerance issue. There are more and more milk brands on the market now, around 30 or so, and there will be even more in the future. With so many options for consumers to choose from, why would they buy milk with a tainted history? Li Chenwei paused and said seriously, the fact that Feiyan Milk isn't selling is a clear indicator of the problem. If the company is willing to spend a few years regaining consumer confidence, it's feasible. However, considering the company has only 6 months left to sell its shares, time is running out. A decisive brand change is the only viable option now. Xu Shanshan was speechless. Not only was she defeated by reason, she was also shocked by Li Chenwei's dominance. Under this double blow, she couldn't help but. Chapter 18. The female boss lies at her feet. Xu Shanshan almost couldn't hold back her ping. She clenched her teeth and was completely speechless. However, Feiyan Milk is Chen Meilin's family brand. Chen Meilin has a deep affection for the name Feiyan Milk and does not want to give it up easily. Unless there's a better name. Changing the brand is a big deal. Objectively speaking, I don't want to do it unless I can come up with a better name than Feiyan Milk. Do you have any good suggestions? When Xu Shanshan heard this, she immediately regained hope. A good brand name needs to leave a deep impression on consumers and be easy for them to remember, and make them feel good, so that they will want to try it when they hear the brand name. It also needs to be consistent with the product and convenient for promotion, which is not easy to come up with. In fact, there are specialized marketing and advertising experts in the industry who are responsible for designing brand names and slogans, and the fees they charge are very expensive. However, domestic college students have rigid thinking, so they have no creativity or innovation. Li Chenwei certainly couldn't have figured it out in such a short time. Just when Xu Shanshan was sure that Li Chenwei couldn't figure it out and was secretly proud of herself, Li Chenwei's gaze stopped on Xu Shanshan's slender, snow-white silk legs, and he came up with an inspiration. Milk is pure white, and women and their beautiful legs in white stockings are also pure white. These two things fit together very well and easily make people associate them. But it definitely cannot be called Baiser milk. This name is too vulgar and requires further association. Although Xu Shanshan has a petite figure and a youthful face, she is only 1.53 meters tall. But her buttocks are much fuller than those of a young girl. She has the charm of a mature queen, like a slender and short white horse. White horse, that's the word. Li Chenwei believes that the word white horse fits well with milk, and the image of a white horse is beautiful and desirable in people's hearts. White horse milk, just the name makes people want to buy it. Who doesn't want to drink milk from a big white horse? If you imitate DLA coconut juice and invite a few big white horses to shoot commercials, it will definitely become a hit. White Horse Dairy, White Horse Milk. I think this name is great. It sounds like high-quality milk, which will make people want to buy it. What do you think, Mr. Chen? Chen Meilin and Xu Shanshan were stunned when they heard the name. They thought the name was very good at first impression. After thinking deeply about it, I didn't find any problems with this name. Instead, the more I thought about it, the more I liked it. After thinking for a moment, Chen Meilin nodded with satisfaction. White Horse Dairy, this name is great, I like it very much. What do you think, Shanshan? Every woman has a Prince Charming in her heart. It's not the White Wolf Prince, the White Rabbit Prince, or the White Cat Prince, but the White Horse Prince, which shows that the white horse has an extraordinary status in women's hearts. Xu Shanshan is a woman who went to study in the UK and likes European and American culture. She likes Bai Ma more than ordinary Chinese girls. She thought the name was really perfect, and no matter how she picked on it, she couldn't find any problems with the name White Horse Milk. Xu Shanshan felt very dissatisfied. The domestic college students whom she had always looked down upon actually came up with a better plan than hers. And she even came up with such a tasteful name. This time Xu Shanshan completely lost. She felt like she had been slapped in the face and her self-esteem was severely hurt. Xu Shanshan felt very depressed and was completely speechless. Chen Meilin took this as agreement and looked at Li Chenwei with appreciation. This kid came up with such an excellent plan and such a good brand name in less than an hour after arriving at the company. He is a genius and so capable. Fortunately, he is here, otherwise my company would be doomed. I must thank him properly later, so why not tonight? Very good. Then we have decided to set up a subsidiary, Feiyan Dairy, and create a new brand, Feiyan Milk. Shanshan, stop all current production lines. Design a brand new packaging box using the white horse as the theme. Once it's ready, start production immediately and have all sales channels sell the new product. In 2012, online shopping was just starting out and had not yet developed. At that time, the main sales channel was still physical stores. Local milk like Feiyan Milk is mainly sold in shopping malls by hiring promoters and in small dairy shops on the street. Letting existing promoters promote Feiyan Milk can quickly open up the sales market. However, there is only half a year, and time is very urgent in order to increase sales within half a year. Chen Meilin wants to mobilize all departments and employees of the company to launch new products immediately. President's Office, Development Department, Finance Department, Operations Department, Marketing Department, Logistics Department, and Human Resources Department. Chen Meilin immediately notified all departments and asked them to make contingency plans as quickly as possible. As the general manager of the operations department, Xu Shanshan had a heavy burden and had to hurry back to her office to work. But before that, she had more urgent things to do. She was so scared by Li Chenwei's arrogance that she peed her pants. After leaving Chen Meilin's office, Xu Shanshan immediately rushed to the toilet. However, because Xu Shanshan had to hold her urine, she didn't dare to take a step forward. In her panic, after running 2 steps in the corridor, she tripped over her left foot and fell forward to the ground. Xu Shanshan lay on the ground in a mess. Her white skirt was lifted up due to inertia. The black lace panties hidden inside were fully visible to Li Chenwei, who had just walked out of the office. Li Chenwei suddenly saw this erotic scene and his eyes widened instantly. This young woman who was dressed in white and looked pure actually wore black lace underneath. It was so unexpected. It turns out that she is also a woman who looks pure on the outside but is actually very reserved on the inside. Li Chenwei concentrated his attention, as if taking a photo, and deeply imprinted the scene in front of him in his mind. Have a photographic memory. Xu Shanshan was hurt when she hit the hard floor. She lay on the ground for a while, and it took her a few seconds to react that there was someone behind her. Xu Shanshan turned around and found herself lying in front of Li Chenwei, and saw her skirt turned up. Xu Shanshan's fair cheeks turned red instantly. This scene was so embarrassing that Xu Shanshan's brain went offline and she was petrified instantly. Since Xu Shanshan didn't move, Li Chenwei could continue to enjoy the show. Although Xu Shanshan's snow-white legs are very slender, her round thighs still have the plump charm of a queen. Such slender legs with perfect proportions are really tempting. And Xu Shanshan's skin is very tender, as if it has a watery and fairy-like aura. I seem to have seen something. At this moment, Xu Jinan, who was blocked in the office by Li Chenwei, said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you standing at the door? Stop blocking the road." Xu Jinan was in the office and didn't know that his sister had fallen in the corridor. He was angry and embarrassed because Li Chenwei rejected his sister's proposal. The tone of voice was very bad. Xu Shanshan only reacted when she heard her brother's voice. She quickly reached out to hold down her skirt and climbed up in embarrassment. Li Chenwei also gave up his position at this time. Xu Jinan strode out of the room, and then saw his sister standing there with a red face, and he felt something was wrong for some reason. My sister just walked out of the room in a hurry. Looking at her posture, she looked like she was in a hurry. It must be something urgent. Why are you standing outside the room now? Wasn't she having a hard time holding her urine just now? Why hasn't she gone to the toilet yet? Xu Jinan felt that his sister was very strange today, and her behavior was becoming more and more like a scene from a foreign movie. Xu Shanshan wanted to scold Li Chenwei because her panties were seen. But because her younger brother was there, she didn't want him to know about the embarrassing thing that had just happened, so she could only pretend that nothing had happened. No, now is not the time to think about such things. Xu Shanshan was already overwhelmed by the urge to urinate. She really couldn't hold it in any longer. Danger! She ran and rushed into the bathroom as fast as she could. Then a clattering sound came from the single room. Chapter 19, The Queen's Sister Invites You to Eat Delicacies from Mountains and Seas. Li Chenwei returned to the office and continued to look at the information. Xu Shanshan didn't know what she had defecated and didn't come back until 15 minutes later. The look she gave Li Chenwei was filled with anger, resentment, and shame. Li Chenwei knew that he had refuted Xu Shanshan's opinion, which made this arrogant female boss very angry. On the other hand, he accidentally saw Xu Shanshan's thighs and panties, which made her feel very embarrassed. He thought Xu Shanshan would be angry and scold him. However, Xu Shanshan is too busy preparing to establish a subsidiary and a new brand and has no time to deal with Li Chenwei. She asked Li Chenwei to find an empty seat in the operations department's office, and then called together other employees of the operations department to assign them work tasks. The employees in the operations department were all shocked when they learned that the company was suddenly going to launch a new brand. They were also busy with the preparatory work and no one cared about Li Chenwei. Li Chenwei thought this was a good idea. He came to Feiyan Dairy just to be Chen Meilin's secretary and build a good relationship with her, not because he really wanted to work at Feiyan Dairy. After he went to the lounge to drink a glass of warm water, he noticed that there was a message on the system. Gee, the system has conducted in-depth deductions and evaluations, and has determined that the host's method of creating a new brand will not only save Feiyan Dairy, but will also push Feiyan Dairy to new heights far beyond its past. If the host exceeds the task, he will receive triple the reward. Do good deeds, sow kindness, and reap good fruits. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 good fruits. Once again, he exceeded the task and received a triple reward. Li Chenwei is very happy. Now he has 4 good fruits, and doesn't he have to worry about not having enough good fruits? What is the best way to use the good results next? While thinking about his future plans, he returned to his seat and continued to study Feiyan Dairy's information until 5 p.m, when he would get off work and go home. When Li Chenwei drove his Land Rover back home, he received a WeChat message from Chen Mailin. My Mailin, Xiaowei, your suggestion today is very good. I'm very grateful to you. I'll treat you to a delicious meal tonight. Come to the Spring Breeze Pavilion on the 3rd floor of the White Swan Hotel. Of course, I had to rush over immediately to see the delicious food served to me by a rich female boss. Li Chenwei immediately drove his Land Rover to the White Swan Hotel. Since the distance is very close, it only takes a few minutes to drive there. Under the guidance of the beautiful waitress, Li Chenwei pushed open the door of Chunfeng Pavilion. Mr. Chen, good evening. After greeting her, Li Chenwei found that Chen Mailin was different from when they met in the morning. Not only did she put on beautiful makeup, but she also changed into a suit. She is currently wearing a hot pink off-the-shoulder Kurta sweater. A large area of snow-white skin below the neck was exposed and completely presented to Li Chenwei. This dress is very revealing, very sexy and coquettish. This dress is exactly the one that Chen Mailin was wearing in the photo that Chen Minute gave to Li Chenwei. It is the battle suit of Li Chenwei's dream goddess. Seeing Chen Mailin appear in front of him wearing the sweater, Li Chenwei couldn't help but recall the years when he fantasized about Chen Mailin a few years ago, and felt deeply touched and nostalgic in his heart. At the same time, he also realized the difference between himself and the past. A few years ago, he was a loser who hid in his room and fantasized about goddesses. Now he not only slept with the goddess, but was also asked out by the goddess for dinner. It didn't take him 30 years, it only took him 3 years to take off. However, Li Chenwei didn't understand why Chen Mailin changed her clothes on purpose, so he asked tentatively, Mr. Chen, is there anyone else coming? Chen Mailin shook her head slightly embarrassedly. No, it's just the 2 of us. It turned out that she dressed up and changed clothes specially in order to have dinner with Li Chenwei. Chen Mailin knew that this was strange and could easily lead to misunderstandings from Li Chenwei, so she quickly added an explanation. When I get off work, if I don't want to wear work clothes, I will change out immediately. This is my habit. I see. Li Chenwei didn't know that Chen Mailin was lying. Chen Mailin is actually a very lazy woman. She usually doesn't change clothes when she goes to a hotel for dinner after get off work. She felt like she was having dinner with her husband when she had dinner with Li Chenwei, and she attached great importance to it in her heart. And she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Li Chenwei, so she went home early, put on careful makeup, and changed into her favorite off-shoulder dress. However, after arriving in the box, she thought the dress was too revealing. Considering that Li Chenwei and she had a one-night stand, Chen Mailin was worried that she would cause Li Chenwei to misunderstand if she wore this outfit. She felt very regretful, but it was too late to go back and change clothes, so she had to bite the bullet and meet Li Chenwei. Don't be so formal, come and sit down. Chen Mailin was actually very shy in her heart, but she was mature and did not show it. She forced herself to appear calm. Li Chenwei sat across the table, their eyes meeting. The table was already filled with sumptuous dishes, all of which were precious delicacies from the mountains and the sea, as well as fruits and vegetables. In order to hide her shyness, Chen Mailin spoke enthusiastically. The new brand you came up with is truly perfect. I really appreciate your wisdom, and I'm going to reward you tonight by treating you to some delicious food. As she spoke, she picked up a large piece of abalone and put it in Li Chenwei's bowl. This is the White Swan Hotel's signature dish, Chilean deep sea abalone. I ordered it especially for you. Try it and see if you like it. Abalone is the most delicious ingredient among abalone, shark's fin, and bird's nest. The White Swan Hotel uses the highest quality Chilean abalone. You can tell it's delicious without even thinking about it. Thank you, sister. Li Chenwei did not hold back. He picked up the most expensive ingredient and took a bite. The abalone is tender and chewy, the juice is rich and fragrant, and it has a unique, delicious taste. It is the most delicious food Li Chenwei has ever eaten. After swallowing the crushed abalone, he smiled happily. Cool. It feels so good to eat delicacies from land and sea. Chen Mailin watched Li Chenwei eat abalone and felt like she was watching her husband eat. Her eyes were full of nostalgia, as if she had returned to 20 years ago. Chen Mailin's heart was beating fast. After looking at him affectionately for a moment, she asked subconsciously, "Is my sister's abalone delicious?" Li Chenwei savored the delicious taste of the abalone and nodded with a smile. "It's delicious, the best thing I've ever eaten in my life." He actually said it was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. That's an exaggeration. Chen Mailin was very happy to hear such praise. As long as you like it, There's still plenty left. Eat more. Chen Meilin put another piece of big abalone into Li Chenwei's bowl. Seeing Chen Meilin's enthusiasm, Li Chenwei thought that she was very satisfied with his proposal, and this was a good time for him to ask for a loan. He said cheekily, "Mr. Chen, my proposal today can help the company, right? Can you give me a raise?" Chen Meilin was in a good mood. She also believed that Li Chenwei's proposal really saved the company. She smiled and asked back, "How much salary increase do you want?" "Let's increase it to 30,000. Haha, Tilda, do you want to double it? You have such a big appetite. I'll give you an extra 5,000, making your monthly salary 20,000. But I have a request. Don't call me Mr. Chen or sister anymore. It's too formal. Call me Sister Lin." Li Chenwei's real purpose was not to get a salary increase, but to borrow 20,000 yuan from Chen Meilin to rent a milk tea shop. He originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that it is difficult for people to reject each other twice at the same time. He wanted to borrow money from Chen Meilin immediately after she refused to give him a raise. So they offered an exaggerated condition of doubling the salary. Unexpectedly, Chen Meilin agreed readily, which caught Li Chenwei off guard. Rich women are really generous. On the other hand, Chen Meilin took the initiative to ask Li Chenwei to call her sister Lin. This title is very intimate, which shows that she must have a very high degree of favorability towards Li Chenwei. It seems that it won't be long before he can eat abalone meat again. Li Chenwei looked expectantly at the large white skin under Chen Meilin's neck and said happily, "Then I have to thank Sister Lin." After he finished speaking, he picked up the big abalone from the bowl and took a bite. Chen Meilin picked up the red wine glass, took a big sip of wine, and said happily, "White horse milk, this name is great. I have a feeling this milk will be a big hit. Xiaowei, this is all thanks to you. You are a hero of Feiyan Dairy. Once the new brand develops, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Li Chenwei felt panicked when he saw Chen Meilin drinking. If she's drunk, you can't borrow money from her. He didn't dare to wait and spoke straight to the point. "Mr. Chen, I actually have one more thing to ask of you." "It's not Mr. Chen, it's Sister Lin." Chen Meilin winked at Li Chenwei charmingly, and this time she directly put the big abalone in front of Li Chenwei and forced it into Li Chenwei's mouth. Li Chenwei bit the big abalone that was stuffed in his mouth and had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that Chen Meilin seemed to be getting drunk again. Chapter 20. Sister Lin is drunk again. "Xiaowei, you just graduated and have no work experience, but you came up with such a good idea just half a day after joining the company. You are so smart. Sister, I have high hopes for you. You have a natural talent for business and will definitely succeed in starting your own business." Chen Meilin praised Li Chenwei, drank, and stuffed abalone into Li Chenwei's mouth. Li Chenwei was worried that she was drunk and passed out, so he quickly held her hand. "Sister Lin, I really have something important to ask you. Please let me speak first." Li Chenwei showed a serious expression, and then burst out with a terrible arrogance. "Boom. So awesome. Awesome. Whoever is awesome gets to speak first." Chen Meilin was suppressed by the powerful bullishness and put down her chopsticks. "Sorry, go ahead. I want to open a milk tea shop. I've already found a location. The monthly rent is 10,000 yuan, and the purchase of milk tea equipment is 30,000 yuan. With the deposit, it will cost 50,000 yuan. Before, Sister Lin gave me 2 months' salary in advance, a total of 30,000 yuan. Now I still need 20,000 yuan. Considering that I need to pay the salaries of the employees I hired, I hope Sister Lin can give me another 2 months' salary in advance." Now Li Chenwei's salary has increased to 20,000, which means 2 months' salary is 40,000. After he got the 40,000 yuan, he was not only able to rent a milk tea shop, but also had enough money to hire a young sister to help look after the shop. Chen Meilin showed a surprised expression. "You just came to my sister's company. You should concentrate on learning the company's business. Do you have the energy to open a milk tea shop?" Li Chenwei has a Shenyu iron brain. To use a metaphor, others have a 1-core CPU, but he has 16 cores. He can do 2 things at the same time without any problem. Just hire someone to look after the store. There's no need to waste my energy. After thinking about it for a moment, Chen Meilin felt that it made sense, and at the same time she admired Li Chenwei's ambition. As a female president, she has seen many young people applying for jobs and knows their mentality. They generally have 3 choices after making money. 1 is used to buy sneakers, computers, and games, that is, to satisfy one's hobbies. 2 is used to buy cars and houses. 3 is used to pick up girls. Only a very small number of young people would use the money they earn to open a shop. Chen Meilin secretly admired Li Chenwei's determination to start a business. This child is so motivated. How can a man who has the right goals, is motivated and determined not succeed? Chen Meilin took a sip of red wine and nodded with a smile. You saved my life, and I promised you that I would help you start your own business. This 40,000 yuan isn't salary, and you don't have to pay it back. Just think of it as startup capital from me. Although Li Chenwei knew that Chen Meilin would definitely be willing to give him 40,000, he didn't expect her to give it to him for free. Chen Meilin's generosity really exceeded Li Chenwei's imagination. No wonder there are men who are willing to lie at the feet of beautiful women and eat their gigolo meals. It turns out that gigolo meals are so delicious. Li Chenwei really wanted to lie down on Chen Meilin's bed and didn't want to start a business anymore. However, living solely on Chen Meilin's support meant that he could not hold his head up in front of Chen Meilin. This will prevent him from living off other rich women. Li Chenwei is an ambitious and idealistic young man who is determined to try all the delicacies from land and sea in the country. In order to do this, he must start a business and make himself as rich as the rich woman. Thank you for your help, Sister Lin. Once my milk tea shop is on track, I will definitely repay you. A drop of water is repaid with a waterfall. Chen Meilin took another sip of red wine and said after thinking for a moment, Oh, by the way, I know a friend who rents out a shop. Don't rush to rent it. I'll ask her for a better deal and rent it to you at half the price. In order to complete the task, Li Chenwei must rent Wang Xuezhuan's shop. However, he sells milk tea not just to complete the task. If the new milk tea he envisions sells well, he will expand and open branches. Who doesn't want to make money? Having this kind of connection of people who are willing to rent out shops at half price will be very useful for his future business development. It would be even more perfect if the other person is a beautiful and rich woman. At this moment, Li Chenwei thought of Wang Xuezhuan's plump breasts and snow-white, round thighs, and his heart was full of anticipation. But he soon shook his head secretly. There are many wealthy women in Huacheng, but there are very few who take good care of themselves and have good looks. Beautiful and wealthy women like Chen Meilin and Wang Xuezhuan are rarer than giant pandas. It is a miracle to meet two of them. Don't expect too much. Sister, please ask for me. However, I have already agreed with the landlord to rent her shop. I cannot break my promise and rent from her when I open a branch. Have you thought about opening a branch? When Chen Meilin saw the confident Li Chenwei, she couldn't help but recall the past. When she was young, she was full of confidence and wanted to start a business. Her entrepreneurial journey was full of thorns. She encountered countless difficulties and had countless thoughts of giving up. There were also a few times when I almost failed. She went through untold hardships to persevere and finally achieve success. Chen Meilin stared into Li Chenwei's eyes and couldn't help but recall her sad entrepreneurial past. Due to the sweet memories of that night, under the influence of alcohol, Chen Meilin's eyes gradually became dazed. Li Chenwei gradually overlapped with Chen Meilin's dream husband. Chen Meilin seemed to see her husband sitting in front of her. Husband. Chen Meilin felt a throbbing in her heart and subconsciously let out a cry filled with desire. Li Chenwei was stunned when he heard this. This rich woman only drank 2 glasses of red wine, and she got drunk so quickly? However, Chen Meilin was not completely drunk. She quickly realized that she had lost her composure and immediately covered her mouth with her hands in embarrassment after she finished speaking. Her cheeks flushed instantly and she felt ashamed. Then he remembered the romantic night with Li Chenwei the night before, and the blood in his body became as hot as magma. Chen Meilin said embarrassedly, Don't worry, I'm not drunk. It's just that I worked very hard in my previous business, and the memory brought back memories, so I'm a little distracted. After Chen Meilin finished speaking, she took another sip of red wine. Li Chenwei felt a little uneasy when he saw her drinking continuously. Chen Meilin continued to drink. Wasn't she afraid that the scene from the night before would happen again? They were at Li Chenwei's house at the time and could have done it directly. But now in the hotel box, if Chen Meilin pressed him down at this moment, it would be embarrassing. On the other hand, Chen Meilin is 186 centimeters tall and as big as a Land Rover, which is too big. It was difficult for Li Chenwei to leave with this big car. Sister Lin, it's my first day at work today. I'm a little tired. Let me take you home first. Chen Meilin knew that Li Chenwei was worried that she would get drunk, but he didn't say it directly. Instead, he said that he was tired. This kind of man is too gentle. Chen Meilin felt a warmth in her heart, a warm feeling she had not felt for a long time, and she smiled with enjoyment. Okay, although my sister is not drunk, she is almost drunk. Please take her home. Chen Meilin didn't want to waste food, so she drank the remaining half glass of red wine and asked the waiter to come for the bill. Li Chenwei then helped her out of the box and down the stairs. Chen Meilin's body was weak and powerless at this time, and her whole body was pressed on Li Chenwei's shoulders. The soft weight on his shoulders made Li Chenwei feel overwhelmed. No, this kind of pressure is much greater than a heavy pear. It has reached the level of a small pumpkin. What made Li Chenwei feel even more stressed was that all the fragrance exhaled by Chen Meilin blew onto his cheeks. The mature woman's scent with the aroma of red wine made Li Chenwei's body hot. Chapter 21. I Can Only Be Her Husband. The breath exhaled by Chen Meilin was so fragrant, like a hot and fragrant breeze blowing, and the refreshing body fragrance emanating from her delicate body was also very strong. This top-notch mature woman is so charming. Moreover, Chen Meilin was wearing a shoulder-bearing, collarless sweater. The snow-white shoulders were completely pressed against Li Chenwei's body. If Li Chenwei was not in the restaurant but in the hotel, he would not be able to help it. Li Chenwei forced himself to suppress the passion in his heart and helped Chen Meilin to the hotel door. When she was about to help her to the parking lot, Chen Meilin suddenly asked in a daze, "Husband, where are you taking me?" The voice is very beautiful and has a delicate feeling. It makes people involuntarily have the urge to pity and pamper it. When Li Chenwei heard these charming words, he was stunned. Chen Meilin might not have been drunk just now, but after drinking half a glass of red wine, she was definitely drunk. How could she drink so much when she has such a low alcohol tolerance? It turns out that Chen Meilin knows that she can't drink much, so she usually only drinks 1 glass of red wine. But because Li Chenwei was there, she felt at ease and drank 3 cups. The result was that she got drunk both times. Li Chenwei originally wanted to drive her home in his Land Rover, but he changed his mind because he was worried that she would run over him while he was driving. He waved towards the road, trying to hail a taxi to go home. The White Swan Hotel is located on the main road in the central urban area of Huacheng. There is a large flow of people and taxis at night. As soon as Li Chenwei waved his hand, a taxi stopped in front of him. Li Chenwei opened the back door and let Chen Meilin in. "Sister Lin, get in the car." "What kind of car is this? Where is my husband taking me?" "I'm not your husband. I'm Li Chenwei. You're drunk. I'm taking you home." "No, I'm not drunk." Li Chenwei didn't care what Chen Meilin said and forced her into the back seat. This scene happened to be seen by Xu Jinan, who was returning home after working overtime. Xu Jinan was stunned when he saw Li Chenwei carrying the drunk Chen Meilin into the taxi. It turns out that Xu Jinan has secretly liked Chen Meilin for a long time. Because he has a strong woman sister, he also likes strong women. Chen Meilin, a female president with superb looks, is the perfect goddess in his heart. However, Chen Meilin had a strong aura and an inviolable queen temperament. He only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to approach. Now, seeing Li Chenwei having dinner and drinks with Chen Meilin on his first day at the company, he was jealous to death. Because Li Chenwei rejected Xu Shanshan's proposal, in Xu Jinan's eyes, he was his enemy. Now he is having an intimate meal with the goddess of his heart, which can be said to be a mixture of new and old grudges. Xu Jinan's face twisted with anger. Xu Jinan stood in the distance and observed secretly. After watching for a while, he found that Chen Meilin was drunk and unconscious. He became even more panicked. Ms. Chen was so drunk that she couldn't even stand steadily. Wouldn't Li Chenwei take advantage of her? Chen Meilin's whole body is now leaning on Li Chenwei, and his arms are fully exploited. Seeing his peers having such good fortune, Xu Jinan felt even more uncomfortable than being a eunuch. No, Mr. Chen is so drunk that he seems to be unconscious. This is no longer taking advantage. He can just take Mr. Chen to a hotel. Realizing that the perfect goddess in his mind might have been taken away by a colleague on his first day at work, Xu Jinan's face immediately turned green. "No, I can't let this happen." Xu Jinan was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted and wanted to run over to stop it. But the taxi started at this moment and left in the blink of an eye. Xu Jinan stared blankly at the taxi disappearing from his sight. He thought he had missed the opportunity to save the goddess, and he felt very regretful, sad, melancholy, and even desperate. In despair, Xu Jinan thought that he should be angry with Li Chenwei for stealing his goddess. But for some reason, he inexplicably felt a strange feeling. After staying there for a while, he suddenly bent over and hurried to find the toilet. Li Chenwei and Chen Minute were classmates, and they knew where her home was, so they told the driver the destination. The driver was a middle-aged man. When he saw Chen Meilin leaning drunk on Li Chenwei in the rearview mirror, his cheeks turned red instantly. As a taxi driver working the night shift, he has seen many women being taken to hotels while drunk. This kind of thing is very common for him. Most women who get drunk in bars have average looks and figures, and many have foot and body odor. After getting drunk, they reek of alcohol and some even vomit on the men who take them to the hotel. The middle-aged driver would not want to touch that kind of dirty and smelly woman even if she was given to him for free. But the woman I saw this time was different. Chenwei is really beautiful. Her appearance surpasses many popular actresses, and her figure is even more amazing. The hot body and mature ladle-like charm can make a man explode at just one look. The middle-aged driver, with his insightful eyes, could see that Chenwei had none of the vulgarity of a bar girl, but instead had the noble and inviolable temperament of a goddess. He knew that Chenwei's identity was not ordinary, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Damn, this beauty has such a powerful temperament. She is definitely not an ordinary person. If she is not a star, she is a rich woman. Such a beautiful woman was actually drunk by a kid and taken home by him. It's really like a good cabbage being taken away by a pig. The middle-aged driver felt a strong sense of jealousy in his heart. This kid has such good fortune at such a young age. It's really enviable. Why can't I encounter such a good thing? The middle-aged driver was so jealous that his teeth were about to fall out. What are you waiting for? Drive quickly. Li Chenwei noticed that the middle-aged driver was in a daze and urged him. He spoke with an air of arrogance that went beyond his years. That is the soaring bullishness. The middle-aged driver, with his insight from having seen countless people, instantly determined that Li Chenwei's identity was not ordinary. Although Li Chenwei was wearing an ordinary cheap shirt and trousers, and had no decorations like luxury watches, he looked like a poor man. But the middle-aged driver knew that the rich in Flower City were different from those in other cities. Rich people in other cities like to show off their wealth through luxurious clothing. However, the wealthy people in Huacheng and the nearby Gangcheng are very low-key. They don't like to wear luxurious decorations, and their clothes are no different from those of ordinary people. The most classic story is that Li Cheng, the richest man in Hong Kong, was wearing workers' clothes and sitting on the street eating a box lunch. There are also many wealthy people in Huacheng who wear slippers when going out to eat rice noodle sausage. Therefore, you can't tell the rich people in Flower City by their appearance. You have to look at their temperament. The middle-aged driver noticed that Li Chenwei had an extraordinary temperament, a kind of arrogance that made him feel like he was the best in the world and no one else could do it better than him, and concluded that he was the son of a wealthy man. Then I understood. Only a kid like him can win the heart of such a top-notch beauty. The middle-aged driver smiled like a pug and apologized with a nod and a bow. Sorry, I'll start the car right away. Since Huacheng has no habit of tipping, the driver will not get any benefits no matter how he tries to please the rich man. But it is the nature of the little man to become humble to the rich and rude to the poor. Li Chenwei was not interested in small people. After the driver started the car, his attention returned to Chenwei. Chenwei buried her face in his chest and looked like she was asleep. Seeing him fall asleep, Li Chenwei breathed a sigh of relief. But a few minutes later, she opened her eyes, stared blankly for a moment, and then started talking nonsense. Husband, where are you taking me? It was the sound of someone half asleep and half awake, sounding coquettish and very sexy. Chenwei's mouth was close to Li Chenwei's ear, and it sounded like ASMR. Li Chenwei's entire brain was trembling. Li Chenwei wanted to continue reminding Chenwei that she had recognized the wrong person, but he was worried that the driver would misunderstand him. Some drivers misunderstood that Chenwei was drunk while her husband was present, and would call the police out of a sense of justice, jealousy, or envy. In order to avoid such troublesome things from happening, Li Chenwei can only be Sister Lin's husband temporarily. Real name Li Chenwei, nickname husband. Chenwei S1 night only husband. Wife, we are in a taxi and will be home soon. When the middle-aged driver heard Li Chenwei's answer, his body immediately became hot. He originally thought that the kid wanted to try something new and have some fun with a mature woman, but he didn't expect that they would actually get married. This kid is so young, but he knows how to marry a mature woman who is older than himself. He really has good taste. The cognition of rich people is indeed different from that of poor people. He is so outstanding, he deserves to enjoy the good life. The middle-aged driver suddenly had a similar thought. It turns out that he also likes mature women, but it was not until he turned 30 that he understood the beauty of mature women and officially opened his eyes to them. Li Chenwei was able to understand this at the age of 20, and the middle-aged driver was full of admiration for him. Chenwei was half asleep when she heard Li Chenwei's answer, and her mind was completely confused. She thinks Li Chenwei is really her husband. Without the constraints of reason, the desire that Chenwei had been suppressing deep in her heart was completely released like a wild horse. Chenwei hugged Li Chenwei's neck and said affectionately, "Hubby, I feel so uncomfortable. Come and kiss me. Let me feel better." Chapter 22. Aren't you afraid of becoming a sister? While Chenwei was shouting for Li Chenwei to kiss her, she rubbed her hot face against Li Chenwei's face. Her full red lips were pressed perfectly against his cheek. She kissed Li Chenwei's cheek several times, and the sweet and soft feeling made his heart beat faster instantly. "Wife, Calm down for a moment. We'll be home soon. Li Chenwei comforted Chen Meilin awkwardly. In order to prevent the driver from getting suspicious, he also had to be careful to play the role of Chen Meilin's husband. But his words had no effect at all. No, I've been waiting for a long time. I don't want to be calm, I want excitement. Chen Meilin lost her usual seriousness and actually acted like a little woman, acting like a spoiled child. She didn't care what Li Chenwei said and kissed his face and neck. The soft and moist touch moved across Li Chenwei's cheeks and neck. He gradually became restless and no longer cared about playing the role of Chen Meilin's husband. Sister Lin, don't be like this for now. We are in a taxi now. Let's talk about it when we get home. Chen Meilin's actions became more and more intense, and soon she pressed her entire body on Li Chenwei. Li Chenwei felt the pressure of a mountain pressing down on him and was almost forced to fall down on the chair. The difference in body size forced Li Chenwei to use one hand to support the seat. Chen Meilin's hands were not idle either, and she began to touch Li Chenwei's body randomly. Li Chenwei grabbed Chen Meilin's right hand with his other hand. As for her other hand, Li Chenwei had no way to control it. Not long after, Chen Meilin's left hand actually reached into Li Chenwei's clothes. The smooth touch of the abdomen made Li Chenwei's body tremble. His face turned red and he spoke awkwardly. Sister Lin, don't touch me. Let's go home first. Wait, that's not allowed. This violent movement embarrassed the middle-aged driver, and he didn't dare to look at the rearview mirror at all. I can only empty my mind and force myself to concentrate on driving. Otherwise, there will be a car accident. However, despite this, the middle-aged driver was still affected by the movement behind him and his face turned red with excitement. Is this true? The beauty is so proactive. With such beauty and figure coupled with such a passionate personality, she is really the best in the world. This kid is so lucky to marry such a wife. But he actually calls his wife Sister Lin, which is quite cute. Does he treat his wife as an older sister? By the way, this is the legendary pony cart. Rich people really know how to have fun. Chen Meilin's home is not far away and can be reached in 8 minutes by car. In order to make money and watch the show, the middle-aged driver took a long detour and it took him 20 minutes to arrive. This caused Li Chenwei to suffer for an extra 12 minutes. During this time, Li Chenwei adjusted his position and successfully held down Chen Meilin's hand to prevent her from continuing to move around. However, he could not hold down Chen Meilin's mouth, and his face was almost melted by the kiss. He was physically and mentally exhausted and felt like he had lost 2 pounds. After the car pulled over, Li Chenwei wanted to pay the fare. At this time, Chen Meilin completely wrapped around his body like a snake demon, and he couldn't free his hands to take his wallet. In order to break free from the restraints of this beauty, Li Chenwei did not care to avoid suspicion and directly pressed his palm on her soft body and pushed her away forcibly. Husband, why are you pushing me away? Do you dislike me? Li Chenwei ignored her talking in her sleep and took out his wallet with one hand. How much? The middle-aged driver looked at Li Chenwei's hand through the rearview mirror, and his whole face turned as red as a monkey's butt. He exhaled a breath of hot air and said awkwardly, Brother, you've opened my eyes. I'm satisfied and won't charge you any money. The middle-aged driver's words came from the heart. He felt that the content he imagined from the two people was much better than the foreign movies downloaded using Thunder. Li Chenwei was surrounded by the beauty and had no energy to talk to the driver. When he heard the driver say he didn't want any money, he pushed open the car door and helped Chen Meilin get out. Sister Lin, we are home. Let's go home. As soon as Li Chenwei and Chen Meilin got out of the car, a 20-year-old girl immediately came over and wanted to get in. The middle-aged driver waved his hand to stop her. I have something urgent to do back home. Please find another car. The middle-aged driver's words were sincere. He had something to do and needed to go home immediately. His work for tonight was over. Li Chenwei held Chen Meilin with one hand and wiped the saliva off his face with the other. He supported the plump Chen Meilin and slowly walked to her door. Chen Meilin's home is a luxurious single-family house with 6 floors. It is amazing to have a 6-story detached house in the city center, and Li Chenwei is very envious. He hopes this house will become his home in the future. At this time, Chen Meilin was drunk and unconscious, with her whole body leaning on Li Chenwei's shoulder. It was unrealistic to ask her to take out the key and open the door. Li Chenwei rang the doorbell, hoping Chen Minute was at home. If Chen Minute was not at home, he would search Chen Meilin's trouser pocket and find the key from her. Men and women should not touch each other. It would definitely be embarrassing. But thinking about the fact that they had already had negative distance contact, it didn't seem so awkward. Ring, ring, ring. 1 minute later, Li Chenwei heard footsteps behind the door. Then the door opened from the inside, and a beautiful woman with long black hair and a white dress appeared behind the door. Her skin is tender and white, and her facial features are delicate and perfect, as if she and Chen Meilin were carved from the same mold. But she looks much younger and her figure is not as plump. If Chen Meilin is like a mature queen, Chen Minute is like a pure princess. This beautiful girl is Chen Meilin's niece, Chen Minute. Li Chenwei has not seen Chen Minute since graduating from high school. When he saw his deskmate whom he hadn't seen for 4 years, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Chen Minute looked at Chen Meilin, who was being supported by him, in confusion. What happened to Auntie? Your aunt was drunk, I help her back. It's strange that my aunt would get drunk. Your aunt has a very low alcohol tolerance. She gets drunk after drinking 3 glasses of red wine. Chen Minute blinked in surprise. My aunt knows she gets drunk easily and only drinks 1 glass of red wine. Why did she drink 3 glasses? What did you do to my aunt? Li Chenwei felt very innocent. He had not done anything just now. He was just eating the abalone that Chen Meilin stuffed into his mouth. God knows why Chen Meilin keeps drinking. I didn't do anything. I just had dinner with her. Chen Minute raised her delicate eyelashes, and her eyes shone with brilliance. Aunt is having dinner with you alone, no one else. Li Chenwei felt confused when he saw Chen Min's mouth curled up into a slightly excited smile. What's so exciting about having dinner with your aunt and classmates? Chen Min's mind is still as strange as before. No one else. I came up with a good plan for the company today, and your aunt wanted to reward me. We had dinner together, just the 2 of us. After she got drunk, I called a taxi to take her back. Chen Minute rolled his eyes and made an expression of disbelief. My aunt is drunk, and the first thing you thought of was to send her home. Li Chenwei found her question unbelievable. If he doesn't send Chen Meilin home, does he want to send her to the hotel? If something unexpected happens and Chen Minchi becomes the older sister, she won't even have tears to cry. At this moment, Chen Meilin suddenly spoke in her sleep. Husband, are we there yet? Although her voice was as thin as a mosquito and very unclear, it was very obvious because of the silence around her. Chen Minute, who was standing in front of her, must have heard it. The atmosphere was already awkward, and it became even more awkward when Chen Meilin called him husband. It feels like the air has frozen. Chapter 23 Ocean Ma Rebecca. Chen Meilin actually called Li Chenwei husband in front of Chen Minute. This is so embarrassing. This will definitely cause Chen Minute to misunderstand. Li Chenwei was not only embarrassed for himself, but also for Chen Meilin. But he felt that the most embarrassed person should be Chen Minute. My elder sister calls her classmate her husband. How can I, her younger sister, hold my head up in front of my classmates in the future? So embarrassing. Even Li Chenwei felt ashamed for Chen Minute. Li Chenwei gently rescued Chen Minute. Your sister was drunk and kept talking in her sleep, calling for her husband. I guess she has someone she wants to marry, or she really wants to get married. Chen Minute snorted, revealing a strange expression that seemed to be a smile but not a smile. Tilda, I wonder if that person is you. If she calls me, you will have to call me Dad from now on. Aren't you ashamed? Hearing Chen Min's stupid words, Li Chenwei wanted to hit her head with his fist like he did in high school. However, he had to support Chen Meilin and had no space to do anything, so he had to give up. Tell your sister not to drink too much in the future. After he finished speaking, he pushed Chen Meilin onto Chen Minute and turned away gracefully. I'm leaving now. Bye. Wait, why are you leaving like this without sending my sister to her room? Chen Min's voice sounded very anxious, but it was unclear what he was anxious about. She must have been too lazy to take care of her drunk sister. But for this reason, you let your classmates take care of your sister? This is so stupid. It is equivalent to actively sending your sister into the mouth of your classmate. This is what is called pitting your sisters. Oh, Tilda, my aunt is too naive. Li Chenwei sighed secretly in his heart. Without turning around, he sighed, waved his hand back in response, and strode away. Chen Minute looked at Li Chenwei's back and sighed. Ah, my deskmate is so naive that he doesn't know how to seize the opportunity. Since Li Chenwei's Land Rover was parked in the parking lot of the White Swan Hotel, he first called a taxi, returned there, and then drove the Land Rover back to his home. He had to pay 2 taxi fares for the round trip, which totaled 50 yuan. However, he received a promise from Chen Meilin tonight to provide him with 40,000 yuan in funding, and he can also rent a shop at half price in the future, so he will make a lot of money. But Li Chenwei felt that the most rewarding thing was the hundreds of sweet kisses from Chen Meilin. The feeling of being passionately kissed by the queen boss is so wonderful. He kept touching his cheek as he walked up the stairs. During the 20 minutes of riding in the taxi, he had no idea how many times his face had been kissed by Chen Meilin's plump, moist red lips. After being moisturized by the lady, the skin on my face feels smoother. His lips were touched by Chen Meilin's lips several times, and they kissed again. The feeling of kissing Chen Meilin brought back memories of that night. At that time, I held down Chen Meilin's kiss, and her long, white legs. It was really too ecstasy. Li Chenwei thought for a moment and gradually felt his blood boiling. Don't think too much about it. If you keep thinking about it, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Take a cold shower and calm down. Li Chenwei calmed down after taking a cold shower. He turned on his computer and searched for information about Ocean Capital on the internet. Li Chenwei learned from Xu Jinan and Xu Shanshan that Ocean Capital wanted to acquire Feiyan Milk shares, and the contact person was called Rebecca. He wanted to know the details of Ocean Capital and Rebecca. He quickly found the official website of Ocean Capital. Through Google's web translation, we learned that Ocean Capital is a long-established British venture capital company. The company prefers to invest in growth companies in emerging markets and has recently focused its attention on the BRICS countries and wants to establish foreign-funded companies in the rapidly developing Eastern economies. Li Chenwei then found Rebecca's photo on the employee introduction page and was immediately amazed. So magical. Rebecca has a fairy-like perfect appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair and tender skin. That is not the white of Oriental people, but the pure white of Western white people. The white is very bright, like fresh milk. The skin is so hydrated and tender that it really looks like it's oozing with fresh milk. She is a foreign lady with charming and feminine temperament. From some of her work photos, it can be seen that she is very tall, possibly taller than Chen Meilin, and her height is estimated to be 190 centimeters. She is a super big horse. This made Li Chenwei completely excited. What would this Western lady who is as pure white as milk taste like? Li Chenwei is very interested in Western style and really wants to try some Western flavors. Li Chenwei swallowed his saliva and then looked for information on learning English. He wanted to learn English from Rebecca at home, but he needed to build a solid foundation in English before he could even bring a teacher into the room. He couldn't ask the teacher for help when he didn't even know the 26 letters of the alphabet. First master the basics of English conversation, then learn advanced English vocabulary and slang from Rebecca. Li Chenwei has a magical brain that allows him to remember everything he sees when he concentrates. This ability is very important for learning a foreign language. He immediately opened an English video saved in his hard drive to study. Oh tilde yes. Oh tilde my God. Oh, I am lost. Li Chenwei stared at the screen on the monitor intently, memorizing all these daily spoken words. The next morning, the sun rose and the chirping of birds could be heard outside the window. Chen Meilin stretched, rubbed her eyes with her hands, and got up from the bed. As soon as she woke up, she remembered that she was drunk last night and mistook Li Chenwei for her husband again and kissed him for 20 minutes. Oh no, why did I do that again? When Chen Meilin recalled the feeling of kissing, she subconsciously covered her mouth with her right hand. The touch of her fingertips reminded her of the time when her right hand had touched Li Chenwei's thigh in a panic. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Awkward. That was even more embarrassing than kissing Li Chenwei. The first time could be explained as a drunken accident, but what about the second time? Chen Meilin felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Although he asked me for a kiss at first, he must have been scared by what happened afterwards. If I do that to him again, it will be considered workplace harassment. I wonder if he will be scared into quitting his job. Chen Meilin didn't want to lose Li Chenwei, and she was completely panicked. Hey Tilda, how should I explain this to Xiaowei? Chen Meilin covered her forehead with her hands, feeling deeply regretful. Just then, her cell phone rang. Chen Meilin picked up her phone to check, and it was her best friend Wang Xuejuan calling. Hello, why are you calling so early in the morning? What's going on? In sharp contrast to Chen Meilin's weak voice, Wang Xuejuan's voice sounded very energetic and excited. Let me tell you an interesting story. One of my young tenants was kept by a wealthy woman. She was very generous and even gave him a Land Rover. Chapter 24. Who would stand when you can make money lying down? When Chen Meilin heard this, she immediately became energetic. Being kept by a rich woman and even gifted her a Land Rover. What rich woman is so vulgar? As a wealthy woman, Chen Meilin has never done or thought about supporting a young man. Chen Meilin was disdainful of the rich woman's behavior and rolled her eyes. Wang Xuejuan answered with a regretful tone. I don't know. That young man's mouth is very stubborn. I can't pry him open. Forget it. A rich woman who keeps a young man is definitely not a good person. And giving him a Land Rover is really too tacky. Chen Meilin thinks that the Land Rover's design is too domineering and too eye-catching. She didn't want to drive it anymore after driving it for a while, and it was just gathering dust in the parking lot, so she gave it to Li Chenwei and asked him to drive it. HMPH tilde never mind whether it's tacky or not, she just used a Land Rover to take that young man down. That young man is handsome and cute, with a gentle and considerate personality. He's a fresh-faced young man. I've had my eye on him for a long time, but because of the huge age gap, I was too embarrassed to ask him out. I didn't expect that he would be slept with by another rich woman first. What a pity. Wang Xuezhuan sighed repeatedly, appearing very regretful. Haha, a man who can be kept by a rich woman is not a good man at all. He is just a useless, spineless man. Young men nowadays are really useless. Chen Meilin thought of Li Chenwei, who wanted to start his own business and thought he was much better than a gigolo. After the comparison, I expressed deep disdain for the man Wang Xuezhuan mentioned. Meilin, your idea is so wrong. Who would stand when they can make money lying down? Instead of wasting your youth working hard, it's better to enjoy life early with a rich woman. A man who understands this truth at a young age is a wise man. And that kid doesn't just want to live off the rich woman. He wants to use the rich woman's money to start a business. He also wants to start a business, but starting a business is not that easy. 9 out of 10 young people who start a business will fail. Only young people as outstanding as Xiaowei can succeed. Chen Meilin's mind was full of Li Chenwei, and she was not interested in the man Wang Xuezhuan mentioned. Did you call me just to tell me this? I don't even know the young man you're talking about. This has nothing to do with me, right? I'm telling you this successful case so you can learn from it. If you have a spare Land Rover, why don't you go and sponsor a young person for fun? Bah! Are you talking like a human being? I'm not that kind of shameless woman. Don't you want to support a young man? What a surprise! Then lend me the Land Rover and I'll give it to that young man and let me support him. You use my car to play with young people. Do you think I'm an idiot? You have money. If you want to support someone, just buy yourself a Land Rover. You don't use it yourself, and you don't lend it to me. You're just leaving the Land Rover to gather dust. It's like occupying the toilet without taking a shit. Such a good car, you really ruined it. Chen Meilin had already given her Land Rover to Li Chenwei to drive. She did not ruin the car and was not angry about Wang Xuezhuan's sarcasm. Chen Meilin wanted to hang up the phone and take a nap, but suddenly she remembered that Li Chenwei wanted to rent a milk tea shop. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore. Let's talk about something serious. You mentioned before that you had a milk tea shop for subletting, right? Wang Xuezhuan asked in a surprised tone. Why? Are you interested in a milk tea shop? You're selling milk tea instead of milk? The sun is rising from the west. Not me. I have a friend who wants to rent a milk tea shop. Your friend? Is he a man? Is he a young man? So you've been secretly supporting a young man. No wonder you didn't lend me your Land Rover. Since Chen Meilin had a 100-day relationship with Li Chenwei, she felt ashamed when she heard this. Don't talk nonsense. He is Xiaomin's friend. You attacked your daughter's friend? How bold. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your daughter? Chen Meilin couldn't stand Wang Xuezhuan's endless dirty talk and stopped talking to her. Stop talking so much nonsense and come out to have dinner with me tonight. We can talk about it in detail then. Ring, ring, ring. The pleasant ringtone woke Li Chenwei from his sweet dream. He had a wonderful and romantic encounter with the goddess he had always fantasized about last night and slept very comfortably. Today is Saturday and he doesn't have to go to work, so he didn't set the alarm clock and wanted to sleep until he woke up naturally. I didn't expect someone to call me so early in the morning. Who disturbed my sleep? Li Chenwei complained and answered the phone. A sinister voice came from the phone. Li Chenwei, why haven't you returned to the company yet? Where have you been? Li Chenwei recognized that it was Xu Jinan's voice and was immediately confused. Today is Saturday. I'm resting at home. What's wrong? Xu Jinan said angrily. The company is launching a new brand, so all employees have to work overtime this weekend. Didn't my sister tell you? No. After Xu Shanshan came back from the bathroom yesterday, she let Li Chenwei go to the office by himself and never spoke to him again. Li Chenwei didn't know he had to work overtime. Okay. My sister must have been too busy yesterday and forgot to tell you. Now that I'm telling you, come here immediately. Li Chenwei turned his head and looked at the clock on the table. The current time was 9:50. After thinking for a moment, he answered calmly. I don't work weekends. Xu Jinan believed that workers should unconditionally obey the company's arrangements and never dreamed that someone would refuse to work overtime. Did he reject this option? Xu Jinan was stunned. After a moment, he scolded in an excited tone. Don't you understand your position? You're just an intern who just came to the company and haven't even been promoted yet. You're at the bottom of the company. Whatever the company asks you to do, you should do it. If you are asked to work overtime, You should come back immediately to work overtime. Why do you refuse to work overtime? You don't have the qualifications. Li Chenwei sneered when he heard this. Because he really has the qualifications. He is Chen Meilin's savior. Chen Meilin wants to repay him with gratitude, so he has the right not to work overtime. Moreover, he came to Feiyan Dairy not to work as an employee to earn money, but to be Chen Meilin's secretary in order to establish a good relationship with her. Moreover, he was following Chen Meilin's orders. Not to mention Xu Jinan, even if his sister Xu Shanshan stepped in, Li Chenwei would not come back to the company to work overtime. According to labor laws, no company can force employees to work overtime, so I have the right to refuse. Huh? You're actually talking to me about labor law? What qualifications do you, a low-level employee, have to discuss labor law? Do you think you're some big shot? You're just a commoner. Don't talk to me about the law. You don't have the qualifications, understand? Xu Jinan seemed to be really angry. Even his voice was trembling. He thought it was stupid for a small employee to talk about labor law. An employee's primary responsibility is to repay the company's appreciation by working hard. Then strive to gain the appreciation of your leaders and get promotion and salary increase. Only when the company is good can the employees be good. If the company goes bankrupt, the employees will not suffer either. Employees like Li Chenwei who are unwilling to work overtime have no ambition and are just idlers. This is the level of domestic college students, so shameful. Xu Jinan, who had studied abroad, sincerely felt that Li Chenwei had brought shame to the Chinese people, and he questioned him harshly. Employees joined the company for the spirit of dedication and collectivism. Our entire operations department is here, and you, an intern, are the only one refusing to work overtime because of labor laws? Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 25. She wouldn't keep Xiaowei as her mistress, would she? Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel that you have let down your colleagues at the company? Li Chenwei felt nothing when he heard Xu Jinan's harsh questioning. Xu Jinan's idea is that employees should be the company's dogs and workers should work hard for the capitalist bosses for 30 years. Li Chenwei's sights went even further. He wanted to get in touch with the company's female boss, become her friend, skip the 30 years of struggle and get directly to the shore. Li Chenwei wants to be a human being, not a dog, so he has no sense of shame at all. No, I'm not ashamed at all, nor do I feel sorry for you. I'm very touched that you're working overtime for the company, and I appreciate your dedication, but I have something to do this weekend. I can't come back to work overtime. Li Chenwei did not lie. He was really busy. He considered that he might have to negotiate with Rebecca Oceania to acquire the company in the future, so he had to learn English well in advance. He will watch English romance movies this weekend. Xu Jinan didn't understand Li Chenwei's ambition and was still angrily blaming him. We worked overtime until 9 p.m. last night, and we'll do the same this weekend. Everyone's working overtime, but you're the only one who's unwilling to work overtime. How do you think people will view you in the future? Do you think you'll be able to fit in with the company? Li Chenwei is not interested in integrating into the company. It is enough for him to integrate into Chen Meilin. I've already said I won't work overtime. I have nothing to say to you. If you are not satisfied with me, just complain to Sister Lin. Li Chenwei hung up the phone without waiting for Xu Jinan's response. When Xu Jinan saw Li Chenwei hang up the phone, he jumped up in anger. What made him even more angry was that Li Chenwei actually called Chen Meilin Sister Lin. Why does he, a graduate from a third-rate university, call Ms. Chen Lin's sister? That's too intimate. Even I, an elite who returned from studying abroad, just call her Mr. Chen. That guy is so disrespectful and has no manners at all. No wonder girls nowadays are looking for foreign boyfriends. It's not their fault. It's because the quality of Chinese people nowadays is too low, and they are not motivated. Chinese people are really useless. It turned out that Xu Jinan's childhood sweetheart married a foreigner while studying abroad. Xu Jinan was devastated and believed that his girlfriend was taken away because of his Chinese identity. From then on, he changed his image, tied his hair into long braids, and wanted to imitate British artists and look like a foreigner. After returning from studying in the UK, he felt that he had been reborn. He now considers himself an advanced Europeanized Chinese citizen. Although he is not as good as foreigners, he is still superior to Chinese people. He truly looks down on Chinese people. Although Xu Jinan felt that he was humiliated by Li Chenwei, he quickly calmed down and smiled. I saw him and Sister Lin get in a taxi together when I got off work last night. I was worried they were having an affair. Now that I know he's so lazy, I don't have to worry about it anymore. A woman as outstanding as Sister Lin would definitely not like a loser like him. She likes hardworking, ambitious men like me. So don't be angry, Just let Li Chenwei be depressed. I want to impress Sister Lin through hard work. Xu Jinan twisted his mouth, revealing a confident Dragon King smile, and ran back to the office to work. Li Chenwei hung up the phone and went downstairs to pack a plate of rice rolls for breakfast. Then I ate breakfast while watching a foreign romance movie downloaded using Thunder. Oh, I am coming now. Oh my God. After studying for an entire night yesterday, Li Chenwei summarized the rules. European and American women like to use exaggerated tones, saying oh here and there, and always like to call God. Their spoken English is very simple and not difficult to learn. Li Chenwei quickly learned basic spoken English thanks to the photographic memory of the Shenyu Iron Brain. But he was not satisfied with this and learned more professional grammar and slang, as well as English words related to the dairy industry. At 5 p.m., Li Chenwei was a little tired of watching foreign language movies all day and wanted to go downstairs to eat McDonald's. When I walked to the door of McDonald's, I received a call from Chen Mailin. Xiaowei, are you free tonight? My sister and the landlord friend have an appointment to have dinner at the White Swan Hotel tonight. Would you like to come? I'll introduce you to her. Ask her to rent the shop to you at half the price. When Li Chenwei heard that Chen Mailin wanted to introduce a friend, he immediately became energetic. He remembered Chen Minute had said this when introducing Chen Mailin. Chen Mailin has always been single and has no male friends. She usually hangs out with rich aunties. Therefore, the landlord introduced by Chen Mailin is most likely also a wealthy woman. Li Chenwei immediately turned around and went home. After taking a hot shower, he changed into a freshly washed white shirt and black trousers, and drove Chen Mailin's Land Rover to the White Swan Hotel. He was full of anticipation for the rich woman he was about to meet. Li Chenwei parked Chen Mailin's Land Rover in the parking lot in front of the White Swan Hotel. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Chen Mailin getting out of a BMW. Chen Mailin wore a white knitted long-sleeve sweater and navy blue jeans today. This outfit covered her entire body, and the conservative look was a stark contrast to last night's. Although the skin exposure is very low, the clothes fit her body perfectly, outlining her graceful figure to the fullest. That slender waist and long, straight legs are so tempting, especially the perfect buttocks highlighted by jeans, which makes people feel hot all over. Li Chenwei walked over quickly and greeted Chen Mailin. Sister Lin, good evening. When Chen Mailin saw Li Chenwei, she recalled what happened last night when she was drunk. Her cheeks turned slightly red and she smiled awkwardly. Good evening, Xiaowei. Sister Lin, we arrived at the same time and met in the parking lot. It's really fate. Hearing the word fate, Chen Mailin's cheeks became even redder. After coughing, she spoke seriously. Xiaowei, I got drunk again last night. I'm very ashamed of what happened. But don't get me wrong, I didn't mean it. Chen Mailin thought that she was shameless and ashamed for having attacked children younger than her twice. She was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I promise you that I will never drink again and I won't get drunk again. Li Chenwei didn't care about this. Instead, he hoped that Chen Mailin would get drunk more. As Sister Lin's secretary, it's my duty to take Sister Lin home after she gets drunk. Don't mind it, Sister Lin. Chen Mailin originally thought that Li Chenwei would misunderstand her as a perverted nympho, be disgusted by her harassing behavior, and might even resign. I didn't expect him to care at all. Chen Mailin subconsciously raised her eyebrows, secretly delighted. This kid has a really good personality. There aren't many young men like him who are willing to endure losses and work hard. He is a good potential secretary. We really need to train him well. Since he is such a good man, Xue Zhuan would definitely be willing to give him a discount and charge only half the rent. At first, Chen Mailin was worried that Wang Xuezhuan didn't like Li Chenwei and didn't want to give him half price. However, after confirming Li Chenwei's gentleness, she became worried that Wang Xuezhuan would like Li Chenwei too much and attack him directly. That woman said this morning that she wanted to support a young man. After she met Xiaowei, she wouldn't fall in love with him and support him, right? Chapter 26 Sister Wang is the matchmaker. Chen Mailin thought of Wang Xuezhuan's plump figure and coquettish nature and began to regret it. Although she did not regard Li Chenwei as her husband and wanted to keep a distance from him. But Li Chenwei was the first man to do that kind of thing with Chen Mailin, and Chen Mailin had the illusion that Li Chenwei was her husband. She didn't want to see Li Chenwei being eaten by her best friend. However, Chen Mailin had already made an appointment and could not change her mind at the last minute, so she had no choice but to go ahead with it. I just need to keep a close eye on her and not let her get close to Xiaowei. After Chen Mailin thought of the plan, she remembered another equally embarrassing thing. She didn't want to mention it because it was too embarrassing. However, because she was very uneasy and wanted to know the answer, after hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you meet Xiao Minute when you took me home last night?" Li Chenwei nodded slightly. Yes, she was the one who opened the door last night. When Chen Meilin heard this, her heartbeat immediately accelerated. As Chen Min's elder sister, she certainly doesn't want her younger sister to see her embarrassed. And Chen Meilin was very worried that Chen Minute would misunderstand their relationship. What did she say at that time? Did she misunderstand us? Li Chenwei thought back to what happened last night, and remembered how stupid Chen Minute was, not realizing that she might like to be a sister, and couldn't help but smile. No, Chen Minute has no idea what's going on. Is that so? That's good. Chen Meilin paused and said seriously, "You are Xiao Min's classmate. I don't want Xiao Minute to misunderstand. Don't let her know what we did." Only then did Li Chenwei realize a very important issue. Since he and Chen Minute were classmates, the relationship between them was very awkward for Chen Meilin. If Chen Minute knew about this, Chen Meilin would be very embarrassed. I understand. This is our secret. I will never tell anyone. Chen Meilin breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Li Chenwei's assurance. Let's go in and don't keep the other party waiting too long. Chen Meilin then took Li Chenwei into the White Swan Hotel and went to the third-floor private room, Chunfeng Pavilion. Li Chenwei walked into the box and was stunned when he saw Wang Xuejuan with her beautiful legs in black stockings lifted up and eating a cold cucumber with chopsticks. It turns out that the good friend Chen Meilin was talking about was his domineering landlord. Wang Xuejuan was wearing the same pure white shirt and black hip skirt as last time. The round and plump legs are wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, which is very sexy. Her posture is charming and graceful, and her whole body exudes the charm of a mature queen, like a ripe grape about to ooze juice. Xuejuan, have you been waiting for a long time? After Chen Meilin walked into the box, she greeted her with a smile. When Wang Xuejuan looked up and saw Li Chenwei, her eyes widened and she was also stunned. Chen Meilin didn't know they knew each other, so she foolishly introduced them to each other. Xuejuan, he's the ambitious and outstanding young man I mentioned who wants to start a business. His name is Li Chenwei. Chenwei, she's my good friend, Wang Xuejuan. She owns hundreds of houses and several shops, and is a landlady worth over 100 million yuan. Wang Xuejuan pursed her lips and smiled, revealing an evil smile. Huh, so this is the kind of business you're talking about. When Chen Meilin heard this, she immediately became confused. Why, do you know each other? Haha, he's my tenant, how come I don't know him? So you're Xiaowei's landlord. What a small world this is. Wang Xuejuan said sarcastically. Yeah, so you're the rich woman who keeps Xiaowei. It's a small world indeed. Yeah, I didn't realize we all knew each other. Huh? What did you say? Chen Meilin didn't understand what Wang Xuejuan said and looked confused. Wang Xuejuan complained dissatisfiedly. Why, you don't dare to admit the good things you did. You've taken care of my lovely tenant, and you've been so generous, even giving her a Land Rover. No wonder you weren't willing to lend me the Land Rover. It turns out you gave it to your male lover a long time ago, and you kept it a secret from me. TSK, you really value women over friends. Only then did Chen Meilin remember that the young man who was being kept by Wang Xuejuan on the phone was Li Chenwei. The relationship between the two of them was completely misunderstood. Chen Meilin's face flushed instantly and she retorted excitedly. You misunderstood. He and I are not in that kind of relationship. He is my new secretary. There is nothing between us. Chen Meilin seemed to lack confidence because she felt guilty. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and by the end she could hardly make a sound. Wang Xuejuan thought that Chen Meilin was guilty, so she immediately ran to Li Chenwei, put her face close to him, and asked seductively, How did you play with each other? Tell me quickly. Meilin even gave her a Land Rover. You must have played a lot and made her feel very comfortable, right? Li Chenwei felt embarrassed when he heard this question because they had actually played it before, and it was also unusual that Chen Meilin treated him as her husband. Coupled with the physical evidence of the Land Rover, it is difficult to explain clearly. Chen Meilin shyly pushed Wang Xuejuan away and said seriously, It's not what you think. I was drunk that day and fainted on the street. I almost fell to the ground. It was Xiaowei who supported me. He is my benefactor. I lent him my Land Rover to repay him. Wang Xuejuan looked back and forth at Chen Meilin and Li Chenwei with suspicion. Is that all? Didn't you support Xiaowei? Did Xiaowei help you? It's not the first day you've known me. How could I support a man? Wang Xuejuan thought it made sense, as she knew Chen Meilin was a decent woman. She has always been a chaste woman. Not to mention keeping a man, she doesn't even have a male friend. Logically speaking, It is impossible for her to suddenly change her personality and keep a young man. Wang Xuezhuan pouted her red lips and said jokingly, "You're wrong. Xiaowei saved you. You should be willing to marry him. Promise yourself to me." Chen Meilin's cheeks became even hotter. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're drunk even though you haven't even had any alcohol." "I'm speaking from the heart. If Xiaowei hadn't held you up, you might have hit your head. It's a serious injury and you might have died. Xiaowei saved your life, and that's a favor I need to repay for my whole life. How can just giving him a Land Rover be enough? Even if you don't want to sleep with him for the rest of your life, you have to help him give birth to a child." "Have a baby?" Chen Meilin subconsciously looked down at Li Chenwei's waist and felt a surge of heat in her body. She said angrily, "Idiot, how can you say such things in front of Xiaowei? If you dare to say that again, I will knock your mouth crooked." Li Chenwei knew that Wang Xuezhuan was very coquettish and liked to talk dirty, but he didn't expect her to be so coquettish. He even mentioned asking Chen Meilin to help him give birth to a child. "It's too naked." But Wang Xuezhuan hadn't said enough. She leaned towards Li Chenwei again. The beautiful snow-white hands rested intimately on his shoulders and spoke seductively in his ear. "My Meilin is a great beauty. You must really want to sleep with her, right? Why don't you just let me be the matchmaker and introduce you two to each other? You two can get married right away and have a fat baby soon." Chapter 27. Sister Wang's Feeding Grace. Wang Xuezhuan's voice is sweet, like syrup mixed with honey, which is very tempting. When you speak into someone's ear, that charming voice can really drive people crazy. And when she leaned over, the fragrance she exhaled blew all over Li Chenwei's cheeks, which was really charming. And what she said was even more outrageous. Li Chenwei and Chen Meilin had only met for 2 days, and Li Chenwei was a classmate of Chen Meilin's niece. She directly asked Li Chenwei and Chen Meilin to have a baby, which is really outrageous. However, Li Chenwei was very moved after hearing this. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of Chen Meilin being pregnant with his child, and his body felt hot. Seeing Li Chenwei's bewitched and restless look, Chen Meilin felt very anxious and quickly pushed Wang Xuezhuan away. "Wang Xuezhuan, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll take Xiaowei away." "Oh, you're talking like he's yours and you're taking him away. He lives in my house. Where do you want to take him?" When Chen Meilin heard this, she was so angry that she wanted to take Li Chenwei to live in her home. Wang Xuezhuan seemed to see that Chen Meilin was angry. After complaining, she stopped talking nonsense and returned to her seat. "I'm hungry. Let's serve the food first. We can talk about other things after we finish eating." Seeing that she stopped talking dirty, Chen Meilin breathed a sigh of relief and said to Li Chenwei helplessly, "Xuezhuan has always been like this. She's mean and likes to talk nonsense. Don't take her words to heart." "I don't mind. She's always been like this." Wang Xuezhuan is Li Chenwei's neighbor. Li Chenwei has known her since childhood and is familiar with her coquettish personality. Chen Meilin then asked him to sit opposite Wang Xuezhuan, and Chen Meilin sat between the two of them, and then asked the waiter to serve the food. Chen Meilin remembered that Li Chenwei particularly liked to eat abalone yesterday, so she specially ordered a large plate of abalone, followed by various delicacies from land and sea. A few minutes later, the waiter came to serve the dishes, and the table was filled with various delicious dishes. Wang Xuezhuan seemed to be really hungry. When she saw the dishes being served, she immediately picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Chen Meilin looked at Li Chenwei and said in a concerned tone, "Xiaowei, pick up your chopsticks too. Don't be shy. Just eat whatever you want." When Wang Xuezhuan heard this, she immediately made a joke. "Oh, why do you care about him so much? Is he your son?" This slutty woman just said that Li Chenwei was kept by Chen Meilin and wanted Chen Meilin to help him have a child. Now she says that Li Chenwei is Chen Meilin's son. She is really talking nonsense. However, Chen Meilin was not angry after hearing this. She admires Li Chenwei's gentleness and excellence and is willing to adopt him as her godson. Although the age difference between them is not big, there is no rule that the godmother must be a certain age older than her son. In fact, the godmother can be younger than her son. Chen Meilin lifted her hair from her cheek and responded with a smile. "You've already eaten. Why don't you shut your mouth? What nonsense are you talking about?" After listening to this, Wang Xuezhuan nodded repeatedly. "You're right. You're a talented couple, and it would be a waste if you didn't become husband and wife. You should get a marriage certificate and get married." "Bah, you're crazy again, aren't you?" Wang Xuezhuan opened her beautiful mouth and wanted to continue teasing, but suddenly she thought of something and her eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, Xiaowei seems to go to the same school as Xiaomin. He should be Chen Min's classmate, right?" Li Chenwei smiled and nodded. Yes. Wang Xuezhuan covered her mouth with her hands exaggeratedly. Wow, Tilda, you actually want to sleep with your daughter's classmate? That's outrageous. Chen Mailin shook her head excitedly again. I've explained it clearly just now. Xiaowei and I are not in that kind of relationship. Chen Mailin thought it didn't matter how she and Wang Xuezhuan joked in private, but it was too much to say such things in front of Li Chenwei. She felt very helpless, and for the first time in her life she disliked her best friend. Wang Xuezhuan asked with a wicked smile. You really don't have that kind of feelings towards Xiaowei? Chen Mailin said seriously. No, could you please stop and not bring up this topic again? You've been talking all night. Aren't you tired of it? Chen Mailin was told such things in front of Li Chenwei. She was worried that he would misunderstand her and felt very ashamed. She was really angry. Okay, I just want to know if you have that kind of feelings for Xiaowei. It's good that you don't. Wang Xuezhuan smiled evilly, then stood up, moved the chair next to Li Chenwei, and sat next to him. When Chen Mailin saw Wang Xuezhuan sitting next to Li Chenwei, she suddenly felt extremely jealous, and a sense of envy secretly arose in her heart. Why did you suddenly sit next to Xiaowei? Wang Xuezhuan responded with a smile. Aren't you not interested in Xiaowei? What does it have to do with you if I sit next to him? Chen Mailin was stunned when she heard this. After a long pause, she spoke with a lack of confidence. He's my secretary. I won't let him be bullied by a bad woman. Wang Xuezhuan put her hand on Li Chenwei's thigh and asked him seductively. Xiaowei knew my sister when he was a child, and he knew that my sister was not a bad woman, right? The warm touch on his thigh made Li Chenwei's body tremble. Being suddenly held on the thigh by a mature beauty, Li Chenwei unconsciously had some fantasies in that regard. After Wang Xuezhuan sat over, her face leaned very close, looking familiar. The soft and fragrant breath exhaled from her nose blew all over Li Chenwei's face. The double impact of up and down made Li Chenwei's body temperature rise suddenly, and he spoke out his true feelings. My sister's rent has always been cheap. She's a good person. Wang Xuezhuan nodded and glanced at Chen Mailin proudly. Did you hear that? Xiaowei said that my sister is a good person. Please don't alienate our relationship in front of Xiaowei. When we met, you were still peeing your pants in bed. Chen Mailin understood that Wang Xuezhuan was showing off. I knew Li Chenwei earlier than you, and much earlier. Chen Mailin didn't care in her heart. The distance between her and Li Chenwei had already broken zero. That is a distance beyond zero, and this kind of intimate bond cannot be compared with ordinary friendship. Chen Mailin sneered sarcastically. Xiaowei was just being polite and didn't say what was really in her heart. How can a woman like you who acts crazy and dirty-mouthed every day be a good woman? Seeing that Chen Mailin was not hit, Wang Xuezhuan moved her face closer to Li Chenwei. You're wrong to say that. I'm Xiaowei's neighbor and helped take care of him for a while when he was a child. I even fed him milk. I bought bottled milk. Wang Xuezhuan winked at Li Chenwei and gave him a seductive look. Xiaowei, do you still remember what the milk your sister fed you tasted like? Tell Mailin quickly, is the milk your sister bought delicious? Although Wang Xuezhuan's words were very frivolous and she was talking nonsense, this sentence was not nonsense. Li Chenwei's parents and Wang Xuezhuan are neighbors. When Li Chenwei was a child, although Wang Xuezhuan was young, she was very mature and sensible, and she often helped take care of Li Chenwei. Wang Xuezhuan particularly likes the feeling of feeding the child and often buys milk to feed him. Li Chenwei had forgotten his childhood memories, but with the help of Shenyu Iron Brain, he now clearly recalls what happened back then. Chapter 28 Childhood Goddess and Dream Lover. The memory of Shenyu Iron Brain is very powerful and can completely reproduce memories like playing a movie. After hearing Wang Xuezhuan's words, Li Chenwei completely recalled the memory of being held in Wang Xuezhuan's arms when he was a baby. The scene at that time quickly replayed in my mind, and the feeling, touch and taste were perfectly reproduced. Li Chenwei seemed to be experiencing it all over again. It turns out that Wang Xuezhuan was the one who fed him. She bought bottled milk. He was immediately filled with gratitude towards Wang Xuezhuan. I am also full of nostalgia for the happy times back then. Chen Mailin thought Wang Xuezhuan was talking nonsense again. The age gap between Wang Xuezhuan and Li Chenwei was not that big, so why would she feed him milk? I wanted to scold her harshly. But after seeing Li Chenwei's expression, he realized something was wrong. Chen Mailin looked at Li Chenwei with disbelief. You didn't really drink the milk she fed you when you were a child, did you? Yes, I've been drinking it since I was a baby, and I think I drank it until junior high school. You've been drinking for so long. Chen Mailin opened her mouth in surprise, her expression shocked. Although Li Chenwei is not Chen Mailin's husband, She always feels that Li Chenwei is her husband. Now that I know about his past with Wang Xuezhuan, I feel like my husband was fed by Wang Xuezhuan. Chen Mailin is a woman with a strong possessiveness, and she feels strong bitter emotions. My mouth was twisted by the bitterness, and the feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Wang Xuezhuan smiled happily when she saw Chen Mailin's bitter face. She pinched Li Chenwei's thigh hard and continued seductively. Xiaowei, I've always liked you. I treat you like my own brother and I care about your future. Mailin is a bad woman. She's a stingy woman. You saved her, but she doesn't want to sleep with you. She wants to get rid of you with a Land Rover. That's so insincere. I don't agree with your marriage. Whatever salary you get from Mailin now, I'll triple it. If you work with me in the future, I'll take you out to eat delicious food every day. After Wang Xuezhuan finished speaking, she picked up a large piece of abalone and put it into Li Chenwei's bowl. When Chen Mailin heard this, she immediately became anxious. Wang Xuezhuan, why are you poaching my people? Besides, you don't even have a job. You just sit at home picking your feet every day. Why do you let Xiaowei follow you? You're the one who's ruining his future. Wang Xuezhuan leaned her shoulders on Li Chenwei's shoulders and laughed triumphantly. Can't I let Xiaowei pick my feet for me from now on? Get out. Don't let Xiaowei touch your stinky feet. Xiaowei, my feet smell really good. They are the most popular black stockings among young people nowadays. You like black stockings, right? Do you want to touch them? After Wang Xuezhuan rubbed Li Chenwei's body, she actually lifted up her beautiful legs in black stockings and placed them on Li Chenwei's upper legs. Wang Xuezhuan's beautiful legs are very plump. Although they are plump, there is not a trace of fat and they do not look fat. Her legs are in perfect shape. And the skin is very smooth, white, and tender as tofu. It is a different type of exquisite legs from Chen Mailin's. It's embarrassing to say, but in addition to fantasizing about Chen Mailin as his dream lover, Li Chenwei also fantasized about Wang Xuezhuan. Since Wang Xuezhuan was his landlord and lived in the same building, they met often. Li Chenwei fantasized about Wang Xuezhuan more often and earlier than Chen Mailin. Wang Xuezhuan's curvy figure and round beautiful legs are absolutely perfect. She is actually Li Chenwei's childhood goddess. Now the goddess put her beautiful legs on his thighs, and Li Chenwei felt a strong sense of emotion. According to this plot development, he can not only realize his dream with his dream lover, but also realize his dream with his childhood goddess. Such a life is really happy. But the reality is not that simple. When Chen Mailin saw this scene, her face turned red with anger. Because she had the illusion that Li Chenwei was her husband, in her eyes, Wang Xuezhuan was putting her thigh on her husband's leg. Chen Mailin is a woman with a strong possessiveness and is unwilling to share her husband with other women. Not even your best friend. She immediately rushed to Li Chenwei's side and pushed Wang Xuezhuan's feet away. Take your stinky feet away from Xiaowei. That's so rude. Wang Xuezhuan pouted, very dissatisfied. My feet smell so good, how could they be smelly? Come here, Xiaowei, and smell my feet to see if they smell good. Although Wang Xuezhuan said that she wanted Li Chenwei to smell her feet, she was afraid of Chen Mailin and did not raise her feet again. Chen Mailin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Wang Xuezhuan had stopped messing around, and said seriously, "We are having dinner now. You're old enough, so can you please be a little polite? Aren't you ashamed?" Chen Mailin also followed Wang Xuezhuan's example, moved the chair next to Li Chenwei, and sat down next to him. Li Chenwei is now sandwiched between two mature ladies. On the left is the childhood goddess, and on the right is the dream lover. Being double-teamed by the two goddesses gave him a premonition that his romantic luck would suddenly explode and he would be blessed with good fortune in the future. Wang Xuezhuan said dissatisfiedly, "You slutty fox, why are you imitating me and sitting next to Xiaowei? Get away quickly and don't get so close to my Xiaowei. You're the slutty fox, and you're trying to poach Xiaowei. Let me tell you, Xiaowei is my employee, and I won't let anyone poach him." At this time, the door of the box opened and a male waiter walked in with a pot of soup. He named the dishes as usual: wolfberry, cloud ear mushroom, ginseng, and old hen soup. He saw two beautiful ladies sandwiching a child between them, and his eyes popped out in surprise. He stumbled and almost spilled the soup in his hand. The male waiter shouted in his heart, "What is wrong with this kid? Why is he surrounded by girls? He is so blessed." The male waiter noticed that Chen Mailin and Wang Xuezhuan were not ordinary women, but beautiful women with excellent looks and figures. One of them wore tight jeans that showed off her legs, while the other wore a tight skirt that showed off her hips and sexy ultra-thin black stockings. Both of these outfits are classic speed attack outfits. An ordinary little man can't stand it. The male waiter almost had a nosebleed after just one look. His mind was filled with all kinds of fantasies and he soon lost control. After putting down the old hen's soup, he immediately bent over and left the room, rushing to the bathroom. Chen Mailin and Wang Xuejuan are both mature women. When they saw the male waiter's blushing expression, they knew they were misunderstood. Although Wang Xuejuan's words were very lewd, she was just joking and not a crazy woman. Wang Xuejuan coughed lightly and returned to her normal state. The food is cold, let's eat first. After she finished speaking, she picked up another piece of large abalone and put it into Li Chenwei's bowl. Come, try my abalone. The sensitive Chen Mailin felt dissatisfied again. I treated you to this meal. Why is it your abalone? As she spoke, she picked up a larger piece and put it into Li Chenwei's bowl. Wang Xuejuan smiled. Whoever puts the abalone into Xiaowei's bowl gets it. She picked up another big piece of abalone and put it into Li Chenwei's bowl. Chen Mailin wanted to take more, but she found that Li Chenwei's bowl was full of 4 abalones and could not fit any more. 3 of the abalone were picked by Wang Xuejuan, and only 1 was picked by Chen Mailin herself. This made her feel very dissatisfied. She felt that she had lost and Li Chenwei would be snatched away by Wang Xuejuan. I feel very regretful inside. Why didn't I pay attention and put the abalone into Li Chenwei's bowl first? It's really uncomfortable to pay for it yourself but have someone else treat Li Chenwei to abalone. Chen Mailin felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, and her eyes became slightly moist. Chapter 29 Fairy Milk Tea. Wang Xuejuan seemed to have had enough fun. She regained her serious expression, pulled out the cork of a bottle of red wine with skillful hands, and poured a glass of red wine into a tall wine glass. She shook it gently, put it to her red lips and took a sip, then asked Li Chenwei, Xiaowei, do you want to drink? Li Chenwei is now sandwiched between 2 beauties like a pancake. He believes that his situation is not optimistic and a crisis may break out at any time. In this situation, he needs to remain calm and not be stimulated by alcohol. I'm going to drive Sister Lin home later, so I won't drink anymore. Haha, tilde you call her Sister Lin, how intimate. My Sister Lin, would you like to drink? Chen Mailin is still upset about the fact that she got drunk last night and mistook her husband for her again, hugging Li Chenwei and kissing him wildly. She had not originally planned to drink, but because of the frustration of feeding the abalone just now, she felt very disappointed. She wanted to use alcohol to stimulate herself and relieve the depression in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Okay, I'll just have a drink. You want to get drunk if you only drink 1 glass, so it doesn't matter if you drink 1. Wang Xuejuan then poured a glass of red wine for Chen Mailin. Afterwards, the 3 of them ate quietly because they were hungry. Li Chenwei wants to prioritize finishing the big abalone in the bowl. He opened his mouth and ate one after another. The White Swan Hotel is worthy of being the #1 hotel in Flower City, and the chefs have very high cooking skills. The abalone is cooked to the perfect temperature. The meat is very tender, chewy, and refreshing, and very delicious. Li Chenwei ate one after another and couldn't stop eating. Chen Mailin brought a bowl of old hen soup to him. Come, drink some ginseng and old hen soup to replenish your body. Li Chenwei has lost 5 kilograms due to his recent good fortune and needs something tonic like old hen soup to replenish his body. The old hen soup at the White Swan Hotel was also delicious, and he drank 3 big bowls in a row. When Wang Xuejuan and Chen Mailin were not chatting, they ate very quickly. They were not like young girls who pretended to be reserved, pinching their mouths and not daring to open them. They eat vegetables and meat with big mouthfuls. Especially Wang Xuejuan, this mature queen is very impatient when eating. No matter what he eats, he swallows it in 1 bite. He is very generous and doesn't care about his image at all. When there were only a few dishes left on the table, Li Chenwei started talking about business. Sister Wang, last time I talked to you about renting a milk tea shop, you said the rent was 10,000, the equipment was 30,000, and the deposit was 10,000. I still need 20,000. Now that Sister Lin is willing to lend me money, I have enough money to rent. Wang Xuejuan opened her cherry lips and was about to respond, but Chen Mailin spoke first. She's a wealthy woman, so the rent doesn't need to be that high. 50% off, 5,000 will be enough. Wang Xuejuan smiled helplessly. Money isn't the problem. It's just that there are too many milk tea shops there and the competition is fierce. That milk tea shop has been open for more than a year and has lost nearly 100,000 yuan. Chen Mailin nodded worriedly. I also think that opening a milk tea shop there won't make money, but just losing a little money isn't a big deal. I'll just let Xiaowei gain some entrepreneurial experience. Li Chenwei asked doubtfully. There are several elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools nearby, and there are obviously a lot of students. Why can't I make money selling milk tea? Wang Xuezhuan took a sip of red wine and explained with a smile. Although it's near the school, students generally don't come to this area. They shop in the street in front, which is closer. Although it's only 50 meters away, students rarely walk more than 50 meters. So that street is not popular. Most of the people who pass by are elderly people living in the old city. Students and white-collar workers generally don't go there. And the elderly don't drink milk tea. Li Chenwei lowered his head in thought. 50 meters? It's actually quite close. As long as there's a reason, they'll go over there. Wang Xuezhuan looked at him with a puzzled look. Have you thought of a reason to attract them there? It's just a milk tea shop, that's impossible, right? Ordinary milk tea shops definitely can't do that. The previous milk tea shop was called Yangji Milk Tea Bar, which is a very unfashionable name. Young people definitely wouldn't be willing to walk the extra 50 meters to buy it, and they wouldn't even buy it if they were just passing by. Chen Mailin had experience in changing brand names and immediately had a similar idea. Xiaowei, can you think of a good milk tea brand name? Fairy Milk Tea, I think this name is good. It will make people want to drink it. Chen Mailin and Wang Xuezhuan like the name Fairy Milk Tea very much and both look surprised. Chen Mailin nodded in praise. Fairy Milk Tea, it sounds like it has a fairy-like feeling. If I see a milk tea shop like this, I will definitely buy a cup to try it. The word fairy is becoming popular among young women now. They think they are fairies, and when they see the term fairy milk tea, they will definitely identify with it. I've already thought of a slogan, drink fairy milk tea and be a happy little fairy. After hearing this, Chen Mailin nodded repeatedly. This slogan is good. Young girls will definitely buy it. Although Wang Xuezhuan thought the idea was interesting, she knew that the street was prosperous in terms of business but not in terms of profits. In the past decade or so, no store had been able to remain in business for long. The shops there are always being renovated and have signs saying shops for rent. The disadvantages of this location cannot be changed by a name or a slogan. And she believes this idea has a serious drawback. Your idea can only attract female customers to drink. Male customers don't want to be fairies, so they won't drink it. You will naturally drive away half of the customers. Li Chenwei smiled and shook his head. I've also thought of ways to attract male customers. Seeing Li Chenwei's confident look, Chen Mailin and Wang Xuezhuan both widened their eyes with curiosity. What method have you come up with? Men all like beautiful women. If I really ask a fairy to sell milk tea, they will naturally be attracted to it. Which man doesn't want to drink milk tea from fairy sister? Hire a fairy? Do you mean hire a model? Models are paid very high, hundreds of yuan an hour. If you hire her to sell milk tea, her daily salary will be several thousand yuan. Wang Xuezhuan has a lot of connections and knows the current market conditions for young models. There's no need to hire a model. Just hire a beautiful woman with a good image and have her wear hanfu as a poster girl. Hanfu? Poster girl? These two words were very unfamiliar in 2012, and Wang Xuezhuan and Chen Mailin were unable to react for a while. However, they quickly remembered the ethereal and fairy-like aura of hanfu in TV dramas, and then nodded with a smile. Hanfu is indeed very beautiful. When beautiful women wear it, they really give off an air of fairy spirit. It's a great idea to have fairies wearing hanfu sell fairy milk tea. The more Chen Mailin and Wang Xuezhuan thought about it, the more they felt that this idea was feasible, and they looked at Li Chenwei with admiration. They clapped their hands subconsciously. This idea is really feasible. It's even better than the ad with the beautiful woman selling coconut juice. Xiaowei, I think you're a good person, so I'll rent this shop to you at half price. Chen Mailin treated Li Chenwei as a secretary and was proud of his amazing idea. She put her hand on Li Chenwei's thigh and said proudly, Xuezhuan, I said Xiaowei is very smart and a gifted business genius. Was I right? His fairy milk tea is bound to be a hit. Wang Xuezhuan was dissatisfied with Chen Mailin's show-off attitude. She put her beautiful hand on Li Chenwei's thigh and said unconvincedly, What does Xiaowei's intelligence have to do with you? I raised him, which means I gave him good nutrition. His intelligence has something to do with me. Wang Xuezhuan was looking at Chen Mailin while she was talking, not at Li Chenwei's thigh. She pressed it casually and accidentally touched Li Chenwei's. Chapter 30 Chen Mailin is drunk again. Wang Xuezhuan's hand accidentally touched Li Chenwei's embarrassing spot. This made Wang Xuezhuan and Li Chenwei feel awkward. They subconsciously looked at each other and their eyes met. Wang Xuezhuan is a mature woman and believes that pretending not to notice is the best way to deal with it. Wang Xuezhuan smiled at Li Chenwei and said nothing. Li Chenwei didn't know what to say. After looking at each other, They decided to just let it go. Although the two appeared calm, there was a turmoil in their hearts. Wang Xuezhuan's heart was pounding, and the desire hidden deep in her heart was aroused by this little accident. Li Chenwei's heartbeat also accelerated violently, and he had to suppress it desperately to calm himself down. Chen Mailin didn't know what happened between the two of them and was still refuting Wang Xuezhuan's previous dirty talk. Your nutrition is good. You're just talking nonsense. If your nutrition is good, why is the brother you take care of so useless? Wang Xuezhuan and Chen Mailin have a sisterly relationship and there are no secrets between them. Wang Xuezhuan often complained to Chen Mailin that Wang Kun was as incompetent as a woman, and they talked a lot about it in private. So Chen Mailin said it directly without any hesitation. Wang Xuezhuan used to just feel sorry for her brother's incompetence, but now with Li Chenwei as a comparison, she feels that her brother is even more useless. Xiaowei looks handsome, not only smart but also strong inside. Wang Kun is obviously older than him, but he looks very weak and doesn't look like a man. His inner body was even weaker. They are both men. Why is there such a big difference? Is it because Wang Kun doesn't like drinking milk and is malnourished? Wang Xuezhuan looked down at Li Chenwei's strong body, her eyes overflowing with envy. After knowing how smart and capable Li Chenwei is, he increasingly wants to adopt Li Chenwei as his godson. Wang Xuezhuan is a woman who does what she says without hesitation. She lifted the hair from her cheek with her beautiful hands, revealing her snow-white earlobes to Li Chenwei, and asked seductively, Xiaowei, would you like to recognize my sister as your godmother? If you become my godson, I'll waive your rent. Wang Xuezhuan's charming peach blossom eyes contain deep tenderness, and her voice is as gentle as water. At this moment, Wang Xuezhuan was completely different from her previous wild and crazy behavior, showing her gentle and motherly side. Li Chenwei was moved by Wang Xuezhuan's contrasting gentle side. Although their age difference was not big, for a moment he wanted to agree to be Wang Xuezhuan's godson. Wang Xuezhuan is not only mature and coquettish, she also has hundreds of houses for rent, and the value of the properties alone reaches hundreds of millions. Don't you want to recognize this rich lady as your mother? Not to mention that Wang Xuezhuan is a beautiful and mature queen. Even if she is a 16-year-old fairy, Li Chenwei would want to recognize her as his mother. However, Li Chenwei is not an ordinary man. He is well versed in Cao Cao's art of war and has great ambitions in his heart. He didn't want to bow down and be the son of a rich woman, but instead wanted the rich woman to bow down to him. If I became Wang Xuezhuan's godson, I would never meet this childhood goddess in my life, so I had to refuse. When Li Chenwei was about to refuse politely, Chen Mailin took the lead and came over and pressed Li Chenwei's thigh. Xiaowei, don't do such a stupid thing. Sister will help you pay the rent. Chen Mailin now has the illusion that Li Chenwei is her husband. Li Chenwei being Wang Xuezhuan's godson is equivalent to her husband being Wang Xuezhuan's godson. Chen Mailin would not allow this to happen. Chen Mailin's expression was very serious, and her watery eyes revealed a stern and determined look. Wang Xuezhuan was puzzled when she saw Chen Mailin suddenly become serious. I want Xiaowei to be my godson, not my lover. Why are you so excited? Have you become so stingy now that you still don't allow Xiaowei to recognize his godmother? Wang Xuezhuan also became dissatisfied. You are such a nonsense-mouthed woman that you will corrupt Xiaowei. I will definitely not allow you to be her godmother. The two royal ladies confronted each other across Li Chenwei, their eyes colliding fiercely in front of Li Chenwei, as if sparks were flying. Their beautiful hands pressed on Li Chenwei's thighs, and Li Chenwei, who was caught in the middle, felt very helpless. In order to calm the dispute between the two beauties, he spoke. Sorry, Sister Wang, I don't want to be anyone's godson. Wang Xuezhuan looked regretful. Why? It's so nice to be my godson. I have more than 100 houses. If you become my godson, I can give you 50 of them. Xiaowei wants to start a business. Are you trying to undermine his resolve by saying this? Isn't the purpose of starting a business to make money? I have more money than I can spend. If Xiaowei were my son, he would have succeeded in starting a business right away. Chen Mailin was worried that Li Chenwei was really persuaded by Wang Xuezhuan, so she started a heated argument with her. Starting a business means making money based on your own abilities. The money you earn yourself has a different meaning from the money given by others. You're wrong. It doesn't matter how the money comes from, as long as it can be used. The key is to make money quickly. Being able to spend and enjoy life at 20 is different from working hard for 30 years and enjoying life at 50. Your values are terrible. You haven't started a business. You just make money by collecting rent. You don't understand how great people who have the courage to start a business are. I don't need understanding. As long as I have money to spend, who cares about starting a business? The two beauties quarreled for an hour. Li Chenwei was sandwiched between them, and was sprayed by the fragrance of their exhaled for an hour. He was also pressed on his thighs for an hour by them. The two beauties' delicate hands softened his thighs. Just when Li Chenwei was feeling elated, he noticed that Chen Meilin had drunk the third glass of red wine. He came to his senses and quickly reminded her, "Sister Lin, this is your third glass of red wine. Aren't you afraid of getting drunk?" When Chen Meilin heard the reminder, her eyes showed surprise. She had just made up her mind not to drink too much in the future and only drink one glass at most, so why did she drink the third glass now? When Chen Meilin felt regretful, her brain began to feel dizzy. The food I saw began to become blurry and shake. Chen Meilin knew she was getting drunk and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I was so excited while chatting that I drank too much. Xiaowei, you're not drunk. Please drive me home." Wang Xuezhuan talked for a whole night and her throat was dry. She also wanted to go home, take a hot bath and rest. "It's getting late, let's leave." Wang Xuezhuan paid the bill for the drunk Chen Meilin, and the three of them left the White Swan Hotel together. As I walked out of the hotel door, a cold wind blew. Chen Meilin felt drunk and her head was spinning. The slender legs wrapped in jeans softened, and the plump body fell towards Li Chenwei. Chapter 31 Accidentally Touched. Chen Meilin's beautiful legs softened and her plump body fell towards Li Chenwei. Li Chenwei immediately stretched out his hands to catch her and held the sweet and soft female president in his arms. Because the incident happened suddenly, Li Chenwei's hand directly touched Chen Meilin's soft body. Li Chenwei felt the thick touch and his cheeks turned red instantly. This sudden good fortune left him stunned. However, he soon realized that there was another woman next to him, so he didn't dare to linger and quickly moved his hand away. The drunk Chen Meilin was completely unaware and leaned on Li Chenwei like a puppet with its strings cut, and buried her soft face deep in Li Chenwei's chest. Now that she had someone to rely on, she felt reliable, a warmth surged in her heart, and a hot sweat suddenly broke out on her delicate body. Li Chenwei glanced at Wang Xuezhuan and found that there was nothing unusual on her expression, as if she had not seen the embarrassing scene just now. Li Chenwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Meilin again. "Sister Lin, are you okay?" The beauty in my arms had a dazed look in her eyes and did not respond. Wang Xuezhuan, who was standing aside, smiled as if enjoying the show. "Haha, Meilin's alcohol tolerance is very low. She gets drunk after 2 glasses of red wine and passes out after 3. She usually only drinks 1 glass of red wine, but for some reason today she drank 3 glasses." Wang Xuezhuan's laughter brought Chen Meilin back to her senses, and she spoke with all her might. "I'm not drunk. I'm just a little sleepy and want to sleep. Please take me to the car." Li Chenwei held Chen Meilin's shoulders with one hand and her slender waist with the other, helping her walk to the parking lot. Because Chen Meilin is tall, a head taller than Li Chenwei, and her upper body is very heavy, Li Chenwei's small body made the performance a bit difficult. Wang Xuezhuan had no intention of helping. She stood on the other side of him and kept talking dirty. "Meilin, listen to me carefully. Don't try to attack my Xiaowei while he's drunk. Stay awake and don't mistake my Xiaowei for your husband. I will go check on Xiaowei tomorrow. If I find that Xiaowei is missing a piece of meat, I will not let you go." Wang Xuezhuan didn't know that Chen Meilin had mistakenly recognized her husband after getting drunk. She just said some dirty talk. Unexpectedly, these 2 dirty words hit Chen Meilin's sore spot. Chen Meilin really once mistook Li Chenwei for her husband. She was so ashamed that she couldn't speak, and her face was hot as if it was burned by fire. After Li Chenwei helped Chen Meilin walk into the passenger seat with difficulty, he helped her fasten her seatbelt and turned to ask Wang Xuezhuan, "Sister Wang, do you want to come in? I can take you home after I send Sister Lin home." Wang Xuezhuan waved her hand. "No, I drank some wine and now I feel hot all over. I want to go for a walk by the river and enjoy some cool breeze." "But you have to be careful with that woman. She's been single all her life and is still a virgin. She must have a lot of suppressed desires inside her. She's like a hungry tigress. Be careful not to get eaten by her." Li Chenwei always thought that Wang Xuezhuan spoke in a dishonest manner and talked nonsense all day long. Unexpectedly, what she said hit the nail on the head. Li Chenwei had personal experience and knew the value of a hungry tigress, so he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Chen Meilin was really too hungry. She would really eat people whole. "I'll pay attention." After saying goodbye to Wang Xuezhuan, Li Chenwei got into the driver's seat and drove away. This scene was seen by Xu Jinan, who was off work. Xu Jinan worked overtime for 2 consecutive days and felt very tired both physically and mentally. He was so tired that he didn't even have the strength to pee. He had just eaten a takeaway and was strolling around when he saw Li Chenwei supporting the drunk Chen Mailin again. He suddenly felt a strong sense of anger in his heart. He felt it was very unfair. Xu Jinan worked very hard in the company. In order not to waste time, he even held his urine for 2 hours and developed prostatitis. Not only did the intern Li Chenwei not come to work overtime, he also had dinner with the company's female president for 2 consecutive days. And when the female boss was drunk, he sent her home. Why? Seeing Chen Mailin drunk and unconscious, Xu Jinan was very worried that Li Chenwei would take advantage of her while she was drunk. For example, secretly kissing her when she was unconscious. Thinking of this possibility, Xu Jinan clenched his fists tightly. He was angry and jealous. What made Xu Jinan even more unacceptable was that there was another beautiful woman beside Li Chenwei tonight. And that beauty is a top-notch queen whose appearance is not inferior to Chen Mailin. The mature charm she exudes is so seductive. Xu Jinan was hooked at first sight and couldn't help but let all kinds of wild thoughts run wild in his mind. Damn it! I'm a returned overseas student, and now I don't even have a girlfriend. How come that guy who graduated from a domestic university can have so many girls? This world is so unfair. Xu Jinan's eyes turned red with jealousy at Li Chenwei's good fortune. And because Chen Mailin is Xu Jinan's dream goddess, he feels like his goddess has been snatched away by Li Chenwei. Xu Jinan couldn't stand it anymore and started thinking about a plan to kick Li Chenwei out of the company. But before that, he had something more urgent to say. After seeing the enchanting figures of the 2 beauties, Xu Jinan couldn't control himself. He bent over and hurriedly ran into the public toilet on the street. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that he came out again. Li Chenwei parked the Land Rover in front of Chen Mailin's yard and checked the message sent by the system after completing the task. The host rented Wang Xuezhuan's milk tea shop without paying rent, exceeded the task, and received a triple reward. Do good deeds, sow kindness, and reap good fruits. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 good fruits. The host now has 7 good fruits. Originally, renting the milk tea shop could only get 1 good deed, but because Wang Xuezhuan was willing to waive the rent, an additional 2 good deed rewards were added. This time I made a lot of money again. Li Chenwei was very happy. Now he had 7 good results and he didn't have to save them. For example, it can be used on Chen Mailin to stop her aging. Although Chen Mailin looks very young now, there is no sign of aging on her face, and her skin is as smooth and white as when she was 20 years old. However, the shelf life of beauty is very short, and aging may accelerate at any time. Li Chenwei wants Chen Mailin to stay in this perfect state forever. He turned to look at Chen Mailin, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Chen Mailin hadn't spoken a word since she got on the car. At this moment, she closed her eyes and leaned her head back on the chair. Her breathing was even, and her knitted sweater, which was bulging out, rose and fell rhythmically, as if she was asleep. Sister Lin, we are at your house. Li Chenwei called out, and seeing that Chen Mailin didn't respond, he gently patted her shoulder. Sister Lin, did you hear that? We are home. Chen Mailin still didn't react at all. She really fell asleep. Looking at the exquisite, beautiful, and mature face, Li Chenwei swallowed unconsciously. It is so tempting to have such a hot and plump CEO Cheng sleeping next to me. Li Chenwei has tasted Chen Mailin and knows her beauty. Having tasted the sweetness, Li Chenwei's heart was undergoing a severe test at this time. Don't worry about it for now. Just use the good fruit to stop Sister Lin's aging. The host consumes 1 good fruit and uses Stop Aging on Chen Mailin. Chen Mailin's body stops aging from this moment on. After thinking for a moment, Li Chenwei decided to use another good deed on Chen Mailin to extend her lifespan. The host consumes 1 good fruit and increases Chen Mailin's lifespan by 30 years. This will ensure that Chen Mailin will not die within 30 years. After 30 years, the good results of increasing her lifespan can be used on her. And because Li Chenwei gained good results very quickly, after 30 years, he may have accumulated hundreds of good results. Just in case, next time I meet Sister Wang, I'll also increase her lifespan. After making a plan, Li Chenwei prepared to carry Chen Mailin out of the car. However, his gaze stopped at Chen Mailin's plump, bright red lips, and he couldn't move his eyes away. Chapter 32. Stealing a Kiss. Chen Mailin's home is located in the villa area of the old city. It is very quiet at night and there is no sound at all. In this silent environment, Li Chenwei could clearly hear his own violent heartbeat. Plop, plop tilde. Looking at Chen Mailin's mature and perfect face and plump and moist red lips, Li Chenwei felt a thrill in his heart. This female president is so beautiful, and she exudes a noble and inviolable temperament. Li Chenwei really can't take his eyes off her. At this time, the faint fragrance of Chen Mailin drifted over, and Li Chenwei's heart was pounding under the double impact of vision and smell. He felt hungry too. Li Chenwei was thinking inwardly. Chen Meilin kissed him so many times when she was drunk before. He suffered so much. It's normal for him to kiss Chen Meilin back while she's asleep, right? If only women are allowed to kiss and not men, then there is inequality between men and women. For the sake of gender equality, Li Chenwei wants to kiss her back. Li Chenwei swallowed and took a deep breath. He leaned over and put his lips in front of Chen Meilin's lips. The distance between the two of them is only 2 centimeters now. If they get a little closer, they can kiss. At this distance, all the warm breath from Chen Meilin blew onto Li Chenwei's face. The blood in Li Chenwei's body was boiling. His sanity was making a final struggle. What should Chen Meilin do if she wakes up while being kissed and finds that Li Chenwei kissed her secretly? Then let us do it. Li Chenwei did not hide his feelings. If he was discovered, he would confess to her directly. Moreover, Chen Meilin agreed to kiss him on the first night they met. They already had a previous record, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After making up his mind, Li Chenwei put his lips forward and kissed Chen Meilin gently on her lips. Because he was worried about waking Chen Meilin up, it was a very gentle kiss. After Li Chenwei kissed her, he turned his face away and observed Chen Meilin while savoring the sweet touch, wanting to see if she had any reaction. Although Chen Meilin looked completely unresponsive on the outside, her heart was like a storm, with the wind and cloud surging. It turned out that Chen Meilin felt very ashamed after hearing what Wang Xuezhuan said before getting on the bus. She forced herself to suppress her desires and didn't dare to do anything rash today, so she was very quiet in the car and fell asleep unknowingly. She had really fallen asleep. But after Li Chenwei used 2 good fruits on her, her body's aura changed. She was struck by the luck and woke up. However, her drunkenness had not worn off, and her head felt dizzy. She was not fully awake and was in a state of half asleep. Although he is asleep, he is still aware of the outside world. Chen Meilin felt the gentle and hot touch of his lips and knew that she was kissed by Li Chenwei. I suddenly felt panicked. Xiaowei kissed me secretly while I was sleeping. Did he think that about me? Chen Meilin was deeply shocked, but she did not intend to blame Li Chenwei. She thought it was because she had been drunk and done things to him twice before that made him completely obsessed with her. In Chen Meilin's eyes, Li Chenwei was a young and immature boy. He blushed when he was seduced by Wang Xuezhuan's beautiful legs in black stockings. If he hadn't stopped it in time, he might have been taken to a hotel by Wang Xuezhuan to get a room. This young man would definitely not be able to resist the temptation after having sex with Chen Meilin. It should be said that he did not have that kind of desire for Chen Meilin, which was abnormal. So this is not Li Chenwei's fault, it's Chen Meilin's fault. I am the female president of the company, but I seduced a young boy and made him fall in love with me. I am really sinful. Considering that the other party was her niece's classmate, Chen Meilin felt very ashamed and embarrassed. On the other hand, she believed that if she opened her eyes and accused Li Chenwei at this time, it would be a blow to him and cause him psychological trauma. After this failed experience, he may never dare to actively pursue women again. Besides, it's not like they haven't tea-kissed before. On the contrary, they have kissed many times. One more kiss, one tea affect anything. Out of inner shame and considering Li Chenwei's future, Chen Meilin decided to continue pretending to be asleep and pretend that she didn't know about it. Just let Li Chenwei kiss her, and then guide him well and let him fall in love with a young girl. It's just a kiss anyway, it won't hurt you. Chen Meilin believes that this mature approach is the most reasonable. But Chen Meilin was too naive. How could Li Chenwei be satisfied with just a kiss? Li Chenwei observed for a few seconds and found that Chen Meilin had no reaction. He mistakenly thought that she was still asleep and kissed her again. Chirp. This time, Li Chenwei did not move away immediately after the kiss, but pressed his lips against Chen Meilin's and kissed her deeply. The sweet feeling from her lips made Chen Meilin's heart almost jump out of her chest in shock. Xiaowei looked so innocent. How could he be so bold as to kiss me a second time? And this time they kept kissing. Chen Meilin was so ashamed that she felt like she was about to break. Although she felt ashamed, she was actually more happy inside. Li Chenwei took actions that were inconsistent with his youthful impression of her because of his infatuation with her. This made Chen Meilin realize that she was an attractive woman and young people today would still be fascinated by her. All women have concerns about aging. Even beautiful women do. Beautiful women have a higher starting point, but their age concerns are much greater than those of ordinary women. This is especially true for Chen Meilin. As a strict female president, she always exudes a majestic and domineering aura. The men were suppressed by her aura and dared not approach her. This caused Chen Meilin to misunderstand that men were avoiding her because she was no longer young and had lost the charm of a young girl. Chen Meilin is deeply worried about this. And with Li Chenwei's passionate kiss at this moment, Chen Meilin's worries disappeared. The first time Li Chenwei asked her for a kiss, it could be explained by the fact that he had never kissed a woman before. He was just curious about women at the time, not obsessed with her. But this time, I'm definitely obsessed with her. After she realized that she was infatuated with Li Chenwei, her mentality changed completely. Comfortable. Chen Meilin felt relieved and became happy instead. She couldn't even help but respond. She wanted to hug Li Chenwei and kiss him passionately. But she remembered what Wang Xuezhuan had said just now, mocking her. Don't think of taking advantage of Xiaowei while he's drunk. When Chen Meilin thought of the sentence, she felt a strong sense of shame. She believed that she was not the bad woman that Wang Xuezhuan described as someone who would support and play with boys. So I tried my best to suppress my emotions and desires and to endure. Chen Meilin imagined herself as a doll, a piece of wood, allowing Li Chenwei to kiss her. After tasting Chen Meilin, Li Chenwei's actions gradually became more and more outrageous. He stuck out his tongue and licked Chen Meilin's snow-white face. Chen Meilin's skin is very smooth, as tender and soft as tofu. The touch is very comfortable. Chen Meilin's heart trembled violently again, and her whole body felt hot. She felt like she really couldn't control herself anymore. However, because Li Chenwei had done something even more outrageous, if she woke up at this moment, Li Chenwei would feel even more embarrassed and would be hit even harder. Considering Li Chenwei's future life, Chen Meilin can only continue to endure. But what Chen Meilin didn't expect was that Li Chenwei also reached out his hand. Chapter 33. Remembering the past, please read. Li Chenwei first put his arms around Chen Meilin's slender waist, and then moved restlessly along her waistline, fully feeling the hotness and thickness of Chen Meilin's figure. After Chen Meilin drank, her sanity was on the verge of collapse. At this time, it cannot withstand the test. Li Chenwei's touch aroused all of Chen Meilin's desires. Chen Meilin couldn't bear it anymore. Even if Wang Xuezhuan was right and she was a bad woman and a hungry tigress, it didn't matter. Chen Meilin wants to let go of everything tonight and enjoy herself to the fullest. Just when Chen Meilin couldn't help but hug Li Chenwei, Chen Meilin's cell phone rang. When Li Chenwei heard the sound, he immediately let go of Chen Meilin. Chen Meilin, who was about to burst out crying, felt like she was saved. She pretended to be woken up by the noise, groaned, and moved her body slightly. After waiting for 1 second, he covered his face with his hands and slowly opened his eyes. Chen Meilin's acting was too realistic. Li Chenwei thought he woke up because he heard the ringing of the bell, and he did not feel any uneasiness in his heart. He spoke softly to Chen Meilin, who had just woken up and was still dazed, as if nothing had happened. Sister Lin, your phone is ringing. Yeah, I know. Chen Meilin slowly took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket and answered the call. Hello, Tilda. Sister, where did you go tonight? I'm going to have dinner with Xuezhuan. Really? You were actually lying to me. Are you having dinner with Chen Wei? When Chen Meilin heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect Chen Minute to be so perceptive and see the truth at a glance. She hesitated for a moment, but didn't hide it. He's here too. He wants to rent a milk tea shop. I wanted to introduce Xuezhuan to him, but it turns out they already know each other. Xuezhuan is his landlord. Li Chenwei was listening to the conversation between Chen Meilin and her daughter and felt that Chen Minute was completely baffled. Why did she guess that she was having dinner with Chen Meilin? Under normal circumstances, which woman would eat with her niece's classmates? Even those ridiculously melodramatic TV dramas wouldn't have this kind of plot. Chen Min's thinking is so weird. Wait, could it be that she saw through my liking for her sister? No, that's unlikely. Young people nowadays like virgins and young girls. How could she have thought that I would like older women? Besides, if she knew that I liked Chen Meilin, she would definitely make trouble for me. Because in her eyes, Chen Meilin is her mother. Asshole, I treated you as a classmate, and you actually caught my mother's attention. She would definitely scold me like this and warn me not to do anything to her mother. After all, who would want their deskmate to be their dad? Although Chen Minute has strange thoughts and is a weird person, she would not have such outrageous ideas. Okay, don't ask me anymore. I'm in the open space outside the yard. I'll be home as soon as I get off the car. So your sister is outside the door. Did Chen Wei take you home? Yes, if you have anything to say, wait until I come in and talk. Only then did Li Chenwei realize that he was only 10 meters away from Chen Meilin's home. Chen Minute was at home, and it was actually very dangerous for him to secretly kiss Chen Meilin under such circumstances. If Chen Minute came out for something and saw his car parked at the door, but didn't get out, it would be embarrassing. Chen Meilin also realized this, and she felt even more embarrassed. The two looked at each other and blushed. Li Chenwei thought that Chen Mailin had just fallen asleep and didn't know that her secret was exposed, so her face was just slightly red. Chen Mailin knew what had just happened. The sweet taste of the kiss was still lingering in her heart, and her whole face was red. She was sweating all over, her skin was sticky, and the hair on her forehead was all stuck to her cheeks, looking very messy. Chen Mailin was afraid that Li Chenwei would see through her clues, so she didn't dare to stay for long. Xiaowei, thank you for bringing me back. I'll thank you again next time. Goodbye. After Chen Mailin finished speaking, she pushed open the car door and wanted to get out without waiting for Li Chenwei's response. Li Chenwei laughed secretly in his heart. You have already thanked me just now, so there is no need to thank me. Li Chenwei opened the car door and wanted to help Chen Mailin. However, after the kiss just now, Chen Mailin was completely sober and no longer needed Li Chenwei's support. Chen Minute opened the door at this time, and after seeing Li Chenwei, he immediately waved to him excitedly. It was the first time that Li Chenwei saw Chen Minute so excited. He didn't know what she was excited about and thought she was completely unreasonable. Li Chenwei thought that she was acting crazy at the moment and had some resemblance to Wang Xuezhuan and was worried that she would say something obscene. Sister Lin, I'm going home first. Well, go back. After saying goodbye to Chen Mailin, Li Chenwei drove his Land Rover home. Li Chenwei returned home, took a hot bath, and then lay on the bed, thinking about what happened tonight. Sister Wang was very kind to me when I was little, but because of my bad relationship with Wang Kun, I distanced myself from her since high school. Now it seems that although what she said was a bit outrageous, she was still very worried about me. Although the final plot was completely opposite to what Wang Xuezhuan worried about, it was Li Chenwei who attacked the drunk Chen Mailin. Li Chenwei still felt a warmth in his heart. His parents died early, and no one cared about him except the landlady who fed him milk when he was a child. Through tonight's conversation, with the help of Shenyu Iron Brain, Li Chenwei completely remembered that Wang Xuezhuan had fed him milk for several years. Even though she bought bottled milk, she still fed me. I should repay Sister Wang. Li Chenwei thought about Wang Xuezhuan's past for a while, then turned to think about Chen Mailin. Sister Lin's lips are so soft, and her body is so fragrant and soft. Her queenly demeanor is really perfect. I hope to live a happy life with these two childhood goddesses and dream lovers. He thought about Chen Mailin on the left and Wang Xuezhuan on the right, and finally immersed himself in the memory of being fed by the young girl Wang Xuezhuan when he was a baby. Rely on the power of Shenyu Iron Brain to experience again the secure feeling of having something to rely on. I also relived the forgotten joys of my childhood. Before I knew it, I fell asleep peacefully like a baby. The next morning, Li Chenwei was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. After he got the Shenyu Iron Brain, his sleep quality improved significantly. Just 2 hours of sleep is enough to fully restore your energy. And when you wake up, your mind will immediately be clear. Li Chenwei picked up the mobile phone on the table and answered the call while lying down. Hello Tilda, who is that? I'm your mother. A strange and gentle female voice came from the phone. Li Chenwei was stunned when he heard this, because his mother had died a long time ago. Who are you? You must have called the wrong number. Haha, my dear son, after one night you can't recognize your mother's voice. It turned out that the person who called was Wang Xuezhuan, and she had deliberately pinched her throat, making a gentle voice that was completely unlike her usual style. Li Chenwei remembered that Wang Xuezhuan had shown her tender and loving side last night. Although this woman looks crazy on the outside, perhaps she really has a gentle side on the inside. Sister Wang, I'm not your son, stop joking. No, you drank my milk when you were a child. You are my godson. I'm going to pick you. Li Chenwei thought Wang Xuezhuan was joking and didn't take it seriously. He turned to look at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, and then he felt confused. Sister Wang, why are you calling so early? Chapter 34. A woman who will sober up after getting drunk. Tilda sister wants to know what happened between you and Mailin last night. Wang Xuezhuan's voice was full of the excitement of eating melon. Li Chenwei didn't know what she was excited about. What's the follow-up? Sister Lin got drunk and fell asleep last night, so I took her home, that's all. You actually sent her home, didn't you? Li Chenwei felt that this question was familiar. He seemed to have been asked this question once recently. Sister Lin's home is so close, of course I'll take her home. Hey kid, that's not what I meant. Sister Lin is drunk. This is a good opportunity. You should just send her to the hotel and get a room. Li Chenwei felt speechless when he heard Wang Xuezhuan say such explicit words early in the morning. Men are full of energy in the morning, but they can't stand hearing such words. A woman as rich and beautiful as Sister Lin is very rare. It's rare that she likes you. You should seize the opportunity and do something with her directly. She's a misophobic woman. She's grown up without ever finding a man. Women like her are usually very infatuated. You have to seize the opportunity and make it a done deal with her. Make her pregnant with your child. Then she will be completely devoted to you and give you everything. This is a man's true entrepreneurship. Hearing Wang Xuezhuan's righteous words, Li Chenwei was a little confused. Didn't Sister Wang warn Sister Lin yesterday not to attack me? Why is she doing the opposite today? Wang Xuezhuan smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I was drunk last night and that's why I said that. If I wasn't drunk, I would definitely get in the car and help you carry my Lin to the hotel room. Li Chenwei understood that Wang Xuezhuan was usually crazy, and only after getting drunk would her sanity return to normal. This woman is really sexy. Sister Wang, stop joking with me. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. My Lin is an excellent woman. In what way is she not better than your girlfriend? The only drawback is that I'm too old. But there's a saying that goes, young people don't know how good older sisters are, they only treat young girls as treasures. Once you've slept with my Lin once, you'll know she's better than your little girlfriend. Li Chenwei already knows the difference between delicacies from land and sea and coarse grains, and agrees with this statement. Sister Wang is right. Sister Lin is much better than Lu Yao. That's what I told you. Since you know this, dump Lu Yao and be with my Lin. Li Chenwei felt like he had fallen into Wang Xuezhuan's trap and naturally changed the subject. Oh, Sister Wang, there are still a lot of details to discuss about renting a milk tea shop. I need to change the sign. Do you know a shop that makes signs? Of course I do. My sister knows a lot of people. Not only does she know the craftsmen who make signs, she also knows designers. You can ask her to help you design a fashionable sign. You ask her to design a design with the theme of white and fairies, preferably with a fairy figure in it. Okay, I'll tell her your idea. By the way, her name is Liu Qingqing. She's a cold and arrogant wealthy woman who really looks like a fairy. But she's a misophobe and doesn't want to breathe the same air in the same room with men. When she contacts male clients, she doesn't meet in person, but only communicates by phone. If she wasn't such a weird woman, I would definitely introduce her to you. There are women who don't want to breathe the same air in the same room with men. She wouldn't think she's a fairy, would she? Li Chenwei resisted the urge to complain. But she loves children very much and her dream is to have a child. Women can't give birth to children on their own. They must have the help of men. She recently understood this and has been thinking about getting to know a man. I'll try to introduce her to you and ask you to help her when the time comes. Why introduce her to me? What can I do to help her? Li Chenwei didn't quite understand. But he is a warm-hearted man who enjoys doing good things. If there is any way he can help, he will definitely do his utmost and give it his all without hesitation. Okay, if she needs any help, please let me know and I will do my best to help. Li Chenwei and Wang Xuezhuan chatted for a few minutes and then hung up the phone. After washing up and having breakfast, he began to think about strategies to promote the milk tea shop. He had studied business marketing and knew that while a product's brand name was important, what was even more important was exposure. No matter how good a brand name is, if no one sees it, it is meaningless. Wang Xuezhuan said last night that the students and white-collar workers nearby usually don't go to that street, so they need to think of a way to let them see fairy milk tea. He thought for a moment and soon found a clue. After writing it down in his notebook, he turned on his computer and continued studying English. Getting to know the ocean girl Rebecca is Li Chenwei's main goal for the future. He is really interested in Western delicacies. And just like Chen Mailin would introduce Wang Xuezhuan, and Wang Xuezhuan would introduce Liu Qingqing. Networking is about introductions. After establishing a good relationship with Rebecca, she will also introduce her own connections to Li Chenwei. And her connections are likely to be big. Li Chenwei is looking forward to this very much. Beep, beep, beep tilde. At this moment, Li Chenwei's cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and checked. It was a message from his ex-girlfriend Lu Yao. Master Yao Yao, it's been several days. Why don't you come to win me back? Don't you have any attachment to me at all? No, Sister Lin is much better than you. I really don't have any attachment to you. I don't even want to have a breakup with you. Li Chenwei is not lying. This is his true words. Objectively speaking, Lu Yao is a beauty at the school belle level. She is tall and has a pair of long, snow-white legs. She is very popular among boys. Li Chenwei spent a lot of effort to win her over 3 years ago. But she is very different from Chen Mailin, who has the same body type. Both are tall beauties with long legs, Lu Yao is 170 centimeters tall and Chen Meilin is 186 centimeters tall. Chen Meilin's legs are not only longer than Lu Yao's, but also have perfectly proportioned legs. And because Lu Yao is a Princess Taiping, the weight of their upper bodies is even more different. Lu Yao is completely a low-profile version of Chen Meilin. After tasting the delicacies from land and sea, who would go back to eating coarse grains? Master Yao, are you too sad to have lost hope of living, or are you too ashamed to face me? That's totally wrong. I'm just too happy to bother with you. In the future, Li Chenwei will have his childhood goddess on his left hand, his dream lover on his right hand, and he will also get to know a foreign girl. He was too busy to pay attention to Lu Yao. Master Yao, let's have dinner at the usual place at 6 o'clock tonight. If you don't want to lose me, come over. No, bye. Li Chenwei didn't want to get entangled with Lu Yao, so he didn't reply after reading it. That was Lu Yao's favorite move in the past: read the message but don't reply. Li Chenwei put down his phone and prepared to go to the gym to exercise. Now he has the magical iron lung, which allows him to breathe as continuously as flowing water, and his physical strength is almost inexhaustible. Even if you are exhausted, you can recover quickly by taking a short break. Although his physical strength is very good, his body and constitution cannot keep up. Li Chenwei not only likes to eat delicacies from land and sea, but also yearns for a pastoral life of planting flowers and grass, raising pigs and chickens. In the future, he wants to buy a large piece of farmland and plow the fields himself. In order to cultivate the fertile, deep fields, he needed to make his body as strong as an ox. Li Chenwei wants to use his physical strength to exercise. Practice, practice, practice until steel is made. Li Chenwei suddenly thought of something when he was going out. There are many beautiful women in the gym. Maybe I can use good karma to attract good fortune and see if I can meet a noble person again. Chapter 35. Meeting a top female star at the gym. Li Chenwei now has 5 good fruits, which is a sufficient number. He had intimate contact with 2 beauties, Chen Meilin and Wang Xuezhuan, last night. Wang Xuezhuan put her beautiful legs and black stockings on his thighs, and Chen Meilin kissed him intimately again. Li Chenwei thought that it should add a lot of good luck and wanted to try it with Kuji. Since he always exceeds the task quota, he obtains 3 good results. If the other party happens to need help, a new task can be triggered. It is equivalent to him making 2 good results for free with 1 good result, which is a big profit. It is better to act than to think. Li Chenwei uses good results to bring good luck. G. The host has consumed a good fruit to attract good fortune and summoned an opportunity. The host will go to the tiger gym tonight and will meet 2 beauties. That's all. The previous opportunity told you the detailed time, stated that the other party was a noble person, and reminded you to hold on to it tightly. There was no exact time this time, just vaguely saying it would be in the evening, and there was no indication whether the other party was a benefactor or not. It was a huge difference from before. Li Chenwei believed that it was due to lack of luck that the summoning opportunity became less effective. But the good news is that I can meet 2 beauties this time, so even if the other party is not a noble person, I will not lose out. Since Li Chenwei didn't know the exact time, he was worried that he would miss these 2 beauties. He had dinner early at 5 p.m., took a hot bath after dinner, and went to the Tiger's gym at 6 p.m. to start his workout. First, lift dumbbells to practice arm strength, then lift barbells to practice chest muscle strength. Li Chenwei keeps training hard and becomes stronger through hard training. However, he soon discovered that he couldn't observe his surroundings while doing these exercises. This may result in missing out on beautiful women, and doing weightlifting exercises consumes too much energy. He doesn't feel tired now, so he might hurt himself if he over-exercises. Instead, he went to the treadmill and practiced running. Running does not cause much damage to the body, can build endurance, and is the most suitable exercise method for him. The key is that the treadmill is facing the entrance of the gym, and he can see everyone coming in and leaving. This would prevent him from missing those 2 beauties. Thanks to the Shenyu Iron Lung, Li Chenwei has endless physical strength. He hardly needed to rest and ran quickly on the treadmill for 3 hours at a time. Li Chenwei ran for 3 hours. He ran until his whole body was covered in sweat, and the white sports shirt he was wearing was completely soaked, turning him into a waterman. While he was running, he noticed that not many people came to the gym to exercise tonight. Most of them are men, and the few women are of average appearance. She can't be called a beauty at all. Only a short-haired black woman caught Li Chenwei's attention. She was wearing a black tank top and black leggings, had fashionable shoulder-length hair, and had an exceptionally hot body. She exudes an unattainable and cold temperament, as if she walked out of a movie, and seems to be a top beauty. However, she wore a black mask that covered her face and sat behind Li Chenwei. Li Chenwei could not observe her carefully and was not sure whether she was a beauty. But judging from her back, She really looks like a beauty. But the most feared thing is the killer from behind. Moreover, the system said that Li Chenwei would meet two beauties. Li Chenwei thought that the two beauties might come together, so he was waiting patiently. But he waited for 3 hours and didn't meet another beauty. Li Chenwei was sweating a lot, his throat was a little dry, and he felt very thirsty. He got off the treadmill and walked to the vending machine in the next room to buy a bottle of Pocari Sweat. Li Chenwei was worried about missing out on the beauty, so he bought the Pulse cigarettes and didn't stay any longer. He took a quick gulp and walked back quickly. When he reached the corner, the black-haired beauty suddenly came out and bumped into him head-on. Bang! The right side of the black-haired beauty's body completely hit Li Chenwei's chest. The soft but powerful pressure squeezed over like a tsunami, and Li Chenwei felt a strong sweet impact. Li Chenwei's arm was affected by the collision and he accidentally swung the Pulse forward. Crash tilde. Li Chenwei accidentally wet the tights vest of the masked beauty. The black vest of the masked beauty immediately became transparent, and the black bra inside was faintly visible, which was very tempting. Li Chenwei took a closer look and found that she had the classic slender and plump figure. Not only was her body big, but her waist was also very thin. She was really sexy. It's a perfect body that looks like it came out of an anime. Moreover, the skin exposed outside the mask was extremely white and tender, as if it was about to be soaked with water. The big black eyes sparkle and contain all kinds of charm. No matter how you look at it, she is a great beauty. Just as Li Chenwei was sighing, he heard a familiar G's voice in his mind. Gya tilde the host met the top actress Song Hongyang. She turned out to be Song Hongyang. Li Chenwei raised his eyebrows excitedly. Song Hongyang is a top actress in Hua Cheng. When she debuted in her early years, she was known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. After playing Zhao Minute in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber a few years ago, she became famous all over the country. After that, she transformed herself and specialized in playing young women and hot moms in urban dramas. She is Li Chenwei's favorite actress. Although Song Hongyang has always played the roles of young women and hot moms, it is rumored that she has never had an affair with a man and is a virgin. Li Chenwei didn't quite believe it at first, but now when I see her up close, I feel that she has a kind of pure aura unique to young girls. Maybe this rumor is true. This time, the opportunity summoned her, and she made a lot of money. While Li Chenwei was ecstatic, Song Hongyang was scanning his body with eyes as sharp as an eagle. It turned out that after Li Chenwei entered the gym, Song Hongyang had her eyes on him. Because Song Hongyang is focused on her acting career, she has never been with a man and is still a virgin. The pressure accumulated over the years and the desire are very strong. As she grows older, she likes young and handsome boys more and more. Li Chenwei's appearance, age, figure, and temperament all suit her taste. Song Hongyang kept staring at him secretly as if she was tasting a delicious cake. She soon discovered that Li Chenwei possessed an extraordinary domineering aura. The more she watched, the more addicted she became. She couldn't help but take out her cell phone and secretly take pictures of him exercising. However, since Song Hongyang is an actor, she often sees handsome young male actors. She has a high threshold for men and won't be easily moved. She took the photos just to keep them and enjoy them secretly later, and had no intention of talking to Li Chenwei. But she was then stunned by Li Chenwei's long-distance running that lasted more than 3 hours. Song Hongyang had never seen a man as enduring and strong as Li Chenwei. It turns out that there are such powerful men in this world. She felt as if her worldview was shaken. The more she looked, the wider her eyes opened. Even her cherry lips were open enough to fit an egg. For the first time in her life, Song Hongyang's heart was pounding because of a man, and she felt like spring had finally arrived. Seeing Li Chenwei leave, I subconsciously followed him like a moth chasing a light. Unexpectedly, I collided head-on with Li Chenwei at the corner. Not only did your sensitive parts hit the other person's body, her clothes were also wet by the other party. The clothes she was wearing were already tight-fitting, and after getting wet, they became transparent and tight-fitting, and the bra pattern inside was completely exposed. Chapter 36. Dear Yang Yang loves little brother. The black tight suspender vest that Song Hongyang was wearing was sexy in itself. After being wetted by water, the black bra tattoo inside became very obvious, looking extremely erotic. Her condition at this point became very embarrassing. However, as an actress, Song Hongyang has very strong psychological qualities. She didn't care about her wet clothes, but stared at Li Chenwei's wet clothes. After 3.5 hours of intense exercise, Li Chenwei's white sports short sleeve shirt was soaked with sweat, becoming sticky and transparent. He was a young man full of vigor and vitality, and he exuded a strong smell of male hormones when he sweated. This scent has a strong appeal to women. The desire hidden deep in Song Hongyang's heart was seduced out by this strong smell. Her heart was pounding, her body was hot, and sweat was pouring out of her delicate body. Song Hongyang and Li Chenwei looked at each other's bodies, and neither of them spoke for a while. After a moment's silence, Song Hongyang was the first to react. She raised her eyelashes and made a cold and beautiful sound. "Sorry, little brother, I bumped into you." Song Hongyan's voice is as sweet as milk, and her big black eyes contain a bright smile. She looks affectionate and very charming. Li Chenwei couldn't see her face, but just seeing her eyes made him feel deeply moved. No wonder she can become a top actress. She is really charming. "I'm fine. Instead, I got my sister's clothes wet. I should apologize." "Haha, my sister is a water woman. She doesn't care at all." Song Hongyang has a cool temperament and is a big star. Li Chenwei originally thought she would be difficult to get along with, but he didn't expect her to be so nice to talk to. But it's no use being nice. Li Chenwei needs to get her contact information. Considering that she is a popular female star, she will not hand over her contact information easily. While Li Chenwei was thinking of a solution, a charming female voice came from behind him. "Why are your clothes wet? Is this man harassing you?" Li Chenwei turned his head and saw Xu Shanshan walking towards him quickly with a menacing look on her face. She was wearing a white bodysuit and sweatpants, and a short ponytail swayed from side to side with her steps. Despite her petite figure, even after changing into casual sportswear, she still exudes the aura of a decisive and strong woman. Li Chenwei, he didn't expect that the second beauty mentioned in the opportunity was actually her. Li Chenwei already knew Xu Shanshan, and he felt like he had lost 100 million yuan. It seems that this is the disadvantage of using the strategy of seeking good fortune when you are not lucky enough. When Song Hongyang saw Xu Shanshan coming towards her fiercely, she seemed to want to help her immediately and explain immediately. "You misunderstood. I wasn't looking at the road and bumped into the kid." Xu Shanshan knew that Song Hongyang was a big-name actress and she always had a bad temper. No matter what happens, it's always the other person's fault. Now he is actually speaking up for the other party. It's like the sun rising from the west. Who made her change her personality? Xu Shanshan thought that man must be a handsome guy. Xu Shanshan looked at the other person curiously, and after recognizing it was Li Chenwei, her eyes widened in surprise. "Li Chenwei, why are you here?" "I'm here to exercise." Xu Shanshan looked at Li Chenwei's chest, staring at the clothes that were sticking to his body because they were soaked, and swallowed unconsciously. Why is this kid sweating so much? She looks surprisingly sexy when she's soaking wet. And he smelled very strong. Xu Shanshan sniffed and inhaled the scent of Li Chenwei's male hormones, and suddenly felt refreshed. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, inhaling more. Then I felt my heart racing and my whole body burning. Xu Shanshan recalled the scene the day before yesterday when she fell to the ground, her skirt lifted up, and Li Chenwei saw her black lace panties. Her cheeks flushed with shame and she was speechless for a moment. Song Hongyang blinked her beautiful eyes, and her pupils revealed a strong sense of surprise. "So you two know each other? It's a small world." Xu Shanshan was worried that Song Hongyang would misunderstand that they had a good relationship, so she hurried to explain. "His name is Li Chenwei. He recently came to my company for an internship and is my subordinate." "Oh Tilda, so the little brother is your subordinate." Song Hongyang took off her fashionable black mask, pursed her lips, and gave Li Chenwei an interested smile. "My name is Song Hongyang. I wonder if you have heard of my name." When Li Chenwei saw Song Hongyang's true face under the mask, he couldn't help but gasp. He was a fan of Song Hongyang and liked her role as Zhao Minute very much. He had seen Song Hongyang's face a long time ago. However, there is a huge difference between watching it on TV and seeing it in person in real life. The Song Hongyang on TV wore heavy makeup, but now she has no makeup on. It was this beauty without makeup that completely shocked Li Chenwei. Song Hongyang is so beautiful and perfect. Her facial features have a soft three-dimensional feel, as delicate as a doll, without a single flaw. Moreover, her expression is full of strong mature femininity and exudes a cool and elegant atmosphere. It is a kind of charming charm that has seen the warmth and coldness of human nature in the world, appearing both confident and mature. The most shocking thing is that her face is very young and tender, and her skin is very tender, like an 18-year-old girl. That is the ultimate cold and beautiful queen face. Like Xu Shanshan, she has a baby face and big breasts. However, Xu Shanshan has a cute and delicate baby face, like a charming and lovely little sister. Song Hongyang has a cool and delicate face, like a young and pretty queen. They happen to be two types of young ladies. Seeing Li Chenwei's stunned and amazed expression, Song Hongyang felt very proud. Since she was a child, she wanted to stand at the center of the stage and shock men with her beauty. Over the years that she has been an actress, she has shocked countless men with her beauty. She had already become numb to this and didn't feel a thing about the men's astonished looks. But Li Chenwei is different from ordinary men. He is the only man in the world who can make Song Hongyan's heart beat. The satisfaction and sense of accomplishment that comes from shocking him with your beauty is unparalleled. Song Hongyang was shocked by the joy she felt in her heart, and a strong sweet emotion surged in her heart. I know. I really like your role as Zhao Minute. I'm a fan of yours. I even bought a fan badge of Dia Yang Yang. Because of her very large size, Song Hongyang is respectfully called Dia Yang Yang by her fans. The official also released fan cards of Dayan Yang. Really? I feel a little shy when being called that. Haha tilde. When Song Hongyang knew that Li Chenwei was a fan, she felt a strong sense of satisfaction in her heart. It was a feeling she had never felt before, like she was in heaven. Xu Shanshan immediately felt something was wrong when she saw that Song Hongyan's attitude towards Li Chenwei was different from that of other men. Song Hongyang is a very proud woman. When a man comes up to talk to her and claims to be her fan, she never even looks at him and just leaves. Why is she acting so happy now? Is she interested in Li Chenwei? This woman wants an old cow to eat young grass? Xu Shanshan pursed her lips bitterly, feeling as if her toy was about to be snatched away by another woman, and she was very panicked. Chapter 37. When will you eat him? Like Song Hongyang, Xu Shanshan is a mature woman, and she can understand Song Hongyan's thoughts. In addition to becoming more ferocious, mature women also become more picky in their tastes. They hate greasy middle-aged men and like young and tender fresh meat. It's what people often say, an old cow eats young grass. Li Chenwei has a handsome and sunny appearance, is kind and gentle, and looks small, like a tender foal. It is the favorite of the royal sister. As Song Hongyan's best friend, Xu Shanshan knew that she had been single and had been suppressing her desires. She had been suppressing her feelings for so long that she was starving. Xu Shanshan hopes that she will be happy, but Li Chenwei doesn't. Xu Shanshan held a grudge against Li Chenwei for rejecting her proposal, and thought he was an ungrateful person. That guy is an ungrateful person. He betrayed me. How could I let him enjoy such good fortune? Moreover, he is Xu Shanshan's subordinate, and Xu Shanshan feels that he belongs only to her. While Xu Shanshan was thinking about it, Li Chenwei said shamelessly, Dear Yang Yang, I'm your fan. I've been watching your dramas for a long time. Can you add me on WeChat? Song Hongyan's agency has regulations that she cannot add fans on WeChat privately, and she has no interest in ordinary men. Since she became an actress, she has never added a fan on WeChat. However, Li Chenwei was different from other men. Song Hongyang developed a strong interest in him and took out her mobile phone to add him. Xu Shanshan saw what Song Hongyang was thinking and became even more worried. It's not normal. Hongyang actually wants to add a man's WeChat. It's really not normal. Xu Shanshan was worried that they would really get into a hotel room, so her face suddenly darkened. She quickly stopped Song Hongyan's hand and forcibly took her away. He's just a low-level employee, a nobody, leave him alone. Song Hongyang also noticed that the relationship between Li Chenwei and Xu Shanshan was unusual. She knew Xu Shanshan and also felt that something was wrong with her. Xu Shanshan is a genius student with a very arrogant personality. She never takes Chinese men seriously. In her opinion, except for graduates from Tsinghua University and Peking University, all others are just wooden. She wouldn't care about ordinary interns. There must be a story behind this. Song Hongyang originally wanted to get Li Chenwei's contact information, but after knowing that he was Xu Shanshan's subordinate, she was not in a hurry. She wanted to know what happened between Xu Shanshan and Li Chenwei first. As Song Hongyang was being forcibly pulled away by Xu Shanshan, she turned her head and smiled at him charmingly. It was a brilliant smile that could break the iceberg. It was so stunning that Li Chenwei was moved and deeply fascinated by it. It's not just because the smile is beautiful, but also because the other person is my idol, which means a lot to me. Li Chenwei didn't expect that he would be able to meet his favorite idol and was extremely excited. However, Li Chenwei is not a brainless fan, and he looks very calm. And he had similar thoughts as Song Hongyang. Since Song Hongyang is Xu Shanshan's good friend, it doesn't matter if I can't get her contact information now. After all, the other party is a top actress, and the success rate of directly asking her for her contact information is very low. Li Chenwei has prepared himself mentally for her rejection. After establishing a good relationship with Xu Shanshan, just ask her. Although Xu Shanshan has a bad personality and holds a grudge against him, but women can forget all grudges with just one shot. Li Chenwei thought that the accident in which Xu Shanshan showed him her panties was a good sign. Well begun is half done. Li Chenwei felt that he already had one foot on Xu Shanshan's bed, and he was full of expectations for the future of these two young ladies. Mission accomplished. Go home, take a shower and go to bed. You have to go back to work tomorrow. Li Chenwei wiped the sweat off his body with his hand, drank a pulse drink, and left the gym with a smile. Let's go home tonight and watch some of Dia Yenyan's TV series instead of watching foreign language movies. In the small single room of the women's restroom, Xu Shanshan and Song Hongyang took turns to urinate. They all talked about Li Chenwei. You never pay attention to men. Why are you so concerned about that little brother today? What happened between him and you? Did you fail in your pursuit of him? When Xu Shanshan heard this question, she was so surprised that she almost fell into a pit. How could you have such an idea? I would never chase after such an ungrateful person. What does ungrateful mean? Song Hongyan's eyes widened, showing great curiosity. Seeing Song Hongyan's curious expression, Xu Shanshan told her everything about Li Chenwei rejecting her plan. That guy clearly said he wanted to be my direct employee, but then he stabbed me in the back. What kind of ungrateful person is that? Song Hongyang listened with her arms crossed and offered her own opinion. He just joined the company and doesn't understand the personnel relations. It's normal. Whether he understands it or not, he has betrayed me. He embarrassed me in front of Mr. Chen. I will not forgive him easily. My opinion is completely opposite to yours. He has just joined the company and can come up with such a good idea. He is a capable genius. If I were you, I would be happy to have such capable subordinates. Humph, what do you mean by my subordinate? He was brought here by Boss Chen. He's a classmate of Boss Chen's niece. He has established this relationship with me, so he probably looks down on me. Song Hongyang pursed her lips and revealed a meaningful smile. Everything depends on human effort. He's only 20 years old. Such a young boy is young and naive. You can capture his heart with a little trick. What little tricks do you mean? Just take him home, treat him to delicious food, feed him well, and he'll naturally be yours. Anyway, this kind of boy is easy to control. If you can't even control this kind of man, don't be a woman. Xu Shanshan understood what Song Hongyang was implying, and her face flushed with embarrassment. I think you're the weird one. Aren't you a nun and have no interest in men? Why are you so interested in him? You know, he just trained hard for 3.5 hours without a single minute's rest. I've never seen a man with such terrifying physical strength. Xu Shanshan asked curiously while washing her hands. What did he practice? First, I did 30 minutes of barbell and dumbbell training. Then I ran on the treadmill for 30 minutes without any rest. That was 3.5 hours. I've never seen such a fierce man before. It was terrifying. Xu Shanshan was also shocked when she heard this. He's been training for so long? And he hasn't rested yet? That's impossible. A normal man wouldn't be able to do that even if he was resting. That's why I say he's amazing. I was sitting behind him and watching him the whole time. He really didn't take a break for 3 hours straight. He went to buy a pulse and I followed him, and we bumped into each other at the corner. Xu Shanshan was deeply shocked when she heard this incredible information. Then she remembered that when she brought Xu Jinan to the gym, Xu Jinan collapsed to the ground after running on the treadmill for 3 minutes and couldn't get up. This huge gap made her feel extremely depressed. They are all men. Why is there such a big gap between them? Xu Shanshan spoke out what was in her heart. Hey Tilda, our brother is older than him. Why is there such a big age gap? Song Hongyang has a younger brother named Song Nan. Song Nan's physical strength is even weaker than Xu Jinan. He can't run for more than 1 minute. Song Hongyang felt ashamed of her useless brother and didn't want to talk about him. Our brothers are all children who haven't grown up yet, but that little brother is a real man, so I admire him so much. When Xu Shanshan heard this, she couldn't help but admire Li Chenwei. Although she was a petty and vengeful woman, she deeply hated Li Chenwei in her heart. But the physical exertion for 3.5 hours is really terrifying. Xu Shanshan was shocked by Li Chenwei's strength and secretly developed a crush on him. Song Hongyang saw through Xu Shanshan's inner changes and stared at her with evil eyes. You are so lucky to have such an outstanding subordinate. When you eat him, please tell me your experience in detail. Chapter 38: The Life Pressure of a Female Boss. When Xu Shanshan heard such explicit words, her face turned red with embarrassment. What nonsense are you talking about? He's just a kid, much younger than me. What's wrong with being younger than you? The law doesn't say that women can't be with men younger than themselves. Besides, it's very common for men to marry women younger than themselves, so why is it not possible for women? Xu Shanshan was shocked by Song Hongyan's shamelessness. He's so young, how dare you say such things? You're so shameless. Do you really want to be the old cow eating young grass? Yeah, I just want to eat tender grass. Don't you want to eat tender grass? Song Hongyang is an actress with excellent psychological quality. She doesn't think it's shameful for an old man to eat young grass. Are you worried about being laughed at by your colleagues at the company? Just eat him secretly. As long as you don't say anything about this kind of thing, no one will know. Xu Shanshan saw Song Hongyan's serious expression and felt a little moved by what she said. I couldn't help but imagine myself doing that kind of thing with Li Chenwei, and my face suddenly turned red with shame. She shook her head shyly. Idiot, I'm not a shameless woman, stop saying that. Haha, Tilda, what's the use of face? If I were you, if I met such a cute subordinate, I would invite him to the hotel that night. Xu Shanshan knew that Song Hongyang was teasing her and asked back unconvincedly. You talk about yourself as being so awesome, why don't you ask him out for sex right now? Song Hongyang licked her lips excitedly and opened her palms to Xu Shanshan. Give me his WeChat and I'll make an appointment right away. Xu Shanshan looked at him with an incredible look. No, you really want to have sex with him? Well, it's too early to talk about having sex. You can ask him out for dinner or a movie and get to know him. But asking him out right away might scare him off. Young people nowadays like young girls and Lolita girls. He might dislike that I'm older than him. I have to slowly show my charm and arouse his desire before making things happen. Seeing that Song Hongyang was really thinking about a strategy to overthrow Li Chenwei, Xu Shanshan felt panicked. No, how could that guy deserve to taste a top-notch woman like Hongyang? I absolutely cannot let them know each other. Don't dream on. As a woman with a sense of morality, I won't become your accomplice in harming young people. Haha, you don't want to introduce him to me. Do you want to eat all the food for yourself? You really value women over friends. Who wants to eat alone? I don't have that kind of idea towards him at all. You can be stubborn now, but don't come to see me in a few weeks when you're pregnant with his child. Get lost. I've been working overtime for 3 days and I'm exhausted. I don't have the energy to chat with you about this nonsense. Xu Shanshan knew that Song Hongyang had a sharp tongue and she couldn't win the argument with her, so she ran to the bathroom in shame. She then went to the treadmill and ran for 10 minutes to burn off the calories before returning home exhausted. Xu Shanshan originally wanted to go to the bathroom to take a shower, but when she walked past Xu Jinan's room, she heard some strange noises. He frowned immediately. That kid, wouldn't he be secretly looking at those things again? Xu Shanshan put her ear to the door and eavesdropped for a while, then confirmed that it was the voice of the woman in the movie. I felt a surge of anger inside. This weak guy who has no energy after running for 3 minutes doesn't go to the gym to exercise. He just hides in the room and peeks at those things every day. You even have the nerve to tell me that Li Chenwei is not good enough and that I should fire him. His physical strength is dozens of times greater than yours, and he even went to the gym to exercise for 3 hours. He is so self-disciplined, much better than you. Don't let your wife blame you for secretly running to Li Chenwei's bed. Xu Shanshan felt very dissatisfied with Xu Jinan and was very anxious. Although Xu Jinan is not her son, but her younger brother, Xu Shanshan has taken care of him since he was a child, watched him grow up, and has high expectations for him. She really hopes that Xu Jinan can become Jackie Chan. However, Xu Jinan was very disappointing and did not inherit her wisdom at all. No matter how many tutors he hired, he was always a poor student. Not only is his academic performance poor, but as a man, he is also poor in the most important aspect and has not made any progress. He is unwilling to listen to her and exercise. Xu Shanshan had long been dissatisfied with Xu Jinan, and this dissatisfaction completely erupted after being compared with Li Chenwei. Xu Shanshan went into the bathroom to take a shower angrily. After the shower, she changed into sexy suspender pajamas and lay on the bed in a daze. After venting her anger and calming down, Xu Shanshan felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. The ordinary life day after day is really too lonely. After thinking for a moment, Xu Shanshan got up and looked at her snow-white and slender legs with a melancholy expression. It turned out that Li Chenwei's sexy side and the hormonal smell he exuded aroused Xu Shanshan's suppressed desire. She had been distracted by her anger and hadn't noticed. Now that I have calmed down, that desire has completely erupted. Song Hongyan's dirty words about wanting to eat Li Chenwei kept echoing in her ears. The scene of her skirt being lifted up and her underwear being exposed that day kept appearing in her mind. Xu Shanshan felt very irritated and her mood became increasingly chaotic. At this moment, Xu Shanshan's cell phone vibrated. She picked up a phone and found that it was Song Hongyang who sent her a few photos. Those are photos of Li Chenwei lifting dumbbells and running. Since the photos were taken secretly by Song Hongyang, the angles were very strange. But these photos have an intimate feel. When Xu Shanshan saw Li Chenwei exercising, covered in sweat, her heart was in turmoil. He was the man she looked down upon, and the man who had embarrassed her in front of her boss. Although Xu Shanshan was full of dissatisfaction and hatred towards him, when she looked at the photos showing his strong masculine charm, A special emotion arose in her heart. She stared blankly for a moment and muttered to herself, "He worked out for 3.5 hours? He's a monster." And for some reason, he looks so domineering, like one of those majestic emperors in TV dramas. Is it my illusion? After Xu Shanshan thought about Li Chenwei for a moment, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She couldn't help but lie down on the bed, enter a meditative state, and start to relax herself. After taking a hot bath, Li Chenwei drank 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water and lay down on the bed to rest. He silently recalled the faces and figures of Song Hongyang and Xu Shanshan, and unconsciously pursed the corners of his mouth and smiled happily. It's such a great feeling to meet my idol, and she really lives up to her name, Dia Yang Yang. She's really that big. After soaking her clothes with water, the scene was so exaggerated, it felt like a crime. Xu Shanshan looks great in tight sportswear. She's short and looks like a petite student, but after putting on the sportswear, she looks even more like a student. Li Chenwei discovered the charm of this 153 centimeters tall, baby-faced queen. She's cute in her little body, especially when she's big in the right place. Small branches with great results, that is what matters most. Just as Li Chenwei opened the door to the new world, he heard a familiar voice. "Gee, the system has detected that the host's boss, Xu Shanshan, needs help and has issued the task a female boss with nowhere to vent her stress." Oh, Xu Shanshan needs help? She's so rich and is the general manager. How could she be under any pressure? Xu Shanshan has accumulated a lot of life pressure due to years of lonely life and the need to take care of her younger brother alone. But her younger brother was a failure and didn't listen to her. Looking at her incompetent brother who had fallen into depravity, Xu Shanshan felt that all her efforts were in vain. In addition, Xu Shanshan's self-esteem was severely hit when she was defeated by a new intern in the workplace. She was about to explode from the pressure. Please find a way to help her divert her attention and vent her life stress. It turns out that it's not just Chen Mailin. Another wealthy woman also has her own troubles. Li Chenwei understood Xu Shanshan's pressure, but didn't know how to help her vent it. Is there any way to help women vent the stress of life? Chapter 39, Li Chenwei, My sister is looking for you. Mission reward. When the host accepts the mission, they will receive the Divine Bull's soft hands and their charm will increase by 5 points. After completing the mission, they will receive 1 reward. My charm has increased, and I will be able to attract the attention of rich women even more in the future. Shenyu soft hands. Your hands will become very flexible. And the hand speed has increased significantly. Your skin will also become very soft. Speed up your hands. What's the use of this thing? Is it for playing esports? In fighting games like Street Fighter and Boxing King, players with fast hand speed have a huge advantage. If you can execute the combo and kill move quickly, you can blow up the enemy first. Is this reward for playing fighting games? I don't know if it can be used in reality or in Mortal Kombat. Your hands will carry the yang energy of the Divine Bull. By touching them, you can stimulate the metabolism and blood circulation of the target cells, promoting their division and regeneration. Not only can it make the target's skin younger, but it can also eliminate the target's fatigue and stress. So this is the function of the Divine Bull's soft hands? Then this task will be easy. Just touch Xu Shanshan and it will be done. No, Xu Shanshan is a vicious tigress. She holds a grudge against me now, so it's not easy for me to touch her body. We need to think of a crooked way. Li Chenwei has a lot of clever ideas, and thinking of crooked ways and taking backdoors are his strengths. I can come up with at least 3 such ideas in one night. Compared to this, he was more interested in another effect of the Divine Bull's soft hands. The ability to make skin younger just by touching it is pretty amazing. Although the skin of these queens, Chen Mailin, Wang Xuezhuan, Xu Shanshan, and Song Hongyang, is very young, it looks like that of 20-year-old girls. But that's because they are naturally beautiful and their skin quality is much better than that of ordinary 20-year-old women. But compared to their own skin condition at the age of 18, there is definitely a gap. Their skin must be in better condition when they are 18 years old. Li Chenwei wants to help them return to their most perfect 18-year-old state through the gentle touch of Shenyu. Li Chenwei fantasized for a moment and began to feel itchy inside. He took a cold shower to calm his excitement. After taking a shower, Li Chenwei prepared to go to bed and rest, but now he has the Shenyu iron brain, so he needs very little rest. Li Chenwei decided to sleep later. He turned on the computer and wanted to watch a movie. But this time we are not going to watch a Malaysian English film, but a TV series about a single hot mom starring Song Hongyang. The hot mom played by Dia Yang Yang is really sexy. Her body is so hot, especially those plump white thighs. And after knowing that she was a virgin, watching her play a hot single mom seemed even more sexy. Li Chenwei hopes that this beautiful actress can sleep in his bed in the future. In the early morning, the spring sunshine is bright. After relaxing and having a good sleep last night, Xu Shanshan felt completely rejuvenated. She stretched, then picked up the mobile phone on the bed, looked at the photo of Li Chenwei lifting dumbbells, and couldn't help but smile evilly. I never thought that I would see the day when I would be appreciating a man's photo, and it was someone I looked down upon, and a man who embarrassed me in public. What on earth is wrong with me? Xu Shanshan felt a strong sense of shame in her heart and no longer understood herself. If Hongyang knew about this, she would laugh at me for the rest of my life. But as she said, who would know about such things? Speaking of which, I'm surprised his photos are so useful. Why is that? Xu Shanshan licked her lips with satisfaction. With his photos, I can enjoy them anytime, and my days won't be so lonely. Just when Xu Shanshan was secretly feeling proud, she received a WeChat message from Song Hongyang. Dear Yang Yang, did you sleep well last night? Isn't the photo of your little brother I took very handsome? Are you secretly happy looking at it? Dear Yang Yang, be careful not to drool and dirty your phone tilde. Xu Shanshan's face darkened and she couldn't help but sigh. Is she a prophet? How does she know so clearly? But she asked this question because she probably looked at Li Chenwei's photos last night and felt secretly happy. Humph, that woman who looks cool and pure on the outside, but is actually a slut on the inside. How dare you ask me that? But sometimes what she says makes sense. Li Chenwei is my subordinate. Isn't it difficult for me to control him? He's a clueless young man. If I give him a little hardship and scare him, he won't dare to disobey me in the future. You will be my favorite male lover willingly. After thinking about ways to make Li Chenwei suffer, Xu Shanshan changed into a white suit, white stockings, drove a white BMW, and took Xu Jinan back to the company. Manager Xu, good morning. When the employees in the operations department saw Xu Shanshan walk into the office, they all put down their work, stood up straight, and greeted her in panic. Although Xu Shanshan is short, only 153 centimeters tall, and is a petite woman, she has a bad temper and a fierce personality. And because she is a top student who has returned from overseas, she exudes a unique and powerful aura. There is no employee in the office who is not afraid of her. Xu Shanshan was used to their or inspiring looks, so she didn't respond. She held her head high and walked into the office proudly. Xu Jinan felt elated following behind her. He really liked the feeling of attracting attention and being watched. Feeling the awe-inspiring gazes of his colleagues, he also became proud. He followed Xu Shanshan into the office, closed the door and said to her, Sister, everyone is working overtime until 9 p.m. this weekend, but that guy Li Chenwei, he doesn't want to work overtime. When I called him, he hung up on me. He's so abominable. If we let him do this, it will affect the enthusiasm of the office. Because Li Chenwei had dinner with the goddess that Xu Jinan had a crush on for 2 consecutive days and got her drunk. Xu Jinan hates Li Chenwei so much that he wants his sister to deal with him. Xu Shanshan was also upset about Li Chenwei rejecting her proposal. Previously, because her underwear was seen, she felt ashamed to face Li Chenwei and did not cause trouble for him. After some exercise last night, she regained her confidence and was planning to cause trouble for Li Chenwei and make him pay for his mistakes. Got it. When he comes back, let him in. I'll give him a good scolding. When Xu Jinan heard this, his mouth was crooked with laughter. All right, that guy has absolutely no sense of duty as a worker. Please show no mercy, sister. Give him a good scolding. Scold. How can just cursing relieve the hatred in my heart? Xu Shanshan rubbed her beautiful white silk legs and laughed in her heart. I want to step on that kid to death. After using Li Chenwei's photos, Xu Shanshan felt completely relieved. She decided to tame Li Chenwei and turn him into her own male lover. I don't need you to teach me how to do anything. Please leave now. Xu Jinan noticed the anger in Xu Shanshan's heart and smiled secretly. Okay, sister probably didn't sleep well last night and is in a bad mood now. Li Chenwei will definitely be scolded. And she likes to slap people. I guess Li Chenwei would be beaten to tears by my sister. Let you have dinner with a beautiful girl, and see how my sister will deal with you. Xu Jinan returned to his seat with a gloating smile, waiting for Li Chenwei to come back. At 9 o'clock, Li Chenwei arrived at the office on time and walked into the office at the last minute. Xu Jinan couldn't wait to walk over and smiled as if something good was going to happen. Li Chenwei, my sister is looking for you. Go to his office quickly. Chapter 40. Punishment from Female Boss. After Xu Jinan finished speaking, he curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a Dragon King smile. He was deeply looking forward to his sister beating Li Chenwei's face until it was swollen. Li Chenwei didn't know why Xu Jinan was so happy. He responded, put down his briefcase, and slowly walked into Xu Shanshan's office. "Manager Xu, I heard you have something to talk to me about." Xu Shanshan tied her hair into a high ponytail, had delicate makeup on, and was typing on her laptop with her beautiful legs in white stockings lifted up. After hearing his voice, you showed an expression that you finally came, raised your head, and looked at him with shining eyes. "Close the door and lock it. I have something to tell you." There was a hint of something strange in Xu Shanshan's eyes when she looked at Li Chenwei, and a faint blush seemed to appear on her snow-white face. However, that radiant expression was fleeting, and she quickly returned to her indifferent expression. Li Chenwei didn't care and locked the door obediently. "Draw the curtains too." Xu Shanshan's office is surrounded by transparent floor-to-ceiling glass so that she can see how the office staff are working. Xu Shanshan wanted to put pressure on her employees so that they wouldn't be lazy. Since the employees could also see through the glass, Xu Shanshan asked Li Chenwei to pull down the curtains before teaching him a lesson. The office has soundproof glass, so she doesn't worry about people outside the office hearing the noise inside. Xu Shanshan's face immediately darkened after Li Chenwei drew all the curtains. "Li Chenwei, you said you wanted to be my direct employee, so why are you denying my plan in front of Mr. Chen? Have you ever thought about how embarrassing it would be for me, as a manager, to have my proposal rejected by an intern?" Although Xu Shanshan, a 153 centimeters tall woman, has a petite figure, she has a very strong aura. His eyes were sharp and bright, and it felt like his gaze alone could kill someone. However, Li Chenwei has an extremely domineering air, and Xu Shanshan's aura cannot shake him at all. He admired the plump half circle on Xu Shanshan's white shirt and answered innocently, "I didn't think too much about it. I only proposed the idea of changing the brand considering the development of the company. Moreover, Manager Xu said that if we don't increase product sales within 6 months, the company's shares will be acquired at a low price. Manager Xu definitely doesn't want to see that happen, right?" When Xu Shanshan heard this, she was speechless. She knew that what Li Chenwei said was right, but it was precisely because Li Chenwei was right that she found it unacceptable. Xu Shanshan has always been proud of her academic status and foreign degree, and looks down on ordinary universities in China. If Li Chenwei graduated from a prestigious university like Tsinghua University or Peking University, Xu Shanshan would accept him. But he is just an ordinary university student. He came up with a better plan that Xu Shanshan couldn't think of, which seriously hurt Xu Shanshan's self-esteem. Moreover, Li Chenwei brought it up in public in front of Chen Mailin and Xu Jinan, which made Xu Shanshan feel very embarrassed. Xu Shanshan is a woman who cares a lot about her reputation. To embarrass her in front of her boss is like asking for her life. Xu Shanshan frowned and said hatefully, "You've read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? Do you know what the duties of a military commander are? I will serve you with all my heart and soul until my death. You are my subordinate, just like my general, and I am your lord. You must be loyal to me. No matter what the reason, you must obey my orders." Li Chenwei sneered secretly when he heard this. Not only has he read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he is also familiar with Cao Cao's art of war. He was well aware of Cao Cao's nature as he rose from a captain to become a warlord who dominated the world. He holds the emperor hostage to rule the world, and the lower classes rebel against the upper classes. In Li Chenwei's view, he is the reincarnation of Cao Gong, and Xu Shanshan is not the lord. She is at most Lady Yi, the daughter-in-law of General He Jin. And Lady Yi's ending was to become Cao Cao's wife. I understand. I will listen to Manager Xu in the future. Li Chenwei hid his ambition and pretended to be obedient. Xu Shanshan was not satisfied with Li Chenwei's answer and waved to Li Chenwei. "Come here." Li Chenwei walked around the desk and came in front of Xu Shanshan. Without the obstruction of the desk, Li Chenwei could clearly see Xu Shanshan's white miniskirt and the white silk stockings underneath. That's white silk. Li Chenwei's breathing suddenly accelerated. Slender white silk legs generally give people a cute and pure feeling, but when paired with white shallow mouth high heels, they appear extremely charming. This kind of purity with a sense of maturity is the legendary pure and lustful. This petite female boss actually has a unique charm. Li Chenwei felt itchy after seeing this. When Xu Shanshan came in front of him, she bent down. Li Chenwei saw the bottomless ravine and raised his eyebrows. He was wondering why Xu Shanshan let him see this kind of benefit. Xu Shanshan hooked the heel of the high heels with her delicate hands, pulled gently, and took off the high heels on her right foot. The snow-white jade feet wrapped in white silk then appeared in front of Li Chenwei. The white stockings Xu Shanshan wore were quite thick and too translucent to see what was inside. Only the shape of the foot and the outline of the toes were vaguely outlined. This inspired Li Chenwei to think and let his imagination run wild. Li Chenwei was confused. What was she going to do after taking off her high heels? Is she also afraid of her feet being suffocated by high heels, just like Chen Meilin? After stretching her toes, Xu Shanshan stood up, looked down at Li Chenwei with a sharp gaze, and said in a fierce tone, "Do you know why all the employees are afraid of me? I'm a very strict woman. If anyone doesn't meet my requirements, I'll slap them. But you're worse than them. You betrayed me directly, so I'm going to punish you even more severely." What is more severe than a slap in the face? When Li Chenwei was confused, Xu Shanshan put her jade feet wrapped in white silk on Li Chenwei's ankles. "I'm going to step on you." Xu Shanshan knew that she was not strong enough, so she leaned towards Li Chenwei and lifted her other foot. She stood on one foot on Li Chenwei's foot, trying to use her weight to step on Li Chenwei harder. However, Xu Shanshan is a petite woman with a height of 153 centimeters, and her body is too slim and slender. Even if the bust is large, the added weight is limited. She put very little pressure on Li Chenwei, and her soles were very soft, so Li Chenwei felt like a ball of cotton was pressing on his ankles. This gentle feeling is like a foot massage, which is unexpectedly comfortable. And because Xu Shanshan was very close, her refreshing sweet body fragrance kept flowing into Li Chenwei's nostrils. Li Chenwei felt that it was not a punishment at all, but an enjoyment. It turns out that the feeling of being stepped on by a beautiful woman's white silk jade feet is so wonderful. Li Chenwei has entered a whole new realm. It's just that Xu Shanshan's strength was too weak, like a little girl, and Li Chenwei didn't feel any pain. Xu Shanshan didn't know this. She thought that a man would feel very humiliated when a woman stepped on him. This is mental harm. Xu Shanshan raised her head and smiled proudly. "Because this is your first time making a mistake, I'll show some mercy. If it happens again, I won't take off your high heels. I'll step on your face with the soles of my high heels." Looking at Xu Shanshan's fierce look, Li Chenwei found it very funny. She wanted to step on Li Chenwei's face. Should she lift her foot? At that time, her skirt will be lifted up again, and she will entertain Li Chenwei with the beautiful scenery. If she asked Li Chenwei to lie on the ground, Li Chenwei would be able to see the scenery under her skirt again from a bottom-up perspective. Because Xu Shanshan was too small and weak, Li Chenwei felt like he was being threatened by a kitten and was not afraid at all. "Manager Xu, please rest assured that I will never do it again." Xu Shanshan saw that there seemed to be a smile in Li Chenwei's words, and she felt dissatisfied in her heart. Why is this kid still laughing? Did I not step hard enough? No, it's probably because his physique is too strong. He is a monster man who can exercise continuously for 3.5 hours. My little feet can't cause any harm to his body. Although there is no physical damage, there is still mental damage. Why does he look so nonchalant? Could it be that this child looks innocent, but is unexpectedly strong inside? Chapter 41. Just for a moment. Xu Shanshan was originally very confident about the punishment she would receive from her white silk and jade feet. But unexpectedly, Li Chenwei looked completely unhurt. She felt very annoyed and frustrated. Xu Shanshan was not convinced. She thought Li Chenwei didn't look tall, so why couldn't she step on him? She gritted her teeth, tensed her whole body, and stepped down with all her might. However, Li Chenwei's expression did not change at all, and he did not seem to think that this was a punishment. Looking at Li Chenwei's slightly confused expression, Xu Shanshan felt very depressed. It seems that he is very mentally strong, and not only is he mentally strong, he is also physically strong. Xu Shanshan admitted that she underestimated him. Xu Shanshan was originally very excited and wanted to step on Li Chenwei a few more times, but when she found that Li Chenwei was not hurt at all, she immediately lost interest. She felt very regretful. If she had known earlier, she would not have taken off her high heels and would have stepped on him directly with them. "HMPH tilde, I'll let you off this time. Go out now." Xu Shanshan snorted coldly, retracted her foot, bent down, and tried to put on her high heels. Xu Shanshan didn't know that when she bent down, the collar of her suit and white shirt would fall down. Li Chenwei, who was standing in front of her, could see everything by just lowering his head slightly. Looking at the bottomless ravine, Li Chenwei raised his eyebrows and sighed in his heart. Black lace again. On the surface, this female boss is dressed in white, like a pure princess. She was wearing all black lace inside, like a sexy queen. What a hypocritical and stuffy woman. Li Chenwei saw that Xu Shanshan was not satisfied with the punishment just now and thought this was an opportunity. "Manager Xu, I know my previous behavior was wrong, and I sincerely apologize to you." Xu Shanshan was feeling extremely angry because she couldn't humiliate Li Chenwei, and this light apology didn't make her happy at all. A man can't just apologize with his mouth. He has to use his hands. "I'll judge your sincerity based on your subsequent behavior. Get out of here." "You can't use your mouth. You have to use your hands. Li Chenwei deeply agrees with this statement. Do you want to use your hands? I understand. Let me help Manager Shu wash his feet. Shu Shanshan was stunned when she suddenly heard this outrageous proposal. She was bending over to put on her shoes and almost fell to the floor. I wanted him to apologize with practical actions so that he would listen to me in the future. So why did he suddenly offer to wash my feet? Is there any logical connection between the two? What on earth did he misunderstand, this stupid kid? But having your feet washed by a man might be unexpectedly comfortable. Shu Shanshan raised her head and wanted to look at Li Chenwei's hand, but when she squatted down, her face was facing Li Chenwei's thigh. She looked at Li Chenwei's pants closely and recalled the self-entertainment she had last night. Her cheeks suddenly became hot. Li Chenwei saw that she was blushing and wanted to back off, so he continued to persuade her. Manager Shu, don't you know about foot washing? It's very popular now. Whether you're a boss or an employee, after work in the morning, you'll go to a foot bath to relax and wash your feet in the evening. The feeling of having your feet washed can dispel physical fatigue and relieve the stress of life. It's truly comfortable. Manager Shu, just try it and you'll know. To vent the stress of life. Shu Shanshan was worried that she had no way to vent the pressure in her body, and suddenly she felt her heart beating. However, she is a woman with misophobia and is unwilling to have physical contact with men she looks down upon. Stepping on Li Chenwei while wearing socks is a bottom line. Moreover, feet are a sensitive part of women and should definitely not be touched by men. What's more, the other party is a man whom she looks down upon, so she can't let him touch her. Foot massage parlors are only for men. Women won't let others touch their feet casually. Perhaps because Shu Shanshan was squatting in front of Li Chenwei at this time, her voice was 3 points weaker, and she sounded like a shy little girl, full of shyness. Li Chenwei enjoyed her transformation very much. He straightened his back and said in a domineering tone, Manager Shu is wrong. Many foot bath shops now employ handsome men. They serve female customers exclusively. Many women deliberately look for handsome men to wash their feet, and handsome foot massage therapists are in short supply. There are actually women who would go to handsome guys for foot baths? Shu Shanshan was shocked, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt she could understand it. In fact, she now also has the urge to let Li Chenwei squat her feet and wash her feet. If Li Chenwei had not slapped her in the face in front of Chen Mailin, she would have agreed to let Li Chenwei wash her feet. It's really embarrassing to let a man touch the skin of my feet directly. In addition, there is a domineering or a hidden in Li Chenwei, which makes Shu Shanshan, a woman, feel inexplicably afraid. Especially after Li Chenwei straightened his back, the bullish effect came into play. Shu Shanshan felt a strong sense of oppression and was almost forced to fall backwards by the invisible breath. Shu Shanshan's womanly body felt an instinctive fear. After hesitating for a moment, she retreated. I'm not like those casual women. I won't let anyone touch my feet. After Shu Shanshan put on her high heels, she stood up quickly. Washing a woman's feet is really a private matter. Shu Shanshan now has a very bad impression of Uchiha Ayato, and she will definitely not accept it. Li Chenwei knew this, and he proposed washing feet to pave the way for the next request. Manager Shu can't accept foot washing. You can skip it and just give it a massage. Just a massage? Shu Shanshan's heart skipped a beat and she felt a strong heartbeat. It turns out that Shu Shanshan has never had any physical contact with men since she was a child. She has always lived a very lonely life. The pressure from work, the pressure of raising her younger brother, the pressure of life, all kinds of pressure have accumulated in her body and are about to overflow. Shu Shanshan felt physically and mentally exhausted and wanted to have a massage to relax. I just can't find the right one. Her idea of finding a little male lover was actually to have him give her a massage. Let him help you vent the stress of life. Asking Li Chenwei to help with massage is consistent with Shu Shanshan's goal. It was simply because Shu Shanshan's punishment just now had no effect on Li Chenwei, and Li Chenwei's domineering power was too strong. Shu Shanshan believes that she may not have enough ability to control Li Chenwei. She was worried that she would not be able to train the dog and would be trained by the dog instead. Seeing Shu Shanshan hesitating, Li Chenwei continued to persuade her. Manager Shu, you don't want me to touch your feet directly, right? I'll massage you through your socks without touching your skin. Is that acceptable to you? Just think about it. If I use my hands to massage your feet, it's the same as you stepping on my feet. You don't have to worry at all. Li Chenwei's words made Shu Shanshan feel like she had opened the door to a new world. In Shu Shanshan's eyes, keeping your feet on the ground is very dirty. She used to think that stepping on a man with her feet was the ultimate humiliation. But now she has a new idea that letting a man touch her feet with his hands and let him massage her feet may be a more intense humiliation. She quickly found a justification for this punishment. By the way, nowadays foot baths and massages are done by low-level workers. In the past, these were jobs for servants and domestic workers. If it were a palace fighting drama, it would be what the eunuchs did to the queen. This lowly status is the greatest spiritual humiliation for men. Xu Shanshan likes watching palace fighting dramas very much. After realizing this, she instantly felt like she was the queen. Xu Shanshan wants to become the queen and experience being served by a young eunuch. When Xu Shanshan thought of this, she became completely excited and couldn't help but exhale a breath of hot air. In order to experience the feeling of being a queen, she threw all her concerns and shyness behind her. Now she just wanted to experience the feeling of having her feet massaged and bathed by a man. I don't care about anything else, I just want to enjoy it. However, Xu Shanshan was a proud and reserved woman. She did not show her inner excitement, but had a flat expression and spoke in a cold tone. Well, since you are so sincere and insist on asking for a massage as an apology, I will fulfill your wish and let you do it. But just for a moment, your technique needs to be better, so that I can feel more comfortable, and don't let me down. Chapter 42 Massage. Xu Shanshan was a woman who said one thing but did another. She felt that her previous cold tone was not enough, so she added something in a fierce tone. Be careful, my skin is very delicate. If you hurt my feet, I will kick you in the face. Li Chenwei looked down at his hands, smiled and nodded. Manager Xu, don't worry. I've learned how to massage women, and my technique is absolutely top-notch. That is the soft hand of the Divine Bull, which contains the Divine Bull's yang energy, and must be top-notch. When Xu Shanshan saw his confident expression, she couldn't help but feel expectant. Okay, let me see what you can do. If you make me feel comfortable, I will reward you with delicious food. Xu Shanshan sat down on the office chair, raised her beautiful white legs, and looked at Li Chenwei with a proud look. Li Chenwei squatted in front of her, gently held her raised white silk legs, and helped her take off her shallow mouth high heels. Because of his experience in taking off Chen Meilin's high heels, and the very soft fingers of the Shen Yu soft hand, Li Chenwei was very skilled in taking off high heels. The silky feeling made Xu Shanshan very satisfied. This guy's technique seems very professional. Maybe he really has learned it? I guess he was working part-time as a technician before joining the company. It seems my feet are blessed today. Xu Shanshan smiled and became more expectant. Li Chenwei looked closely at the beautiful feet outlined by the white stockings, and felt a burst of admiration in his heart. Xu Shanshan not only has a petite figure, but also very small feet, which are small, soft, and very cute. The petite jade feet and white stockings are really a perfect match. Li Chenwei placed his hands on Xu Shanshan's bathed feet, pressing and rubbing them gently. Although Li Chenwei has not studied massage specifically, he has seen it on TV and knows the general massage techniques. I gave Xu Shanshan a massage quite well. Because of the white silk, Li Chenwei's magical yang energy could not be transmitted to Xu Shanshan's skin. Despite this, his Divine Bull soft hands are still extremely powerful. The soft technique and warm temperature brought Xu Shanshan a very comfortable experience. Xu Shanshan felt like her feet were in a hot spring, completely wrapped in warmth and tenderness. She subconsciously closed her eyes, tilted her head back, lay on the back of the chair, and enjoyed it silently. Li Chenwei did not slack off, nor did he have any intention of taking advantage of Xu Shanshan. He was seriously giving Xu Shanshan a massage. Xu Shanshan was affected by the soft hand effect of Shen Yu, and the accumulated stress in her life gradually disappeared. She felt very comfortable, gradually relaxing her whole body and clearing her mind. At this moment, she forgot everything and didn't want to care about anything. She just enjoyed it silently. Because Xu Shanshan tilted her head back and closed her eyes, she didn't look at Li Chenwei. Li Chenwei secretly raised his head and admired the snow-white skin exposed through the white stockings. Although Xu Shanshan's thighs are slender, she is a mature woman after all, and has a plump charm that young girls do not have. The skin on her thighs is white and tender, and her legs are round and beautiful. After massaging for a while, Li Chenwei put down Xu Shanshan's beautiful legs, lifted her other foot, took off her pure white shallow mouth high heels, and began to massage the other foot. His technique gradually changed from rubbing to caressing. Xu Shanshan realized the change in Li Chenwei's approach and laughed inwardly. TSK tilde this kid must have fallen in love with my feet. He actually touched them. Because Xu Shanshan felt very comfortable being served by Li Chenwei, she did not feel shy and had no intention of taking her feet back after knowing that he was touching her feet. Instead, she felt a sense of superiority. Xu Shanshan is no longer a young college student. Like Chen Meilin, she is worried about getting older. She worried that she had lost the charm of youth. The fact that Li Chenwei liked her feet helped Xu Shanshan regain her self-confidence. Her self-confidence is overflowing as she can conquer a man with just one foot. Hong Yang, did you mock me yesterday for not being able to control him? Just open your eyes and see. I will conquer him soon and make him fall at my feet. Xu Shanshan fantasized about being the queen and accepting Li Chenwei's service. As a strong-willed woman, she has always dreamed of becoming a queen. At this moment, she achieved her dream. Xu Shanshan felt a strong sense of satisfaction. At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in Li Chenwei's mind. Gigi Tilda, the host, successfully helped Xu Shanshan vent the accumulated stress of life and let her experience the feeling of being a queen, completely satisfying her dream. The host exceeded the mission and received a triple reward. Do good deeds, sow kindness, and reap good fruits. The host has received 3 good fruits, and now has a total of 7 good fruits. Once again, the task was exceeded and 3 good results were achieved. Li Chenwei was very happy because the good results had such a great impact. The difference between getting 1 good result and getting 3 good results is huge. It takes 2 good results to use eternal youth and increase lifespan on women. If you only complete basic tasks each time and only get 1 good result, there will be a loss of 1 good result. However, if you can exceed the task every time and obtain 3 good results, you can get a net increase of 1 good result. The more good results you get, the more you will accumulate. This is a win-win situation for the women being helped and Li Chenwei. Li Chenwei also realized that Xu Shanshan was too easily satisfied. Just when I gave her a foot massage, she acted like a queen. What a proud woman. If she takes further action, won't she go to heaven? Li Chenwei didn't want to satisfy Xu Shanshan too much at once, so he wanted to whet her appetite. He let go of Xu Shanshan's white silk feet. Manager Xu, I'm a little tired. Let's stop here for today. Xu Shanshan, who was enjoying herself, felt strongly dissatisfied when she heard this. She learned from Song Hongyang that Li Chenwei was able to exercise for 3.5 hours. Now he only massaged himself for half an hour. How could he be tired? Xu Shanshan thought that Li Chenwei didn't want to have a massage anymore and lied to her. While feeling dissatisfied, the idea of punishing him came into being again. She opened her eyes, looked down at Li Chenwei, and found that the distance was just right. She immediately had the urge to step on Li Chenwei's face. Xu Shanshan raised her white silk jade feet and wanted to step on Li Chenwei's face, but because Li Chenwei brought her the ultimate experience, she couldn't bear it. When her foot was halfway extended, she changed her mind and gently pressed her toes on Li Chenwei's face. Li Chenwei's face was touched by Xu Shanshan's foot. This was originally a very shameful thing, but Li Chenwei unexpectedly did not feel any humiliation. He just felt that Xu Shanshan's white silk jade feet were very soft. After Xu Shanshan pressed it lightly, she felt a strong sense of satisfaction in her heart, and her eyes showed deep joy when she looked at Li Chenwei. Although she was very happy in her heart, she acted very dissatisfied. Xu Shanshan retracted her foot and said unhappily, Hongyang said you exercised for 3.5 hours last night without taking a break. You've only been massaging me for half an hour. How could you be tired? Massage me for another half an hour. Chapter 43. The female boss is addicted. This woman is really addicted. Looking at Xu Shanshan's intoxicated expression, Li Chenwei smiled secretly. He followed Xu Shanshan's request and massaged her for another half an hour. Li Chenwei carefully massaged both of her white silk jade feet and used 2 good fruits to increase her lifespan and keep her young. The wool comes from the sheep. This is the good result obtained from Xu Shanshan, and it is reasonable to use it on her. The host uses a good fruit to increase Xu Shanshan's lifespan by 30 years. This will prevent Xu Shanshan from dying within 30 years, and then it can be used on her after 30 years. To be on the safe side, you must not be stingy when you meet a top queen in the future, and you must increase her lifespan. The host uses a good fruit to stop Xu Shanshan from aging. After Xu Shanshan stops aging, we can enjoy her tender and beautiful feet forever. Because Li Chenwei's massage was so comfortable, Xu Shanshan completely relaxed her body and mind, entering a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, and sweat began to accumulate on her body. Just when Xu Shanshan was about to fall asleep, there was a knock on the door. When Xu Jinan saw Li Chenwei walk into the office and the office curtains were drawn, he thought Xu Shanshan was going to beat and scold him. Li Chenwei had not come out after an hour, which made Xu Jinan mistakenly believe that Li Chenwei had been beating and scolding him for an hour. Xu Shanshan actually beat and scolded him for an hour straight. It seems that my sister is in a really bad mood today. I guess Li Chenwei's face was swollen and even his tears might have dried up. The more Xu Jinan thought about it, the more excited he became. Since he had been waiting for too long, he couldn't help but want to walk into the office to see Li Chenwei's miserable appearance. Xu Jinan didn't know that his knocking on the door interrupted Xu Shanshan's enjoyment and made her very annoyed. Who is knocking on my door at this time? I clearly drew the curtains. Doesn't he know that this means I don't want to be disturbed? You really have no tact. If he has anything, he can call me. After complaining inwardly for a while, Xu Shanshan shouted to the door in dissatisfaction, etc. The shout was full of impatience and anger. When Xu Jinan, who was outside the door, heard it, he felt ecstatic. I haven't heard my sister so angry for a long time. Li Chenwei is dead. After Xu Shanshan responded, she retracted her foot and said with regret on her face, "Let's stop here for today's massage." She paused and threatened fiercely, "Don't tell anyone about giving me a massage, understand?" Although Xu Shanshan wanted to put on a ferocious expression, she could no longer do so when facing Li Chenwei. Her voice was soft, like the legendary way she curses like she's acting coquettishly. Li Chenwei felt very comfortable listening to it. "This is a secret between the two of us. I won't tell anyone." What secret between the two of them? Xu Shanshan was dissatisfied with this overly intimate statement, but she was very satisfied with Li Chenwei's massage and did not say much. She bent down silently and put on 2 snow-white high heels. Xu Shanshan was enjoying herself too much just now, so her face was covered with a layer of sweat, and her bangs were stuck to her forehead, making her look very sexy. When she bent down, her collar dropped again, as if to entertain Li Chenwei, allowing him to feast his eyes again. Li Chenwei widened his eyes, deeply imprinted the beautiful scenery he saw in his mind, then turned and left. He opened the office door and saw Xu Jinan. Xu Jinan's eyes were full of anticipation. However, when he found that there was no redness or swelling and no fingerprints on Li Chenwei's face, the expectation in his eyes quickly turned into disappointment. Instead of sadness or depression, Li Chenwei's face was filled with a happy smile, which made Xu Jinan completely confused. It's fine that his sister didn't slap him, but why does he look so happy and not like he was scolded at all? Didn't my sister scold him? Then what did my sister do with him during that hour? Li Chenwei had just been entertained by his sister. He gave him a grateful smile, walked sideways around Xu Jinan, and returned to his seat. When Xu Jinan saw Li Chenwei smile, he became even more confused. He quickly closed the door and walked into the office to check on his sister. He became even more confused when he saw Xu Shanshan wiping the sweat from her face with a tissue. The air conditioner was on in the office. Xu Jinan felt the cold wind from the back of his head, and his back felt cold. He couldn't help but shiver twice. The temperature in the office is so low. Why is my sister sweating so much? Xu Shanshan was in a hurry to launch a new brand, and she had a lot of work to do. She was so engrossed in the massage just now that she wasted more than an hour. She was very upset now and wanted to get back to work immediately to make up for the time she had just wasted. She had no time to waste with Xu Jinan and asked anxiously, "What do you want from me?" Xu Jinan scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion, "Did I teach Li Chenwei a lesson?" Xu Shanshan blushed when she heard this and coughed awkwardly. "Of course, he will listen to me from now on." But he didn't look shocked at all. He even smiled at me. How did I teach him a lesson? Xu Jinan's questioning made Xu Shanshan feel guilty and she scolded him angrily. "Do you need to worry about me when I'm working? I'm very busy, please don't disturb me." Seeing Xu Shanshan angry, Xu Jinan was so scared that he almost peed his pants and quickly turned around and left the room. He returned to the staff office and saw Li Chenwei sitting at his desk from afar, laughing at something. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Something is wrong. The atmosphere between him and his sister is not right. My sister seemed to have no way to deal with him. It seems I need to take action myself. Although Xu Jinan's academic performance is not good, he has a lot of tricks and thinks he is a smart guy. He wants to find a way to frame Li Chenwei and drive him out of the company. Xu Shanshan did not assign any work to Li Chenwei. He sat there with nothing to do, putting his hands in front of his nose, savoring the fragrance of Xu Shanshan's white silk and jade feet. Because he had been touching Xu Shanshan's feet for an hour, his hands still had the lingering fragrance of her white silk feet, which was very pleasant. Xu Jinan, your sister's white silk jade feet are so fragrant. I really envy you for having such a good sister. You probably won't mind if I lend it to your sister in the future. Li Chenwei looked at the internet and his phone for a while, and before he knew it, it was 4:55, and he had 5 minutes left to get off work. Li Chenwei was counting down to the end of his get-off workday when his phone vibrated and he received a WeChat message from Chen Mailin. My Lin, how does it feel to officially start working in the operations department? Are you used to it? Is Shanshan treating you well? My Lin, Shanshan has a bad temper. If you can't stand it, I can help you change departments. Chen Mailin initially asked Li Chenwei to follow Xu Shanshan because Xu Shanshan was a top student who had returned from overseas. She knows a lot of advanced business ideas in Europe, and Chen Mailin hopes that Li Chenwei can learn from her. But then she remembered that Xu Shanshan had a bad temper and liked to bully her subordinates, and she felt regretful. Because Chen Mailin now has the illusion that Li Chenwei is her husband. When she thought of Li Chenwei being bullied by Xu Shanshan, she also felt like her own husband was being bullied by Xu Shanshan. Chen Mailin felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 44. The Landlady of the Era of Advanced Thought. As a woman with a strong possessive desire, Chen Mailin does not want her husband to be bullied by other women. She wanted to transfer Li Chenwei to another department. Li Chenwei didn't know what Chen Mailin was thinking. After the foot massage just now, he was very satisfied with Xu Shanshan. Da Chenwei, I feel great working in the operations department. Manager Xu treats me very well. I don't want to change departments. Chen Mailin was in the office, sitting with her beautiful legs and trousers crossed, drinking coffee and waiting to get off work. When she saw Li Chenwei's reply, she was stunned. Shanshan treats her subordinate so badly. Will she be nice to Xiaowei? Is Xiaowei flattering me? I don't think so. He wants to be my secretary, but he won't stay in the operations department for long. There's no point in him speaking for Shanshan. I guess it's because Xiaowei is so capable. Shanshan admires his talent and treats him really well. Chen Mailin was happy that Li Chenwei's talents were recognized by other women, but her feelings soon became complicated. Knowing that other women were nice to Li Chenwei made her feel a sense of crisis. She was worried that Li Chenwei would be snatched away by Xu Shanshan. Chen Mailin looked at Li Chenwei's reply and became more and more uneasy. She wanted to transfer Li Chenwei to another department even more. But Li Chenwei wanted to stay in the operations department, and Chen Mailin didn't want to ignore his idea. The beautiful CEO fell into a deep dilemma. After Li Chenwei replied to Chen Mailin's WeChat, he received a message from another beautiful woman. Never-ending snow. Xiaowei, did your work go well today? Endless Snow is the WeChat name of the landlord Wang Xuejuan. Li Chenwei wants to laugh every time he sees this WeChat name. This melancholy name is totally incompatible with Wang Xuejuan's coquettish personality. Li Chenwei thinks that endless flirting is more suitable for her. Endless Snow, if Mailin harasses you under the guise of work, don't be patient, but firmly refuse. Never-ending Snow, be careful if she takes you out for drinks. After getting you drunk, she might take you to a hotel. Li Chenwei felt that in Wang Xuejuan's eyes, he was like a delicate girl who was easy to be pushed down, and he couldn't help laughing. Although in terms of the result, he was really pushed by Chen Mailin. Moreover, Xu Shanshan stepping on my feet just now was also considered harassment. But Li Chenwei didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. As a man who can endure hardships, he will bear as much loss as he can. After get off work, Li Chenwei drove Chen Mailin's Land Rover home. When he got out of the Land Rover, several young beauties passing by looked at him and the Land Rover behind him with shining eyes. After hesitating for a while, they caught up with Li Chenwei from behind and asked for his WeChat. Li Chenwei glanced at them and found that they were all girls around 18 or 19 years old, so he politely declined. After tasting delicacies from land and sea, Li Chenwei was not interested in coarse grains. He went to McDonald's and packed a hamburger and chicken wing combo for 3 people. I returned home and watched a foreign language movie while eating. After 2 hours, when I was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower, I suddenly heard the familiar voice of G. Tilda, the system has detected that the host's landlord is in trouble and needs help. The task is to help the landlord fix her computer. Task description. Landlady Wang Xuejuan wanted to watch a movie but found that her computer would not turn on. She didn't know that the computer's memory stick was loose and she couldn't fix it. Her brother went to play at someone else's house and didn't want to come back to help her. Please go to her house and help her plug the memory stick in securely. It's just that the memory stick is loose. This task is too simple, not difficult at all. When faced with this not-so-difficult task, Li Chenwei felt worried. How can we exceed expectations on a task that can be accomplished simply by plugging in a memory stick? Do you want to insert a few more? But Wang Kun is such a scoundrel. My sister gives him so much money, but when I need his help, he doesn't even come back. Does he have any humanity? Sister Wang really raised an ungrateful person. Since he won't help, I have no choice but to help. Mission reward. When the host accepts the mission, they will receive the sky-supporting divine bull as a reward, and their strength will increase by 5. After completing the mission, they will receive a good result. After Li Chenwei increased his strength by 5 points, he could easily lift up a Malaysian lady who was 186 centimeters tall. The +5 strength bonus is already huge, and now with another 5, it becomes even bigger. As a man, the more power you have, the better. Women will be happier. Sky supporting bull. a miniature technique of heaven and earth, which can transform the body into a 2-meter-tall giant bull god. You can also make any part of your body bigger or thicker. This is the ability to enlarge your body. In the real world with cameras everywhere, this ability is not easy to use. If someone suddenly grows 20 centimeters taller or their arms become 20 centimeters longer, it is against the laws of science and they will be taken to the hospital for examination and then become the subject of scientific research. However, the sudden enlargement of some places will not arouse suspicion, so the sky-bearing bull can only be used in those places. It's 8 o'clock in the evening now, not too late, and I can still go visit Wang Xuezhuan. Now find a reason to go over there. Thinking of the queen who liked to act coquettishly, Li Chenwei felt his heart beating. Wang Xuezhuan obviously doesn't have to go to work, but she wears her OL business suit every day, and also wears sexy ultra-thin black stockings. This beauty is so tempting. Let's go to her house under the pretext of discussing renting a milk tea shop. Wang Xuezhuan's home was just upstairs, and Li Chenwei didn't change his going-out shoes and walked over in slippers. At this moment, his phone vibrated and he received a voice message from WeChat. Endless Snow initiates a voice call to you. Sister Wang, do you have something to talk to me about? Li Chenwei asked after answering the call. Sister Wang, good evening. What can I do for you? Xiaowei, my computer won't turn on. Can you fix it? Can you come and help me when you have time? Wang Xuezhuan's voice was very charming, and it was also sexy and sweet. Just listening to it made Li Chenwei feel hot. I'll come right now if I'm free. Okay, sister, put on your black stockings right now, and see you later. Did she wear black stockings just to show me? This lady landlord really has a server spirit. After Li Chenwei hung up the call, he climbed the stairs and came to Wang Xuezhuan's door upstairs and was about to knock on the door. The door opened from the inside first. Wang Xuezhuan was wearing her usual white shirt and hip skirt, and gave Li Chenwei a warm smile. Xiaowei, thank you for coming to help. It's just a small matter. Our homes are so close, it's only natural for neighbors to help each other. Haha, Tilda, I wish my younger brother had your kind intention. He's going to the internet cafe with his friends tonight to play games all night, and he doesn't even want to come back when I ask him to help. Why don't I just drive him away and let you take his place as my godson? Li Chenwei didn't know why Wang Xuezhuan always wanted him to be her godson, but no matter what Wang Xuezhuan's purpose was, he would not accept it. Li Chenwei is a macho man. He doesn't treat himself as someone as son, he only treats himself as someone as father. Sister Wang, stop joking like that. A good son is hard to find. You should think about it seriously. After Wang Xuezhuan sighed exaggeratedly, she turned around and took Li Chenwei into the room, while not forgetting to talk dirty. If you are willing to be my godson, I will immediately write a will, give you all the houses, and help you find a few young and beautiful wives. Not just one wife, but several wives? This lady landlord's thinking is really several times ahead of the times. Who wouldn't he want to recognize such a good godmother? Li Chenwei really wants to recognize her as his godmother. As Li Chenwei sighed, he looked at her twisting waist and plump buttocks from behind, and his body temperature rose even higher. Chapter 45 Xiaowei is really capable. Wang Xuezhuan walked in a very charming manner, with her hips swaying left and right like a ripe peach. Li Chenwei was moved by what he saw. He turned around, closed the door, and followed Wang Xuezhuan across the hall to her room. Although Wang Xuezhuan has a flirtatious personality and looks casual, her home is very clean and the furniture is neatly arranged. And there doesn't seem to be any luxury goods. If you don't know her, you definitely won't believe that this is the room of a billionaire with a net worth of over 100 million. This monotonous room only has a double bed, a dressing table, and a computer desk with a computer on it. Other than that, there are large wardrobes. Although Wang Xuezhuan wears the same white shirt and pencil skirt every day, she seems to have a large collection of clothes. I bought this computer only half a year ago. It's quite new and has never had any problems. But today it suddenly won't turn on. Can you help me check it out? Wang Xuezhuan walked to the computer desk, bent down and half squatted, and pressed the power button. Buzz, buzz, the sound of the electric fan running came from the host. However, Li Chenwei did not look at the computer host. His eyes were fixed on admiring Wang Xuezhuan's graceful figure. At this time, he was standing right behind Wang Xuezhuan, his attention completely attracted by her plump and beautiful buttocks. When Wang Xuezhuan squatted, her skirt was stretched tight, and her outline became very obvious. Buzz. The host ran for a while and then suddenly shut down. Wang Xuezhuan turned around helplessly and looked at Li Chenwei. Did you see it? It automatically shut down halfway through booting up. Li Chenwei nodded seriously. I saw it completely. Do you know what's wrong? Li Chenwei gave Wang Xuezhuan a bright smile. It's not tight enough. What's not plugged in? Generally speaking, if a computer can be used normally and suddenly shuts down halfway through startup, it's because the memory stick is loose and not inserted properly. Because there was a systematic task description, Li Chenwei directly gave the correct answer. Wang Xuezhuan only knows how to use the computer to watch TV series on the internet. Apart from that, she doesn't know any computer knowledge and doesn't even know what a memory stick is. What does it mean that the memory stick is loose? Do I need to buy a new one? No, just unplug it and plug it back in. So simple. I called the technician at the computer repair shop before, and he said that in this case, 90% of the time, the CPU is broken, and replacing the CPU will cost 3,000 yuan. I'm too lazy to move the computer over, so I wanted to ask you to try. Li Chenwei smiled and shook his head. Sister Wang, he knows you're a wealthy woman and wants to cheat you out of your money. Many computer repair shops are scammers. They'll trick even the most clueless computer users by claiming their expensive hardware is broken and needs replacing. If you really send it over, he will secretly replace your good hardware with a refurbished second-hand low-quality hardware. No way. They're running a business. How can they be so dishonest? How can they continue to operate if they destroy their own reputation like this? And he was my former classmate. Wang Xuezhuan showed an expression of disbelief. She couldn't believe that in 2012, there would be a shop open for business and openly cheating people. Most people don't understand computers. They can cheat with impunity. As for integrity, most people don't have it. They often target people they know. Especially rich women like Wang Xuezhuan who don't care about money are the easiest fat sheep to slaughter. Li Chenwei did not say the last sentence. Since the other party was Wang Xuezhuan's classmate, she found it hard to believe that the other party would lie to her. So Li Chenwei did not explain and wanted to prove it directly with facts. Sister Wang, do you have a screwdriver? I need to disassemble the console. Yes, please wait. Wang Xuezhuan turned and left the room. After a while, she came back and handed a few screwdrivers to Li Chenwei. Li Chenwei chose a small one, unscrewed the screws on the host cover, and removed the side guard of the host. I found it was full of dust. This is the disadvantage of the flower city. The roads in this city are often under construction, and some roads even need to be dug up and repaved every year, resulting in a lot of dust. Especially in old urban areas, a newly purchased computer host will be covered with dust after 1 month of use. These dusts will affect the contact between the memory module and the motherboard, causing the memory module to loosen. Li Chenwei pulled out the memory stick, blew on the socket to blow away the dust inside, and then wiped it with a tissue. Use another piece of paper towel to wipe the memory slot in the host. After wiping it clean, reinsert the memory stick. Click tilde. After Li Chenwei firmly inserted the memory stick, he pressed the power button to start the host. At this time, Li Chenwei was squatting in front of the host, and Wang Xuezhuan was standing directly behind him. Wang Xuezhuan looked down at the young boy at her feet, and she felt an urge to ride on him and press him to the ground. Wang Xuezhuan was surprised by this idea. Although her words are usually flirtatious, they are basically teasing and joking. Wang Xuezhuan has basic morals and will not play with men casually. Besides, Li Chenwei was a neighbor kid she had known since childhood, and she had bought milk to feed him when he was young. At this moment, she could still clearly remember how cute Li Chenwei looked when he was still a baby. Despite this, Wang Xuezhuan still felt a little attracted to the grown-up Li Chenwei. This young boy really wants to be swallowed up in one gulp. Wang Xuezhuan swallowed her saliva, and her heart became turbulent. After the host has been running for more than 10 seconds, the monitor shows the boot screen and the computer is successfully turned on. Li Chenwei stood up, operated the mouse twice, confirmed that there was no problem, turned around and said, "The computer can be turned on now. It's really that the memory stick is loose. Just plug it in tightly and it will be fine." Wang Xuezhuan didn't know what she was thinking, but when she heard the word insert tightly, her body trembled violently. I nodded subconsciously. Well, just plug it in tight. Wang Xuezhuan came back to her senses halfway through her speech and showed an expression of surprise. Ah, Xiaowei has fixed it, right? That's fast. Wang Xuezhuan felt incredible. The technician at the computer repair shop said that replacing the CPU would cost 3,000 yuan. Can Xiaowei just fix it by inserting a memory stick? He is better than the professionals in the repair shop. Well, it's just that the memory stick is loose. Just pull it out and plug it in again. Wang Xuezhuan sat at the computer desk, operating the mouse, confirming whether the computer could operate normally, and asked curiously, "The memory stick is inserted into the host. Why did it suddenly become loose?" It could be due to excessive dust, or the console could have been hit and shaken violently. Will shaking loosen the memory stick? I know the reason. Wang Xuejuan looked down her fingers, and for some reason, her cheeks turned slightly red. Whatever the reason, it's a minor problem. Just unscrew the console with a screwdriver and reinsert the memory stick. Hey Tilda, I've known that repair shop guy for over 10 years. He's my old classmate. I never thought he'd cheat me. Xiaowei's right. People these days really lack integrity. There are really too few good men like Xiaowei. I have known him for more than 10 years, but he is not as reliable as me. It really makes me feel at ease to have such a good kid around to help me. Wang Xuejuan felt a warm feeling in her heart and unconsciously compared Li Chenwei with her younger brother. Compared to him, my brother is a useless, ungrateful person. Hey Tilda, why isn't my younger brother Xiaowei? Wang Xuejuan wanted more and more to be Li Chenwei's godmother. Wang Xuejuan was full of admiration for Li Chenwei and praised him sincerely. Xiaowei, you are so capable. No, it's really just a simple thing. Wang Xuejuan turned around, put her beautiful hands on Li Chenwei's shoulders, and raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a bright smile. You are too modest. You have done me a great favor. If you want any reward, just tell me and I will reward you. Wang Xuejuan's favorability towards Li Chenwei reached a new level. She really liked this kid. The look she gave Li Chenwei was filled with deep affection, so sticky that it was almost stringy.